Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Carson. I swirl the 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild in my crystal glass, but the $4,000 bottle brings no comfort tonight. The review lies on my mahogany dining table, its words burning through the paper of the San Francisco Chronicle. The glass table shatters expectations, and not in a good way. While Chef Carson Fox's reputation precedes him, his latest menu reads like a desperate attempt to stay relevant in an evolving culinary landscape. I slam the glass down. Red wine sloshes over the rim, staining the white tablecloth. That's going to be hard to get out. His deconstructed Coke oven resembles a crime scene rather than fine dining, with elements scattered across the plate in what can only be described as culinary chaos. My fingers crumple the paper's edge. Who the hell does this Kate Thomas think she is? Some fresh-faced critic who probably learned about food from watching cooking shows on Netflix. The service, while impeccable, cannot salvage a menu that has lost its soul. Chef Fox seems more concerned with shocking his diners than feeding them. I push back from the table, my chair scraping against Italian marble. The sound echoes through my empty dining room. Lost its soul? I've spent 30 years perfecting my craft. 3 Michelin stars. James Beard awards lining my walls. And this critic dares to question my passion? The review continues, each paragraph more cutting than the last. But something in her words, the precise way she dissects each dish, her understanding of classical techniques, catches my attention. She's not just another hack with a laptop and an opinion. I grab my phone, pulling up her photo on the Chronicle's website. Kate Thomas, 26 years old. A black woman who lives here in the Bay Area. Dark curls frame a face that's too young to have this much authority. But those eyes, they hold something. Knowledge, experience, pain. Returning to the table, I scan the review again, those words jumping off the page. Outdated and out of touch. The phrase follows me as I stalk through my home kitchen, pristine sub-zero appliances gleaming under recessed lighting. My steps echo against the floor, back and forth, back and forth. The wine sloshes in my glass with each turn. Out of touch? I mutter, running my free hand through my hair. I introduced molecular gastronomy to the West Coast before it was a buzzword. Half these so-called innovators were still learning to boil pasta when I was deconstructing classic French cuisine. But when was the last time I changed the menu? Really changed it? Not just switching seasonal ingredients or rearranging presentations, not just tweaking the same dishes I've been serving for years. I take another drink longer this time. Thinking, reflecting. My kitchen island stretches before me, a stark expanse of marble. I have to remind myself that I'm at home, not in the immaculate kitchen at the glass table. No prep work. No sounds of knives against cutting boards. No orders being called. Just silence and these goddamn thoughts. At the restaurant, the space would be alive with energy, purpose. Here at home, it's just another reminder of how far I am from where I need to be. My eyes gaze back towards the review. It taunts me. Elements scattered across the plate in culinary chaos. I quote, my voice harsh in the empty space. Is that what my food has become? Just shock value wrapped in a $300 price tag? The last drops of wine disappear. I set the glass down harder than necessary, the crystal ringing against marble. When did I start playing it safe? When did I stop pushing boundaries and start relying on reputation? The truth burns worse than cheap scotch. I can't remember the last time I created something truly new. Something that made my hands shake with excitement. Something that kept me up at night, mind racing with possibilities. Kate Thomas saw right through the Emperor's new clothes. And damn if that doesn't terrify me. The empty kitchen reminds me of Juniper. She'd lean against that counter, dark hair wild from running her fingers through it while she thought, challenging every recipe I created. But why, Carson? Why serve it that way when you could flip the whole thing on its head? My fingers traced the cool marble where she used to sit. June never let me rest on my laurels. Even after earning my first Michelin star, she pushed me to experiment, to break rules, to find new combinations that shouldn't work but did. Play with it, she'd say, stealing bites from my prep work. Food should make people feel something, make them think, make them reconsider everything they ever thought about food. The night I earned my third star, we danced in this kitchen. June spun under the lights, her laugh echoing off these same walls. She grabbed ingredients at random, challenging me to create something new right then and there. We stayed up until dawn, the counter covered in dishes that would later become signatures at the glass table. Now the kitchen feels too pristine, too quiet. 8 years since cancer took her, and I still catch myself turning to share ideas with empty air. Ryan hasn't set foot in here in a very long time. Can't blame him. Every surface holds memories of his mother. I reach for the bottle, but stop myself. June would hate seeing me like this, letting some review send me into a tailspin. She'd already be brainstorming ways to prove this Kate Thomas wrong. Hell, she'd probably invite the critic over, just to debate technique and flavors until sunrise. "You're getting comfortable," she told me during her last weeks. "Promise me you won't stop pushing boundaries when I'm gone." But I did stop. Somewhere between losing her and throwing myself into work, I forgot how to take risks. Started playing it safe. Started believing my own press. The review sits on the counter, June's voice mixing with Kate Thomas's words. They're both right. I've lost my edge. I pull up the Chronicle's website on my phone, scrolling until I find the editorial department's number. My finger hovers over the digits. What am I doing? This isn't like me. I've weathered bad reviews before without hunting down critics. But something about her words cuts deeper than any review ever has. She sees right through the smoke and mirrors to what I've become. Predictable, safe, boring. Everything June would have hated. Makes me sick to even think I've stooped this low. I dial before I can talk myself out of it. The phone rings 3 times, each one making my pulse kick harder against my throat. What am I doing? San Francisco Chronicle, editorial department. This is Mark speaking. Mark! Carson Fox here. I keep my voice even, professional, though my fingers tighten around the phone. I'm calling about Kate Thomas's recent review of The Glass Table. A pause. Chef Fox, I wasn't expecting. The tremor in his voice says it all. Critics and chefs aren't supposed to interact like this. It's an unspoken rule. No need for concern. I'd like to reach out to Miss Thomas personally. Invite her back to the restaurant. Show her what we're really capable of. The words come out smooth, practiced, like I'm not breaking every protocol in the industry. That's another pause. Longer this time, loaded with uncertainty. Unusual. I lean against my kitchen counter. I appreciate honest criticism, Mark. Miss Thomas made some valid points. I'd like the opportunity to demonstrate that the glass table can evolve. Well, papers shuffle in the background. Normally, we don't give out our critics' contact information. I understand the policy. I drum my fingers against marble. But I'm not looking to argue or intimidate. I want to prove her wrong the right way, with my food. A long silence follows. Then he shuffles his papers again on the other line. You know what? Kate might actually appreciate this. She's not one to back down from a challenge. More shuffling. I can give you her work email. Just keep it professional. You have my word. He recites the address, which I jot down on the back of her review. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your help. Chef Fox? Yes? Whatever you're planning, make it good. Kate's one of our best. I'm counting on that, I say, and end the call.
Chapter 2. Kate. My stomach plummets as I scroll through my Twitter feed. Every major food publication and blog has picked up my review of the glass table. Not just picked up. They're running with it like wolves with fresh meat. Celebrated Chef Carson Fox's latest menu falls flat. I read aloud, my voice barely a whisper. Critic questions if the glass table has lost its edge. I slam my laptop shut and drop my head onto my desk with a thud, wishing I could disappear into the cheap laminate surface. What was I thinking? The review wasn't just honest, it was brutal, clinical, the kind that makes other critics wince, the kind that could get me blacklisted from every decent restaurant in San Francisco. I've only ever tried to be honest, but now it's coming back to bite me in the ass. Someone's having a rough morning. Sophie's voice carries from the doorway of my cubicle, carrying her iced macchiato. The ice cubes clink against the plastic as she takes a sip. I saw your reviews making waves. You're trending, girl. Don't remind me. I lift my head, already feeling the indent from the desk forming on my forehead. I should have toned it down, maybe thrown in a few compliments about the decor or something. Sophie perches on the edge of my desk, her pencil skirt riding up slightly. Her perfectly manicured nails tap against her cup as she gives me that look, the one that says I'm being ridiculous. Are you kidding? That review was brilliant. Sharp. Insightful. Career-ending. My stomach churns at the thought of what Carson Fox might do when he reads it. A chef of his caliber could probably get me fired with one phone call. Please. If anything, this'll put you on the map. She leans in closer, lowering her voice. Though I have to ask, did you know Carson Fox is Ryan's father when you wrote it? The mention of Ryan's name sends an uncomfortable jolt through my chest. I don't like thinking about my ex-boyfriend. Found that out after. Just my luck, right? Date a guy for 2 years, break him with him. Find out his dad's the chef I just eviscerated in print. The same guy who cheated on you with that sommelier? Sophie's perfectly shaped eyebrows arch. Karma really does its thing, and apparently she reads restaurant reviews. Sophie? What? I'm just saying, maybe the universe is finally dealing out some justice. Though, she taps her chin. Carson Fox isn't exactly known for taking criticism well. My head finds my desk again. Thanks. That makes me feel so much better. What's the worst that can happen? He's not going to show up here. Sophie crosses her legs, still perched on my desk. Don't jinx it. I reach for my coffee, now cold and bitter like my mood. You know how protective chefs are of their reputations, especially ones with Michelin stars. Please, you're giving yourself too much credit if you think Carson Fox reads the Chronicle's food section. She pauses, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Though it would be kind of poetic if he did show up. Like father, like son, storming in here unannounced. The memory hits me like a punch to the gut. Ryan bursting into the Chronicle's office 6 months ago, demanding to talk after I caught him with that sommelier. The way he'd made a scene, how security had to escort him out while he shouted that I was overreacting, that it meant nothing. Low blow, Soph? I fidget with my pen, clicking it repeatedly until she reaches over and stops my hand. Sorry, too soon. Try too much. The pen drops from my fingers. 2 years of my life wasted on Ryan Fox. 2 years of overlooking red flags because I thought I could change him. Because I believed his promises that he'd grow up, take responsibility, become the man I knew he could be. What a joke. You know what the worst part was? I leaned back in my chair, staring at the fluorescent lights until spots dance in my vision. After everything, the cheating, the gaslighting, the way he tried to convince everyone I was crazy, I actually started believing maybe I wasn't good enough. Like maybe if I had been prettier, smarter, more accomplished. Kate, I know. It's stupid. I wave off her concern. But that's what he did. Made me doubt everything about myself. My judgment, my writing, my career goals. Hell, I almost shelved my cookbook idea because he said no one would want to read recipes from just a critic. Sophie's face darkens. I should have punched him that day in the office. No use dwelling on the past. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders. What's done is done. Ryan's out of my life, and I'm better for it. Sophie opens her mouth to respond, but my phone buzzes across the desk. Mark's name flashes on the screen. I grab the phone, accept the call, and place it between my ear and shoulder as I open my laptop. Hey, Mark, what's... Kate. My editor's voice comes through tight, clipped. Carson Fox called. The phone nearly slips from my grip. My throat closes up, and I have to force the words out. What? He wants to meet you at his restaurant. Seems like he read your latest review. My mouth falls open. Sophie furrows her brows together, silently whispering, "What's wrong?" But I can barely focus on her concerned expression. Did he say why? A stupid question. We both know exactly why. Just letting you know. He asked me for your contact info, so I just gave it to him. He might have sent you a message already, so check your email. And Kate? Mark pauses. Try not to antagonize him any further. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, willing this to be some twisted nightmare. Kate? Sophie waves her hand in front of my face. You look like you've seen a ghost. Worse, my voice comes out as a croak. Carson Fox wants to see me. What are you going to do? Sophie slides off my desk, moving behind me to peer at my computer screen. My hands hover over the keyboard as I open my email. There it is, sitting at the top of my inbox like a ticking bomb. From Carson Fox, subject, your recent review. I have to open it, right? My cursor hovers over the email. I can't just ignore it. Open it before I do it for you? Sophie squeezes my shoulder. I click. The message loads. Dear Miss Thomas, I was disappointed to read your recent review of The Glass Table. Not because of your criticism, which was pointed but fair, but because we failed to deliver the experience our guests deserve. I'd like to invite you back to the restaurant. Consider it my personal mission to demonstrate what The Glass Table is truly capable of. Regards, Carson Fox. That's surprisingly professional, Sophie mutters. Too professional. I drum my fingers on my desk. Like he's trying really hard not to sound angry. At least he's not threatening to ban you like that other chef did to Jacob last year. My fingers move across the keyboard, crafting a response before I can talk myself out of it. Dear Mr. Fox, thank you for your gracious invitation. I would be honored to return to The Glass Table soon. Best regards, Kate Thomas. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. My stomach immediately ties itself into knots. You're really going? Sophie's eyes widen. What choice do I have? I slump in my chair. If I don't go, I'll look unprofessional. And after that review, I trail off, remembering the precise surgical way I dissected every dish. I owe him the chance to prove me wrong. But there's a nagging thought I can't shake. One that has nothing to do with professional courtesy. How much has Ryan told his father about me? Does Carson Fox know I'm the woman who broke his son's heart? Or, more accurately, the woman whose heart his son broke? I just hope he doesn't serve me anything with peanuts. I attempt a weak joke. Might be an easy way to get rid of the critic who trashed his restaurant. Not funny. Sophie crosses her arms. When you go back to that restaurant, text me the second you get there. And when you leave, and maybe every 15 minutes in between.
Chapter 3. Carson. I'm working in my office when Henry knocks to tell me Kate Thomas has arrived. Perfect timing. I've been anticipating this meeting. Making my way through the glass table's elegant dining room, I spot her immediately. She stands near the entrance, back straight, chin lifted. Her fitted blazer and pencil skirt speak of careful professionalism, but there's an underlying defiance in her posture that catches my attention. Miss Thomas! I extend my hand. Carson Fox. Thank you for coming once again. Her grip is firm, confident. Up close, I notice how striking she is. Deep brown eyes that hold my gaze without wavering, full lips pressed into a neutral line. Dark skin that glows under the dim lighting of the restaurant. Her curly hair frames high cheekbones, and despite my irritation over her review, I can't deny she's beautiful. Follow me to my office. I lead her past the bustling kitchen where the lunch service is in full swing today. My office occupies the corner of the building with sweeping views of the bay. The space reflects the same refined aesthetic as the restaurant. Sleek leather furniture, dark wood shelving filled with first-edition cookbooks, and a private dining table where I test new recipes. A collection of vintage wines lines one wall, while framed reviews and awards cover another. Well, the good ones anyway. Kate takes it all in, her expression carefully neutral. But I catch the way her fingers trail along the spine of a rare French cookbook as she passes my shelves. There's appreciation there, buried beneath her sharp exterior. Please, have a seat. I gesture to one of the leather chairs facing my desk. She moves with grace, crossing her legs and meeting my eyes with that same unwavering confidence that infuses her writing. Even knowing she's here because of that brutal review, I find myself intrigued by the contradiction she presents, both fierce and elegant, critical yet clearly passionate about food. I want to begin by apologizing. I lean back in my chair, fingers steepled. Had I known about your inexperienced palate, I would have suggested simpler dishes more suited to your level of understanding. Kate's spine snaps straight. Excuse me. The way you described my deconstructed bouillabaisse made it clear you weren't familiar with... Stop. She uncrosses her legs and leans forward. I've eaten at 3-star restaurants across Europe. I studied food writing at Columbia. Just because I didn't worship your deliberately overcomplicated plating doesn't mean I lack experience. Overcomplicated? My jaw clenches. That dish took months to perfect. And yet you managed to lose the soul of the original in all those fancy techniques. Sometimes simple is better than showing off. Showing off? I stand, planting my palms on the desk. I've spent 20 years mastering these techniques. Then maybe you've spent too long in your ivory tower. She rises to match my stance. When was the last time you ate food that made you feel something beyond technical appreciation? Her words hit like a punch to the gut. But what catches me off guard is the passion blazing in those dark eyes, the way her chest rises and falls with quick breaths. Even angry, there's something magnetic about her presence. I feel plenty when I cook, I growl. Really? Because that's not what came through on the plate. She picks up her bag. I stand by every word in my review. And next time, maybe don't insult the critic you invited to your office. Damn. The woman has steel in her spine and fire in her eyes. I hate that she's challenging everything I've built, but I can't help admiring her conviction. The way she refuses to back down, even faced with my reputation and success. You've got quite an attitude for someone who reviews restaurants. Matter of fact, you're still just starting out, aren't you? Don't you find it a bit audacious to make bold claims about experienced chefs? I cross my arms, studying her. Most people wilt under my scrutiny, but Kate Thomas just lifts her chin higher. And you've got quite the superiority complex for someone who invited me here. She steps closer to my desk. I earned my place in this industry. I don't need to justify my credentials to you. Your review was honest. She cuts me off. And if you'd bothered to read beyond the criticism, you'd see that at the core of the review, I still praised your technique. I acknowledged your skill. But guess what? Technical perfection doesn't automatically make something brilliant. I move around the desk, towering over her. This usually works, my height, my presence, the weight of my reputation. But Kate doesn't step back. She tilts her head, meeting my glare with equal intensity. You think a few years of reviewing makes you qualified to judge my life's work? When you put food on a plate, it becomes part of a conversation. Her voice drops lower, fierce. You don't get to dictate how people respond to that conversation just because you've been talking longer. The metaphor hits home, but what really gets under my skin is how she stands her ground. No stammering, no backing down. Just pure conviction wrapped in eloquence. It's been years since anyone dared to push back like this, especially in my own kitchen. I think of Juniper. June would have loved this girl. How she's not afraid to tell it to me straight. How she's willing to say what everyone else holds behind their tongue. Most critics would be applauding me right now. I lean against my desk, thrown off balance by her unwavering confidence. The familiar weight of my reputation suddenly feels different. Less like armor, and more like a challenge she's ready to take on. Then maybe that's your problem. You're surrounded by yes-men who'd rather protect their access than tell you the truth. The words sting because they're dead-on accurate. Every critic, every food writer, they all want something from me. I rake a hand through my hair, frustrated, and something else. The way she challenges me matches my intensity. It's different. Interesting. Infuriating. My fingers grip the edge of the desk harder, knuckles whitening. You really aren't scared of me, are you? The question comes out rougher than intended, more vulnerable than I'd like. A slight smile curves her lips. Should I be? Her eyes dance with a mix of defiance and amusement that makes my jaw clench. Damn if that confidence isn't sexy as hell. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I hold back a sigh. I clearly underestimated this food critic. She's much more than what I thought she was. Online, looking at her photos, I imagined one thing. But this spitfire in front of me is something else entirely. This conversation clearly isn't going anywhere productive. Kate adjusts the strap of her bag on her shoulder. Maybe we should try this again another day, when you're ready to have an actual discussion instead of throwing your credentials in my face. I should feel relieved she's leaving. Instead, something twists in my gut watching her gather her things. The sunlight streaming through my office window catches the angles of her face, highlighting those sharp cheekbones, the determined set of her jaw. Fine. Run away, then. The words come out harsh, masking whatever this unsettling feeling is. She pauses at the door, those dark eyes finding mine one last time. I'm not running, Chef Fox. I'm choosing not to waste either of our time. Her voice carries that same quiet strength that flavored her review. Contact me when you're ready to talk about the actual issues I raised. The door clicks shut behind her. I move to the window, watching as she crosses the parking lot. Even from here, her presence commands attention. Head high, shoulders back, each step purposeful. The way she walks matches how she writes. Direct, assured, unapologetic. I can't stop staring until she disappears around the corner. My reflection in the glass shows a scowl, but underneath it there's something else. Something I haven't felt in years. Why is she still in my head? It's more than just the review. More than her fearless stance in my office. There's something about Kate Thomas that gets under my skin. Makes me want to prove her wrong, and something else I can't quite name. I turn back to my desk, but the space feels different now. Empty. The lingering scent of her perfume, something subtle and spicy, mixes with the usual aromas from the kitchen right outside.
Chapter 4. Kate. I storm into the Chronicle's office, my heels clicking against the floor with each angry step. The nerve of that man, that arrogant, insufferable man. Like father, like son. I drop into my desk chair with enough force to make it roll back a few inches. Whoa. Sophie appears from behind her cubicle wall. That bad? Bad doesn't begin to cover it. I yank open my desk drawer, searching for the emergency chocolate bar I keep stashed there. Carson Fox. Sophie drags her chair over, settling in beside me. What happened? Did he kick you out? Oh no. I break off a chunk of dark chocolate. He was expecting me, led me straight to his office like he had it all planned out. And then he had the audacity to tell me I had an inexperienced palate, me, that I couldn't possibly understand the nuances of fine dining because I haven't been around long enough. The chocolate melts on my tongue, but even its richness can't sweeten my mood. He didn't even let me taste anything. Just sat there in his fancy office, looking down his nose at me like I was some kid who wandered in off the street. He actually said that? Sophie's eyes widen. He said, and I quote, "I would have suggested simpler dishes more suited to your level of understanding." Can you believe that? What did you do? I basically told him he could take his pretentious attitude and shove it up his ass. Not literally, but you get the point. How I wish I could have told him to get off. But I argued more professionally then that I break off another piece of chocolate. Sophie crosses her arms. Well, at least he's hot. Sophie? I chuck a wadded paper at her, but my mind flashes to those intense dark eyes, the way his jaw clenched when he spoke about protecting his restaurant's reputation. The slight gray at his temples only adds to his commanding presence. And those hands, strong, capable hands that have created masterpieces in the kitchen. I shake my head. That's not the point. Not the point at all. No, but it helps. Sophie leans forward. Most restaurant owners these days are just about the bottom line. But Carson Fox? Still in the kitchen. Still fighting for every dish to be perfect. And sounds like he's flowing to the brim with passion when it comes to defending his restaurant. It just so happened he came face to face with you, who is just as passionate. I clench my jaw. Damn it. She's right because of course she is. Playing with a stray pen I found laying on top of my documents, I sigh. Yeah, well, his perfectionism is exactly what makes him impossible. I tap my pen against my desk, remembering how he'd stood up from behind that massive desk, his tall frame towering over me. The way his coat's jacket stretched across his broad shoulders as he gestured. How his stubble caught the light when he turned his head. Damn it. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? Sophie's grin widens. Like I can see you mentally undressing the silver fox? Out? I point to her cubicle. Go back to work before I tell everyone about that time you drunk texted the sports editor. Fine, fine. Sophie wheels her chair back, still wearing that knowing smile. But admit it, for a guy old enough to be your father, he's not bad at all. I groan and pull up a blank document on my computer. Don't you have a deadline? Going. She disappears behind the partition, but I hear her laughing. I stare at my screen, but instead of words, all I see is Carson Fox's face. That authority and passion that makes him magnetic despite his arrogance. Or maybe because of it. This whole review scandal just got a lot more complicated. For the rest of the workday, I busy myself with writing and reviewing my articles. When I clock out, I'm ready for the cold bottle of wine that awaits me in the kitchen fridge. I need something to make me forget about everything, to make me forget about him, especially. For some reason, his face remains etched in my mind like a branding. I'm on autopilot the whole drive home, up until I reach the door of my home. I unlock my apartment door, kicking off my heels the moment I step inside. The whole day has been a disaster, but my mind keeps circling back to one thing, or rather, one person, Carson Fox. I pad to my kitchen, pulling a wine glass from the cabinet and the wine bottle out of the fridge. The red liquid splashes against the sides as I pour, and I can't help but think of his hands, the way they moved with such precision as he gestured during our argument. Those strong fingers, the grip on those palms. Stop it, I mutter to myself, but the image won't fade. I curl up on my couch, wine in hand. It's wrong, so wrong. He's Ryan's father, for Christ's sake, but Ryan never made me feel the way I did in that office today, like I was standing too close to a live wire. The intensity in Carson's dark eyes, when he spoke about his restaurant, his experience, the way his jaw tightened. My fingers trace the stem of my wine glass. What would those capable hands feel like against my skin? Would they be rough from years in the kitchen? I imagine them sliding up my thighs, gripping my hips with that same commanding presence he carries everywhere. That silver-streaked hair would feel soft between my fingers. And his mouth. God, that mouth that spoke such dismissive words, but curved in a way that made heat pool in my belly. The slight stubble would scrape against my neck, my collarbone, lower. Jesus. I take a long drink of wine. It's been too long since I've been with anyone if I'm fantasizing about Carson Fox. But I can't deny the way my body responds to the thought of him pressing me against that fancy desk of his. Those chef's hands exploring every inch of me while he whispers in that deep, authoritative voice. I take another sip of wine, but it doesn't help. Those dark eyes follow me, even with my own closed. The intensity in them when he spoke about his passion for cooking. The way they narrowed when I challenged him. God, the fire in them when I stood my ground. My wine glass sits empty on the coffee table. I lean back against the couch cushions, running my fingers through my hair. The memory of him standing there, commanding the space around him, refuses to fade. The way he moved with such purpose, each gesture precise and controlled, like everything else about him. It was just one meeting, I whispered to the empty room. So why does it feel like more? The truth hits me like a shot to the damn chest. If Carson called right now, if he wanted to see me again at his restaurant, I'd go. No hesitation. Just to feel that electricity crackling between us one more time. To watch those eyes darken when I push back against his authority, matching his intensity with my own. I close my eyes, remembering how alive I felt in his office. The way my skin tingled when he stepped closer, how my breath caught when his voice dropped lower. It wasn't just anger that made my heart race. It was the thrill of finding someone who burns as hot as I do, who doesn't back down. Someone who is just as passionate about what they love as I am. The wine has loosened something in me, some truth I've been trying to ignore. I enjoyed our clash, loved it even. The way he challenged me, how neither of us yielded an inch. In a world of people who always try to smooth things over, Carson Fox meets fire with fire. And God help me, I want more.
Chapter 5. Carson. I glare at the spreadsheet on my laptop, jaw clenching as Michael drones on about social media engagement metrics. The numbers don't lie. Kate Thomas's review is spreading like wildfire. Her Instagram post alone has over 50,000 likes, Michael says, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. And the review itself has been shared across multiple food blogs and... I get it. I slam my laptop shut. She's got everyone's attention. Carson, we need to address this. The glass table's reputation. My restaurant's reputation is built on 20 years of excellence. I stand up, pacing behind my desk. Not some amateur critic's tantrum about. The memory of her flashes through my mind, those fierce brown eyes challenging me across my office desk, her perfect lips pursed in disapproval. She's not just any critic anymore. Michael taps his tablet. Her following has tripled since the review went live. People are calling her the voice of authenticity in food criticism. I snort. Authenticity? Give me a break. She doesn't know anything about our style of cooking here. She doesn't appreciate every little detail that goes into creating our dishes. Well, the public doesn't know that part. They just see her words about, let me quote, an establishment so wrapped up in its own legacy it's forgotten the heart of hospitality. My fingers drum against the desk. I shouldn't be thinking about how she'd stood her ground, refusing to back down even when I'd towered over her, or how her curls had bounced with every emphatic gesture as she torn into me for my arrogance. Carson? Are you listening? What's your solution, then? I drop back into my chair. Look, what if we brought her on as a consultant? Michael leans forward. Show we're listening to criticism, willing to evolve. It could change the whole narrative. You want me to hire the woman who just dragged my restaurant through the mud? I rake my fingers through my hair. That's your brilliant solution? Think about it. She clearly understands what younger diners want. Her demographic research is solid. And having her involved would prove you're not the... Michael hesitates. The what? Her exact words were, stubborn dinosaur stuck in a bygone era of pretentious dining. Jesus Christ, I must have missed that part. I stand up again, unable to keep still. The memory of her sitting in this very office, staring me down as if she were my equal, remains like a burning flame in my mind. It's not an image I can easily forget, and trust me, I've tried. The numbers don't lie, Carson. Bookings are down 15% since her review. We need fresh perspective. And you think Kate Thomas is the answer? Her name feels different on my tongue now. Dangerous, like a match held too close to gasoline. My jaw clenches at the thought of her walking these halls again, critiquing my life's work. She's got her finger on the pulse of modern dining. Plus, she's not afraid to tell you exactly what she thinks. That's an understatement, the way she'd stood toe-to-toe with me, calling out every flaw she saw. Nobody talks to me like that in my restaurant. Nobody except... her. In her review, she dissected my menu like a surgeon, precise and merciless. Each criticism had been a direct hit to my ego. But damn if she hadn't been right about some things. Carson? I realize I've been quiet too long, lost in thoughts of dark curls and sharp wit. It's not happening. The words come out harder than intended, an edge to them that has nothing to do with Michael's suggestion and everything to do with how much I'm still thinking about her. But even as I say it, something tugs at me. The idea of her here, challenging me daily, forcing me to defend every choice, every dish. My pulse quickens. Just consider it, Michael says, gathering his things. Before this review does any more damage. I wave him off, but my mind's already racing. Kate Thomas in my kitchen. Kate Thomas at my tastings. Kate Thomas. Damn, I mutter to myself once Michael's gone. This is a terrible idea. So why can't I stop thinking about it? I pour myself 2 fingers of scotch and stare out my office window at the San Francisco skyline. The sun's setting, painting everything in shades of gold, the same color as the stars on my restaurant's door. Stars that suddenly feel heavier than ever. When was the last time I felt truly challenged in this kitchen? When did plating a dish last make my hands shake with excitement? Kate's words from her review echo in my head. The technical execution is flawless. But where's the soul? Damn her. She saw right through the polished veneer to the truth I've been avoiding. The glass table runs like a well-oiled machine, but lately it's felt more like going through the motions than creating art. My phone sits heavy in my hand as I scroll through her Instagram. Her latest post shows a hole-in-the-wall Vietnamese place, her description capturing the essence of their pho in ways that make my mouth water. She understands food on a visceral level, not just technique, but heart. Screw it! I hit Michael's number. Carson? Do you want me to come back in? I've only made it to the front doors. Set up the meeting with Thomas. The words taste like surrender, but there's something else too. A spark of anticipation? Really? That's unexpected. Don't make me change my mind. I down the rest of my scotch. Make it happen, Michael. Reach out to her, let her know about the offer. She can name her price and we'll match it. I hang up before he can respond, already picturing her walking through those doors again. The way she'll probably challenge every decision I make. The fire in those eyes when she disagrees with me. This is about saving my restaurant, about innovation and adaptation, about proving I'm not some dinosaur stuck in the past, as she said. It has nothing to do with how her presence commands attention in a room, or how her passion for food matches my own, or the way her smile. Get it together, Fox, I mutter, but my heart's already racing at the thought of seeing her again. I pull up Google, telling myself it's just research, professional curiosity. My fingers hover over the keyboard before typing. Kate Thomas, food critic. The search results flood my screen. Reviews dating back 3 years, a growing social media presence, features in food magazines. Her career trajectory shows promise. Started as a small-time blogger, worked her way up through dedication and raw talent. And now she's at the San Francisco Chronicle. It's not easy to get to that position. My cursor clicks through to her Instagram. Professional shots of plated dishes mixed with candid moments in kitchens. But it's the personal photos that catch my eye. Kate at farmers markets inspecting produce with intense focus. Kate laughing with fellow critics at food festivals, her smile lighting up her entire face. Kate in a sundress at a vineyard, the wind catching her curls. I lean closer to study each image, the way her eyes crinkle when she's truly happy, the elegant curve of her neck, the fullness of her lips when she's mid-sentence, passionate about whatever she's discussing. Damn! I scrub a hand over my face but can't stop scrolling. More pictures, more glimpses of her life. The way her dress hugs her curves in one shot makes my mouth go dry. Those curls. I imagine how they'd feel wrapped around my fingers, soft and wild. A new photo loads. Kate in a chef's kitchen, demonstrating proper knife technique. Her hands are graceful, confident. My mind wanders to thoughts of those hands, her skin. The scotch glass clinks against my desk harder than intended. What am I doing? She's going to be working here, with me, every day. But I can't tear my eyes from the screen. From another photo where she's caught mid-laugh, radiating joy and beauty that hits me right in the chest. You're in trouble, Fox, I mutter to myself, but keep scrolling anyway.
Chapter 6. Kate. I stare at my phone, nearly dropping the wooden spoon I'm using to stir the curry sauce. The rich aroma of garam masala and coconut milk fills my tiny apartment kitchen. Sophie looks up from where she's chopping vegetables. What? Michael Frank just emailed me. My fingers tremble as I read the message again, hardly believing the words on my screen. Carson Fox wants me to consult at the glass table. What? Sophie abandons her knife and crowds next to me, peering at my screen. Her long black hair brushes against my shoulder. No way. I know. After that review I wrote, and the argument we had, I shake my head. I figured he'd want to murder me, not hire me. The curry starts to bubble aggressively, and I quickly turn down the heat, my mind racing with possibilities and questions. Maybe he's planning to actually murder you and hide your body in the walk-in freezer. Sophie bumps my hip with hers. Though honestly, your review wasn't wrong. The glass table's been slipping. The curry sauce starts to bubble, and I quickly turn down the heat. That's what I wrote. That Carson Fox was resting on his laurels and letting standards slip. That the restaurant needed fresh blood and new perspectives. And now he wants yours. Sophie returns to her cutting board. When do you meet with him? I scan the email again. Says here, Monday morning. God, what do I even wear to meet with Carson Fox this time around? Something that says, I'm a badass food critic who knows her stuff. Sophie slides the chopped vegetables into a bowl. Though maybe leave out the screw you and your mediocre risotto energy from your review. I sink into my worn leather couch, the curry momentarily forgotten. I should say no. Are you insane? Sophie abandons the vegetables entirely, wiping her hands on a dish towel. This is Carson Fox, the Carson Fox. Exactly. My stomach twists at the memory of our last encounter. His tall frame towering over me in his office, those dark eyes blazing with anger over my attitude, as he called it. The way his voice had dropped low, dangerous. The way my body had responded, despite my brain screaming at me to maintain professional distance. It's complicated. Complicated how? Sophie drops onto the couch beside me. Because he's Ryan's dad? Or because you want to climb him like a tree? Sophie? I swatted her arm. I don't... Kate. Sophie's voice turned serious. This is your chance to prove you're more than just a critic. To show everyone, including Ryan, that you understand food from both sides of the kitchen. Plus, the glass table is legendary. Having that on your resume? I peeked through my fingers at her. You really think I should do it? Yes, absolutely. This is your shot at greatness. Carson is literally presenting it to you on a silver platter. So why not take it? My mind drifts to Carson again. The way his forearms flex as he gestures with his arms. How his voice commands attention in the room. The subtle hints of silver in his stubble. The man is walking temptation in chef's whites. Fine. I grab my phone before I can change my mind. I'll email him back, but this is strictly professional. Sophie snorts. Sure it is. I type quickly before I lose my nerves. Mr. Frank, thank you for the offer. I'd be happy to meet with Mr. Fox on Monday morning to discuss consulting opportunities. Best regards, Kate Thomas. Sophie yelps as she rises from the couch. The curry! She dashes to rescue our dinner from certain death, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I sink deeper into the couch cushions, my mind wandering to Carson. He's nothing like Ryan. In fact, I don't think two men could be any more dissimilar than those two. Carson is nothing like Ryan's chaotic energy and half-finished projects. Where Ryan would throw ingredients together hoping for the best, Carson measures, tastes, adjusts. Perfect technique born from decades of dedication. Those hands. God, those hands. The way they handle a knife, turning vegetables into artwork. The steady grip on a sauté pan, the careful adjustment of heat. Everything about him screams mastery and control. I would know. I've seen enough interviews of Carson Fox to last a lifetime. And that voice, deep, commanding. When he speaks, people listen, not because he's loud like Ryan, but because every word carries weight. Purpose. My fingers trace the edge of my phone. Carson's the kind of chef I dreamed of becoming before life took me down the critic path instead. His dedication to his craft, the way he pushes for excellence in every dish. Even when I criticized the glass table, I couldn't deny the foundation of brilliance in his cooking. The curry scent pulls me from my reverie. Sophie's managed to save it. But my appetite has shifted to something else entirely. Monday feels very far away. A shiver runs through me as I imagine seeing Carson again. His presence fills a room, not just physically, though God knows he's tall enough, but there's an energy about him, a gravitational pull I can't explain. Kate. Sophie waves a wooden spoon in my direction. Stop daydreaming and help me set the table. Right, sorry. I push off the couch and head to my tiny kitchen. The curry's rich aroma fills the space as I grab plates from the cabinet. You've got that look. Sophie ladles generous portions onto the plates. The one where you're overthinking everything? Do not. I arrange forks and napkins, keeping my hands busy. But she's right. My mind keeps drifting to Carson's hands, the way they move with such precision, the quiet confidence in every gesture. Please, I know that face. Sophie brings the plates to the table. That's your I'm pretending I'm not excited, but actually I'm bouncing off the wall's face. It's just, I trail off, settling into my chair. There's something about him, the way he commands a kitchen, how he can look at a dish and know exactly what it needs. Sophie's knowing smirk makes me want to throw a napkin at her. And this has nothing to do with those forearms of his, or that voice. Heat explodes across my body. This is professional. Keep telling yourself that. Sophie sits across from me, ready to dig in. I busy myself with arranging my napkin, but I can't deny the flutter in my stomach when I think about Monday, about being in the same room with Carson again, about those dark eyes focused entirely on me. The curry's getting cold, Sophie says, mercifully changing the subject, but her knowing smile remains. Damn, I fumble my fork. Another thought hitting me. What if Ryan finds out I'm working with his dad? Sophie pauses mid-bite. Who gives a damn what Ryan thinks? Sophie? No, I'm serious. She points her fork at me. That jerk cheated on you, then had the nerve to tell everyone at the Chronicle you were too critical and impossible to please. He doesn't get a say in your career. I push my curry around the plate. It's not just about Ryan. Carson doesn't know about us, about the relationship, the breakup, any of it. So what happens when he finds out? God, it's gonna be so awkward. My appetite vanishes completely. What if he thinks I'm using him to get back at Ryan? Or worse, what if he thinks I took the job just to get close to his son again? Sophie sets down her fork. Kate, listen to me. Carson Fox reached out to you because of your work. Your review was harsh but fair. He clearly sees value in your perspective. Maybe. I rub my temples. But this whole situation is messy. Ryan and I dated for 2 years. That's not something you just casually mention to someone's father when they hire you. Then don't mention it. Not right away. Sophie takes a sip of water. Focus on the work. If it comes up naturally, deal with it then. Right. I force myself to take another bite of curry, though it tastes like cardboard now. Just ignore the elephant in the room. Pretend I don't know intimate details about his son's life. That'll work great. Better than torturing yourself about it now. Sophie reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. You deserve this opportunity. Don't let Ryan mess it up for you. Again.
Chapter 7. Carson. The front door of the glass table swings open, and Kate Thomas strides in like she owns the damn place. My grip tightens on the knife I'm using to julienne carrots. You're early. I set the knife down, wiping my hands on my apron. Hello, Mr. Fox. Seems you're still as welcoming as a brick wall. Kate smiles wide as she approaches the prep station. Her shoulders are pulled back, chin lifted. But I catch the slight tremor in her hands as she clutches her leather portfolio. Considering your review called my signature dish an insult to French cuisine, I think I'm being pretty gracious. The sauce on that dish was broken, Chef Fox. I don't sugarcoat the truth. Those dark eyes of hers flash with challenge. But I'm here to help fix things, not rehash old arguments. Right, the consultant gig. I cross my arms studying her. The confidence in her stance doesn't quite mask the nervous energy crackling beneath her composed exterior. Still think hiring the critic who trashed my restaurant is the smartest move? You're the one who offered me the job. A hint of a smile plays at her lips. I can see what you're thinking. If I'm so brilliant at pointing out flaws, I should put my money where my mouth is. Just don't expect me to roll over on every suggestion. I move back to my prep work, but keep watching her from the corner of my eye. Please. If you did, I'd lose all respect for you. Kate sets her portfolio on the counter, rolling up the sleeves of her blazer. Now, where do you want me to start? I pause, knife hovering over the carrots. Having her here is either going to save my restaurant or burn it to the ground. Right now, I'm not sure which. Setting the knife down with a sharp clank, I wipe my hands on the nearest hand rag and gesture to her. Follow me. You'll need to know the layout if you're going to be any use here. Kate falls into step beside me as I guide her through my domain. Her perfume, something light and citrusy, mingles with the aromas of herbs and spices. Prep stations are organized by course. I gesture to each section. Apps and salads here, proteins there, pastry in the back corner. Everything moves clockwise during service. Smart layout. She pauses at the protein station, running a finger along the pristine steel counter. Though your sauté station seems cramped, it works fine. The words come out sharper than intended. If you say so. That knowing smile of hers sets my teeth on edge. We reach the walk-in and I pull open the heavy door. Everything's labeled and dated. Produced deliveries come Tuesday and Friday. Proteins daily. The cold air hits us as we step inside. The space feels smaller with her next to me, and I'm hyper-aware of how close she stands as she examines the shelving system. Impressive organization. Her breath forms small clouds in the chilled air, though these greens look wilted. Damn. I snatch the container she's pointing at. New supplier. They've been nothing but problems. I might know someone better. The door swings shut behind us with a soft whoosh, and suddenly the walk-in feels far too intimate. I clear my throat and lead us back out. At my station, I pull out next week's menu and spread it across the steel prep table. Here's what we're working with. Kate leans in, her shoulder brushing mine as she studies the dishes. The duck confit is still here? After my review? It's a customer favorite. It's dated. And that sauce. The sauce is fine. She looks up at me, those dark eyes challenging. Show me. Something electric crackles in the space between us. I take a step back, needing distance from whatever this tension is. Later. First, walk me through your thoughts on the rest of the menu. Fetching the laminated menu, I slide it in front of her. Kate runs her finger down the sheet, pausing at each dish. Her lips move silently as she reads, and I fight the urge to snatch the paper from her critical gaze. The way she studies each item makes my skin itch. 25 years of cooking experience, and this slip of a woman has me on edge. Your menu's too heavy on proteins. She taps the entree section. 5 red meat dishes. In California? The food scene here is evolving past that. My customers expect certain things. I cross my arms over my chest. The glass table didn't get its reputation by chasing trends. Your customers expect excellence. She waves at the menu. This is playing it safe. You're better than this, Carson. Everyone knows it. Safe? My jaw clenches, teeth grinding at her presumption. There's nothing safe about a 48-hour braised short rib or the nerve of her, questioning my menu like some first-year culinary student who just discovered farm-to-table. Or the same steaks every other fine dining restaurant serves. She meets my glare head-on, Where's the innovation? The seasonality? Listen. And no, you listen! Kate spreads her hands on the steel table, leaning forward. Your technical skills are legendary, chef. But this menu reads like something from 10 years ago. You need lighter dishes, more vegetables, local seafood. I know what works in my restaurant. Do you? She pulls a stack of papers from her portfolio. Your covers are down 20% from last year. Reviews are slipping. Not just mine. She's done her homework. That doesn't mean... The Wagyu with truffle butter? She points to the menu's centerpiece dish. It's beautiful, but it's everywhere now. You could do something so much more interesting with local grass-fed beef. Or better yet, that line-caught halibut I saw in your walk-in. I want to argue, but she's not wrong. The Wagyu dish sells well enough, but it hasn't excited me in months. And these sides. She shakes her head. Potato puree? Roasted asparagus? Come on, chef. Where's the Carson Fox who used to make critics weep with his vegetable compositions? You think you can do better? The words come out harsh, but there's no real heat behind them. Her passion is impressive. I know I can help you do better. Kate straightens up, crossing her arms. If you'll let me. I study her face, searching for any hint of smugness or condescension. But all I see is fierce determination and genuine excitement about the possibilities. Damn it, she might actually be right. Kate leans over the prep table, pointing out another item on the menu, and a wave of her citrus perfume hits me, something fresh and bright, like Meyer lemons warmed by sunshine. My hands grip the edge of the steel counter as I try to focus on her words, not the curve of her neck or how her curls fall forward when she bends down. No, this is strictly professional. These plating suggestions are solid. I step back, putting distance between us. But we should wrap up the tour. Prep with the rest of the cooks starts in 30. We haven't seen the dining room yet. She straightens, smoothing her blazer. A stray curl falls across her cheek, and my fingers itch to brush it back. Tomorrow. I turn away, striding toward my office. I'll have HR email you the paperwork. Be here at 7. Chef Fox. 7 sharp. I don't look back. Can't look back. The click of her heels fades as she heads toward the exit. In my office, I drop into my chair and loosen my neckerchief. This is business. She's here to help save my restaurant's reputation, nothing more. The fact that she smells incredible, or that her presence lights up the whole damn kitchen like a live wire, none of that matters. I grab the closest prep list and start reviewing tomorrow's needs, forcing my mind back to where it belongs. Numbers, ingredients, logistics. Not the way her eyes sparked when she talked about innovation or how her passion for food matched my own. Just business.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 8. Kate. The kitchen of the glass table feels different at 3 in the afternoon, quieter without the usual bustle of line cooks and servers. But Carson's presence makes the space feel smaller, more intense. His eyes track my movements as I lay out ingredients for my proposed addition to his menu. A twist on coq au vin that incorporates West African flavors. Your knife skills need work. Carson leans against the steel prep counter, arms crossed. You're not keeping your fingers tucked? I adjust my grip on the knife, focusing on the mushrooms I'm quartering. I learned from my grandmother, not culinary school. It shows. My jaw clenches at his assessment. I reach for the cognac bottle, measuring carefully. Too much. His voice cuts through the air. You'll overwhelm the subtle notes. I pour a bit back, then move to the spices, grinding coriander, cumin, and grains of paradise. The familiar scents help steady my nerves. I catch him watching my hands as I work the mortar and pestle, his dark eyes intense. The rhythmic grinding motion is meditative, and I lose myself in memories of standing in my grandmother's kitchen, learning these same motions. At least you know your spices, he mutters, pushing off the counter to move closer. His presence behind me is like a physical weight. The grains of paradise? That's an interesting choice. Interesting good or interesting bad? I challenge, not turning around. The last thing I need is to find myself face to face with him in this charged atmosphere. Interesting choice. He moves closer, examining my mortar and pestle technique, though traditional French purists might object. Good thing I'm not trying to please traditional French purists. I begin searing the chicken, the skin crisping perfectly. I'm trying to bring something new to your menu. The heat's too high. It's exactly where it needs to be. I don't back down, maintaining the temperature. When I lift the piece to show the golden brown crust, his eyebrows raise slightly. The sauce comes together. Wine, stock, my spice blend, and those mushrooms melding into something that fills the kitchen with an aroma that makes my mouth water. Carson's constant commentary has my shoulders tight, but I refuse to let him see me sweat. Your plating is messy. He peers over my shoulder as I arrange the final dish. Though the color balance is acceptable. I step back, wiping my hands on my apron. Try it before you critique the presentation. His eyes narrow at my challenge, but he picks up the fork. The silence as he tastes is deafening. I hold my breath, watching his expression for any hint of approval or disgust. He sets down the fork, and I brace for another critique. Instead, he reaches past me to adjust the flame. His chest brushes my shoulder, and my stomach does a weird flip I absolutely refuse to acknowledge. The sauce needs to reduce more. His voice is low, right by my ear. You're rushing it. I grip the wooden spoon tighter, stirring to distract myself from his proximity. Some of us don't have all day to spend on a single dish. Quality takes time. He doesn't move away, watching the sauce bubble. Though I suppose quick and sloppy is your usual approach, given that review you wrote. I turn to face him, finding myself trapped between his body and the stove. That review was thorough and accurate. Your soufflé was overcooked. It was perfect. His eyes spark with challenge. It was dry. I jab a finger at his chest. And your sauce was broken. Again. The sauce, he catches my wrist before I can poke him again, was innovative. Innovative doesn't mean good. I yank my hand free, fighting a smile at how worked up he's getting. Face it, chef. You needed that wake-up call. What I need is less commentary from amateur critics who think adding trendy spices makes them culinary revolutionaries. Amateur? I gasp in mock offense. I'll have you know I've made grown men cry with my reviews. A hint of amusement crosses his face. Crying over food criticism? How pathetic. Says the man who's still bitter about my review. He leans closer, and those damn butterflies are back. I'm not bitter. I'm motivated. To prove me wrong? To show you what perfection actually tastes like. His gaze drops to my mouth for a fraction of a second. I turn back to the stove, my heart racing. Well, you're failing so far. This sauce is already better than anything I've tasted here. His low chuckle sends shivers down my spine. We'll see about that. I start gathering the dirty dishes, while Carson begins wiping down the counters. The kitchen's warmth lingers from our cooking session, mixing with the lingering aroma of spices and wine. Leave those. Carson gestures to the stack of pots I'm collecting. The dishwasher will handle them. I always clean up after myself in the kitchen. I balance a cutting board on top of the stack. My grandmother would rise from her grave to haunt me if I left a mess. Your grandmother sounds like my kind of chef. She'd have given you a run for your money. The memory makes me smile. Though she wouldn't have tolerated your backseat cooking. It's called maintaining standards. He moves to the sink beside me, rolling up his sleeves. The muscles in his forearms flex as he starts scrubbing. It's called being a control freak. I reach for the sponge at the same moment he does. His hand brushes mine. A jolt of electricity shoots through my arm, spreading like wildfire through my chest. My breath catches, and the sponge slips from my grasp, plopping into the soapy water. Carson's hand freezes midair. The kitchen suddenly feels 10 degrees hotter, and I'm hyper-aware of how close we're standing, how his shoulder nearly touches mine. I clear my throat, fishing the sponge out of the water. I'll wash you dry. His eyes linger on my face for a moment too long before he nods, reaching for a dish towel. Fine, but if you miss a spot, you'll what? Write me a scathing review? The tension breaks as he snorts, and I focus on scrubbing a pot with more vigor than necessary, trying to ignore how my skin still tingles where he touched me. I hand Carson a clean pot, and our fingers brush again. This time, when our eyes meet, I can't look away. His dark gaze holds mine, intense and searching. My pulse hammers against my ribs, and the air between us feels charged with electricity. I force myself to break the connection, focusing on the next dish. The water sloshes over the sides of the sink as I scrub with too much force. What is wrong with me? This is Carson Fox. Arrogant, demanding, impossible Carson Fox. The man who's been driving me crazy since he argued with me in his office over my review in the Chronicle. You missed a spot. His voice is lower than usual, rougher. He reaches around me to point at the pan I'm washing, his chest pressing against my shoulder. I did not. The words come out breathier than I intend. I rewash the spot anyway, hyper aware of his proximity, the heat radiating from his body. Better. He takes the pan, his fingers lingering against mine longer than necessary. I grab another dirty dish, desperate for something to occupy my hands. The rhythmic motion of washing helps steady my racing heart, but I can't ignore his presence beside me, the way he smells of spices and something uniquely him. Your technique's improving. He gestures to the saucepan I'm scrubbing, at least when it comes to dishes. Was that almost a compliment? I try for sarcasm, but my voice wavers slightly. Don't let it go to your head. His arm brushes mine as he reaches for the dish towel, and my stomach does another flip. I focus on the bubbles in the sink, on the repetitive motion of washing, on anything except how his presence makes my skin tingle and my breath catch. This attraction is inconvenient and completely inappropriate. He's my client now. My very frustrating, impossibly handsome client who's currently standing close enough that I can feel the warmth of his breath when he speaks. I hand him another clean pot, careful to avoid touching him this time. It doesn't help. The tension crackles between us like a power line, and I wonder if he feels it too. This maddening pull that makes it hard to think straight.
Chapter 9. Carson. The ceiling fan spins lazy circles above my bed, its shadows dancing across the walls. Sleep eludes me tonight, my mind fixated on one person, Kate Thomas. I roll onto my side, punching my pillow into submission. The digital clock reads 2:47 a.m., mocking my restlessness. What the hell is wrong with me? She's half my age, my restaurant consultant, and the woman who nearly destroyed my restaurant's reputation. 3 strikes that should send me running. But there's something about her that digs under my skin. The way she challenges me in the kitchen, never backing down. Her brilliant smile when she tastes something exceptional. Those curves that make my chef's coat feel too damn tight. Damn. I sit up, running my hands through my hair. It's more than physical attraction, though. Kate has this fire, this raw talent she doesn't even see in herself. When she talks about food, her eyes light up with a passion that matches my own. She understands the art, the science, the soul of cooking in a way few others do. The sheets tangle around my waist as I shift again. My thoughts drift to earlier today, watching her taste test new menu items. The way her full lips wrapped around each fork, her quiet hums of appreciation, her brutally honest feedback delivered with that hint of sass. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over her contact info before I catch myself. What am I doing? I'm Carson Fox. I don't lose sleep over women. I definitely don't lose sleep over consultants who could destroy my restaurant's reputation with one word. But Kate, she's different. She sees through my hard-ass chef persona, calls me out on my stuff, makes me want to be better, push harder, and damn if that doesn't terrify me more than any kitchen disaster ever could. The fan keeps spinning, and I keep thinking about dark curls and clever comebacks, wondering when exactly Kate Thomas took up permanent residence in my thoughts. I roll onto my back and June's face floods my mind. 8 years, and I still expect to see her next to me some mornings. Her side of the bed's been cold for so long. I miss you. The words scratch out of my throat. Our wedding photo sits on the dresser across the room. June's smile radiates even in the darkness, that same smile that lit up the glass table's kitchen when she'd bring me coffee during prep. Dark hair falling in her face as she'd lean over my shoulder, stealing tastes of whatever I was working on. What would you think of all this? My voice breaks the silence. Of me thinking about someone else? The guilt twists in my gut. Kate's nothing like June. Where June was soft-spoken and gentle, Kate's all fire and sharp edges. June supported my dreams from the shadows. Kate challenges me head-on, forces me to evolve. I reach for the chain around my neck, June's wedding ring cool against my fingers. Haven't taken it off since the funeral. Couldn't bring myself to pack it away with her other things. Ryan needs his mother. I squeeze the ring. I need my wife. But that's not entirely true anymore, is it? These days, I need something else. Someone who makes me feel alive again. Someone who reminds me there's more to life than just existing in this half-empty house, channeling all my energy into the restaurant. The ring catches a glint of moonlight, and fresh guilt crashes over me. How can I think about another woman when June's memory is everywhere? In the kitchen we designed together. In the garden she planted. In our son's eyes. I'm sorry, I whisper to the darkness. Sorry for wanting to feel something again. Sorry for letting another woman's smile make my heart race. Sorry for being human. The morning sun pierces through my blinds, and I drag myself out of bed after that restless night. My morning routine runs on autopilot. Shower, shave, coffee. The routine helps ground me, pushes away thoughts of dark curls and clever smiles. At the glass table, I'm reviewing prep lists when Kate storms into my office, waving our latest menu draft. This isn't working. She slaps the papers on my desk. You're still playing it too safe. I lean back in my chair. Safe? There's nothing safe about a 48-hour sous vide duck breast with preserved citrus. That's exactly what I mean. She plants her hands on my desk, leaning forward. Everyone's doing molecular gastronomy now. We need something different. Something that speaks to the soul of this place. The soul of this place is excellence. I stand, matching her intensity. Technical precision. Perfect execution. The soul of this place is dying. Her eyes flash. Your customers want connection, not just perfectly arranged dots of sauce on a plate. You think I don't know what my customers want? I think you're too busy chasing another Michelin star to remember why you started cooking in the first place. Damn. Her words hit like a knife to the gut, precise and sharp. I should be angry. Instead, I'm captivated by the passion in her voice, the way she refuses to back down. And why did I start cooking? I step closer, voice low. To make people feel something. She doesn't retreat an inch. To create memories, not just meals. The space between us crackles with tension. She's right, and we both know it. But it's her conviction that gets me, the way she fights for what she believes in. My eyes drop to her lips as she speaks, and I force them back up. Fine. I grab the menu. What do you suggest? A triumphant smile spreads across her face, and something warm unfurls in my chest. This woman is going to be the death of me, and I'm starting to think I might enjoy every minute of it. Let's bring back some of your older recipes. Kate's eyes light up. The ones from when you first opened. Simple. Honest. Food that tells your story. Absolutely not. I cross my arms. Those dishes are amateur hour compared to what we do now. That's exactly what I mean. You're so caught up in being perfect that you've lost the heart of cooking. She steps closer, that familiar fire in her eyes. Your carbonara? The one with the hand-rolled pasta and guanciale? People still talk about it. It's pedestrian. It's memorable. And that's what we need right now. We're not a mom-and-pop Italian joint. We're fine dining. Fine dining doesn't have to mean cold and clinical. Her voice rises. God, you're impossible. You hired me to help, but you fight me at every turn. I hired you to consult, not to drag my restaurant backwards. The words come out harsher than intended, but I won't apologize for my standards, not even to her. Backwards? She furrows her eyebrows together as she throws her hands up. You know what? Forget it. Keep your precious molecular foams and deconstructed classics. Heaven forbid we serve something that actually makes people feel something. She spins on her heel and stalks out of my office. I can't help tracking her movement, the sway of her hips, the confident stride even in anger. My pulse quickens as I watch her go, and I grip the edge of my desk. Damn it. She's getting under my skin in ways I never expected, and I'm not sure if I want to fire her or... The thought trails off as I hear her footsteps fading down the hallway. I need a drink, or better yet, I need to get back to my kitchen where things make sense, and this is getting dangerous. I tell myself it's just professional respect, admiration for her passion and expertise. But the way my body reacts to her presence tells a different story. The rush when she challenges me, the magnetic pull drawing me closer even when we're fighting. I sink into my chair, running a hand over my face. This is strictly business. It has to be. But deep down, past all my careful justifications, I know I'm lying to myself.
Chapter 10. Kate. I lean against the kitchen's stainless steel counter, watching Carson's staff file in for their pre-service meeting. The sous chefs straighten their whites, and servers adjust their black aprons. The kitchen buzzes with nervous energy, though everyone's attention zeroes in on Carson as he strides to the center of the space. Listen up, Carson's voice cuts through the murmur. We're making changes to the menu. A ripple of whispers spreads through the group. I cross my arms, wondering what direction he's taking. After all my suggestions last week, he'd gone radio silent. Our consultant, Miss Thomas, brought up some valid points about our current offerings. Carson's gaze finds mine across the kitchen. After careful consideration, I've decided to implement her recommendations. My jaw drops. This is the last thing I expected from a man who once called my review a hack job by someone who wouldn't know foie gras from cat food during one of our earlier arguments. The tasting menu will now include seasonal variations. We're switching out the winter squash for fresh spring peas, and the duck breast will feature a cherry gastrique instead of the orange reduction. One of the line cooks raises his hand. Chef, what about the signature dishes? They stay, but with modifications. Carson pulls out a stack of papers. The lobster thermidor gets a modern twist, lighter, brighter, and we're adding 3 new pescatarian options. These are exactly the changes I suggested, every single one. I push off from the counter, unable to hide my surprise. I know change isn't easy. Carson's voice carries authority, but there's something else, a hint of vulnerability I've never heard before. But I've thought about this long and hard. The glass table needs to evolve while maintaining our standards of excellence. He hands out the new menu details to his staff, and I catch his eye. He gives me a slight nod, the corner of his mouth lifting in what might be the beginning of a smile. Questions? Carson asked the group. The kitchen remains silent, everyone processing this unexpected shift from their typically immovable chef. Carson claps his hands. Good. Head into position and get ready for the dinner service. And just like that, his words sends everyone scattering, including me. I retreat into the dining room, where I found a solitary table hidden away from the hustle and bustle of the rest of the room. I settle in, the perfect vantage point to observe the dining room. The first plates of the new menu make their way out once the customers start trickling in, carried by servers who move with practiced grace between the tables. A woman at the next table cuts into the revised lobster thermidor. Her eyes widen at the first bite. This is incredible, she tells her companion. So light, yet rich. From my hidden corner, I watch another diner close his eyes in pleasure as he tastes the spring pea risotto. The servers glide between tables, their trays laden with colorful plates that look like edible art. Each dish carries my suggestions, transformed by Carson's masterful execution. The flavors are so balanced, a woman at table 12 exclaims. Modern yet classic. Her companion nods. Did they get a new chef? Same chef, their server explains. Just some exciting menu updates. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar warmth. These were my ideas, the ones Carson had initially scoffed at. Now they're bringing genuine joy to people's faces. Not just polite appreciation, but real visceral pleasure. A food runner passes with the duck breast, the cherry gastrique glistening under the dining room's intimate lighting. The sauce had been my suggestion, a way to brighten the dish without compromising its elegance. The diner who receives it immediately reaches for his phone to take a photo. Everything's lighter, I overhear from another table. But it still feels special, you know? Worth the wait to get a reservation. That was exactly what I'd pushed for, maintaining the restaurant's prestige while making it more approachable, more relevant. I straighten in my chair, unable to contain my smile as I see yet another clean plate return to the kitchen. A group of regulars, I recognize them from my previous visits, are comparing the new dishes to their old favorites. Their animated discussion carries across the room. It's like the restaurant got a breath of fresh air. Pride swells in my chest, expanding with each positive comment that floats past. This is what I'd hoped for when I wrote that review. Not to tear the glass table down, but to push it toward its full potential. And Carson, despite his initial resistance, had listened. Really listened. More reactions filtered through the space, appreciative murmurs, clean plates returning to the kitchen. Guests lingering over their desserts. The seasonal changes seem to hit exactly the right note. Carson emerges from the kitchen, making his rounds. He stops at each table, speaking with diners in that commanding yet charming way of his. The confident set of his shoulders tells me he knows tonight's a win. When he reaches my table, he pauses. His dark eyes catch mine, and something shifts in his expression. The stern line of his mouth softens into a genuine smile. Not the polished one he gives to guests, but something rarer and more authentic. "You were right," he says quietly, before continuing his circuit of the dining room. 3 simple words, but coming from Carson Fox, they might as well be a standing ovation. I watch him walk away, trying to ignore how that smile made my stomach flip. The dinner service winds down, leaving behind the satisfying exhaustion of a successful night. I'm gathering my things when Carson appears in the doorway of his office. "Wait." He disappears into the wine cellar and returns with a bottle of champagne. This calls for a celebration. The kitchen staff has cleared out, leaving us alone among the gleaming surfaces and lingering aromas of tonight's service. Carson grabs 2 wine glasses from the shelf. "Dom Perignon?" I raise an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit excessive for a menu change? For a successful menu change. The cork pops with a satisfying sound. And for proving me wrong, which doesn't happen often. He pours the golden liquid, standing close enough that I catch the subtle scent of his cologne mixed with the kitchen's aromatics. Our fingers brush as he hands me a glass, and my breath catches. "To evolution," he says, raising his glass. "To listening to consultants." I clink my glass against his, our eyes meeting over the rim. Carson's hand covers mine as I lower my glass, his thumb grazing my knuckles. The touch sends electricity through my arm, and my heart pounds against my ribs. He doesn't move away, doesn't break contact. The kitchen feels smaller suddenly, the air charged with something that has nothing to do with champagne. The champagne bubbles dance across my tongue, but I barely taste them. Carson's hand is still on mine, his skin warm and rough from years in the kitchen. My pulse thunders in my ears as his dark eyes lock with mine. The kitchen's fluorescent lights cast shadows across his stubbled jaw, highlighting the intensity of his gaze. His thumb traces slow circles on my knuckles. Each movement sends sparks shooting up my arm. The air grows thick, heavy with unspoken words and dangerous possibilities. Carson steps closer. The spice of his cologne mingles with the lingering aromas of tonight's service. His free hand rises, fingers ghosting along my jaw. "Kate." His voice comes out low, gravelly. The sound of my name on his lips breaks whatever spell we're under. I jerk back, nearly spilling my champagne. Carson's hand falls away as he takes 2 quick steps backward, running his fingers through his hair. "I should go." I set the glass down with a sharp clink. "Early morning tomorrow." "Right." Carson moves to the sink, his back rigid. "Of course." I grab my purse and practically sprint for the door. The cool night air hits my face as I emerge onto the street, and I gulp it down like I'm drowning. What the hell just happened?
Chapter 11. Carson. The morning sun streams through the kitchen windows of the glass table, catching dust motes in its golden rays. I adjust my chef's coat and survey the array of fresh produce laid out before us. Locally sourced vegetables, herbs, and edible flowers from farms within 50 miles of San Francisco. Kate stands across the prep station, her curls contained under a black bandana, looking every bit the professional despite her consulting role. She picks up a purple carrot, examining it with those keen eyes of hers, the same eyes that wrote that damning review that brought her into my kitchen in the first place. "These need to be shaved paper thin," I say, reaching for my favorite knife, the Japanese steel catching the morning light. "The plating demands precision. That's what we're known for." The plating demands personality. Kate sets down the carrot with a soft thud, crossing her arms over her chest. Her confidence would be infuriating if it wasn't so damn intriguing. Not everything has to be geometrically perfect, chef. Sometimes a little chaos creates beauty. Your guests want to be surprised, not just impressed. Chaos doesn't earn Michelin stars. I grip the knife handle tighter, fighting the urge to smile at her audacity. Nobody challenges me like this in my kitchen. Nobody except her. Neither does being stuck in the past. She grabs a bunch of microgreens, holding them up like evidence in a courtroom. These local farms are giving us incredible ingredients. Why not let them shine naturally? Let their imperfections tell the story of where they came from, who grew them. I cross my arms. 20 years of experience has made you rigid. She arranges the greens in a wild spray across a white plate, then adds delicate edible flowers. Look at this. It's alive. It tells a story. It tells the story of someone who doesn't understand fine dining. I move to reorganize her plating, but she blocks my hand. The customers want connection to their food, not just pretty pictures for Instagram. These ingredients have character. And my dishes have standards. I grab another plate and begin my own composition. Precise, measured, each element in its proper place. Kate leans over, her perfume mixing with the herb-scented air. Boring. Professional. Clinical. She adds a swoosh of carrot puree to her plate. This menu needs to breathe, Carson. These farms, these ingredients, they're not mechanical, they're organic, natural. I step back, really looking at her creation. The colors pop, the arrangement wild, but somehow intentional. Different from my style, but undeniably striking. Fine. The word comes out gruff. We'll try it your way on one dish. One. Her smile lights up the kitchen. Progress. Now about that beet tartar you're so precious about. Kate moves around my kitchen like she owns it, pulling out ingredients I'd never dream of combining. My jaw clenches as she reaches for the wasabi root and pairs it with locally sourced strawberries. You're not seriously suggesting? I am. She cuts the strawberry with precise movements. The heat from the wasabi brings out the sweetness. Trust me. Trust you. In my kitchen. But I'm already moving closer, watching her technique. Her knife work is more impressive now. Clean, efficient strokes. She's clearly been following my suggestions. Your kitchen needs a shake-up. When's the last time you created something that scared you? I don't get scared in the kitchen. That's the problem. She plates the combination, adding a few drops of aged balsamic. Here, try it. I hesitate. 20 years of classical training screams at me to refuse this culinary heresy. But something in her confident stance, the challenge in her eyes, makes me reach for the fork. The flavors explode on my tongue. Sweet, sharp, complex. She's right. Well, her eyebrows raise, expectant. It's different. Different good or different bad. Different shut up and let me think. A laugh escapes her, and despite myself, I feel the corner of my mouth twitch upward. She moves to the spice rack next, pulling out containers at random. You know what else this place needs? Some heat. Real heat, not just black pepper for the timid palates. My palates aren't timid. Please, your idea of spicy is watching someone else eat a jalapeno. I snort, surprising myself. When was the last time someone made me laugh in this kitchen? The place where I'm usually barking orders and making line cooks cry. She's already mixing spices in a small bowl, the aroma rising sharp and complex. Cumin, coriander, something else I can't quite place, which surprises me. Her fingers move with practiced confidence. Come here, taste this. You're not the chef here. My arms cross over my chest, but my feet are already moving toward her. Damn it. No, but I am the person trying to save your restaurant's reputation. Now open up! She holds up her fingers, a pinch of russet-colored powder between them. The demanding tone in her voice should piss me off. Instead, it does something else entirely. I lean forward, letting her feed me a pinch of the spice blend. Her fingertips brush my bottom lip, sending an unexpected jolt through my system. The flavors are bold, aggressive, nothing like the refined French techniques I've built my career on. Heat blooms on my tongue, followed by layers of earthiness and warmth. It's magnificent. God damn it. Her smile widens. That's what I thought. Then Kate wipes her hands on her apron and checks her phone. Break time. Even drill sergeants need to rest sometimes. I'm not that bad. I grab 2 water bottles from the fridge, tossing one her way. Please. She catches it with ease. Yesterday you almost made Jacques cry because his brunoise wasn't uniform. Those carrots looked like they were cut by a drunk toddler with safety scissors. And last week you threatened to demote Alexander to dish duty because his Beurre Blanc broke. That sauce was an embarrassment. I lean against the counter, watching her take a long drink. A drop of water trails down her neck. You know what your problem is? She sets down her bottle. You've forgotten how to have fun in the kitchen. This isn't summer camp. It's a Michelin-starred restaurant. Kate grabs a handful of fresh herbs from the prep station. The great Carson Fox, who probably emerged from the womb wielding a whisk and shouting about proper mise en place. I'll have you know, I didn't touch a whisk until I was at least 2. She tosses a sprig of thyme at me. It hits my chest and falls to the floor. Oh my God, was that a joke? Quick, someone alert the media. I joke. The defensive tone in my voice only makes her laugh harder. Name one time. When was the last time I actually joked around in here? Probably when June was still alive. That's what I thought. She steps closer, adjusting my crooked chef's coat lapel. Her fingers brush against my collar. You know, it wouldn't kill you to smile once in a while. Your face won't crack. My face is fine the way it is. Keep telling yourself that, Chef Grumpy. She pats my chest where she fixed my lapel. Though I have to admit the whole scary chef act is kind of entertaining. Like watching a grizzly bear try to use chopsticks. I grab another sprig of thyme and toss it back at her. Break time over. Get back to work, Thomas. Her laughter echoes through the kitchen. Yes, sir, Chef Grumpy, sir. I catch myself watching Kate as she moves through the kitchen later that afternoon, her hands dancing over ingredients with practiced grace. She's explaining something to Jacques, probably defending the poor bastard's knife skills, and the young cook hangs on her every word. The sight stirs something in my chest. Her presence has shifted the energy in my kitchen. Where there was rigid precision, now there's life. The staff seems lighter, more creative. Even I feel it. That spark of excitement I haven't experienced in years. Chef? She waves a hand in front of my face. Chef Carson, I asked what you thought about the new plating concept. Sorry, I was lost in thought about you. Considering the logistics. Right, the logistics of staring into space. She hip-checks me as she passes, heading for the walk-in. Come on, I need your opinion on something. I follow without hesitation. When did that start happening? When did I stop questioning her ideas and start anticipating them? The walk-in's cold hits my face, but I barely notice it. Kate's pulling ingredients, talking about flavor combinations, and I'm tracking her movements like some lovesick teenager. The way her hands gesture when she's excited about an idea. How her eyes light up when she talks about food. Carson? She's looking at me expectantly. What? I just asked if you wanted to stay late and work on the new menu items. She tilts her head. Are you feeling okay? You seem distracted. The answer should be no. I have paperwork to do, calls to make, 1,000 other responsibilities. But, yes, the word comes out before I can stop it. Let's do it. Her smile makes my chest tight. I'm in trouble.
Chapter 12. Kate. The last customer leaves, and I watch Carson's shoulders drop a fraction as the door swings shut. He's been on his feet for 12 hours straight, commanding the kitchen like a general on the battlefield. His pristine white chef's coat bears the battle scars of tonight's service. Spots of sauce, a smudge of chocolate, the signs of a kitchen that served over 200 covers. Most of the servers and chefs have clocked out for the night, but the amount of cleaning will need a pair of extra hands. I set down my laptop where I've been taking notes on service flow and dining room efficiency. My little corner table has become my impromptu office space. I'll help clean up. Go home, Kate. Carson wipes his hands on his apron. You've done enough tonight. You're exhausted. I grab a bus tub and start collecting wine glasses from the bar. And your closing crew is short-staffed. That's not your problem. His voice carries across the empty dining room, deep and firm. You're a consultant, not a busser. Tonight, I'm whatever you need me to be. The words slip out before I can catch them, and I busy myself with carefully stacking stemware to avoid his gaze. Carson moves through the kitchen, the soft clink of pots and pans accompanying his work. Stubborn woman. Look who's talking. I carry the glasses to the dish pit. The man who refused to leave last night until 3 a.m. because the produce delivery was late. That was different. Was it? I grab a sanitizer cloth and start wiping down tables. The elegant dining room looks different after hours, more intimate without the buzz of conversation and the clash of silverware. Your standards are what make this place special. Let someone help you maintain them for once. He emerges from the kitchen, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his corded forearms marked with old burns and scars. Fine, but you're not touching the kitchen. I have a system. God forbid anyone disturb the great Carson Fox's system. I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling. I'll stick to front of house. We work in companionable silence. The quiet broken only by the hum of the dishwasher and the soft scrape of chairs being pushed in. Every so often I catch him watching me from the corner of my eye, his expression unreadable. I finish wiping down the last table when Carson emerges from the kitchen with 2 glasses of red wine. He sets them on the bar. Take a break. You've earned it. The wine is a bold Cabernet, one I recognize from the glass table's carefully curated list. I take a sip, letting the flavors bloom on my tongue. This is beautiful. Notes of black cherry and cedar. Carson swirls his glass. June used to say this wine reminded her of Christmas morning. The mention of his wife's name hangs in the air. He's never spoken about her before, at least not with me. She's the one who taught me about wine pairings. His fingers trace the stem of his glass. Could taste a dish and know exactly what would complement it. Had this instinct I've never seen in anyone else. She sounds remarkable. She was. Carson takes a long drink. Opening this place was her dream, you know. She'd spend hours sketching layouts, planning menus. When she got sick, he clears his throat. I promised her I'd see our dreams through. The raw emotion in his voice strips away the stern exterior I've grown used to. I see now why he pushes so hard, why every detail matters. I understand passion like that. I trace my finger along the bar's polished surface. My ex used to mock my food writing, said reviewing restaurants wasn't a real career, that I should focus on something more practical. Carson's jaw tightens. Sounds like a jerk. He was. The wine warms my chest, loosening words I usually keep locked away. If only he knew he was talking about his own son. But he was wrong. Food isn't just sustenance. It's memory, emotion, connection. When I write about a dish, I'm telling the story of the people who created it. That's exactly what June would say. Carson's eyes meet mine, and something shifts in the air between us. She would have liked you, Kate. The compliment settles deep in my chest, more intoxicating than the wine. Hungry? Carson gestures toward the kitchen. A little. My stomach betrays me with a small growl. I haven't eaten since my rushed lunch, which consisted of a sad salad. Give me a minute. He disappears into the kitchen, and I hear the familiar sounds of containers opening and plates clinking. The methodical way he moves through his domain reminds me why he's earned his reputation. Even at this hour, his perfectionism shows. I take another sip of wine, letting the rich flavors dance on my tongue. I can really see it now. The glass table feels completely different at this hour, more intimate, like we're sharing secrets in the dark. The dim lights cast shadows across the empty tables, and the usual bustling energy has been replaced by a charged stillness that makes my skin tingle. Carson returns, carrying 2 pristine white plates, his movements precise and graceful despite the late hour. Duck confit from tonight's service, with the cherry gastrique and wild mushroom risotto. The aroma hits me before he sets the plate down, and my mouth waters at the sight of the perfectly crisp skin. As he passes me the plate, his fingers brush against mine. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm, and I nearly drop the dish. His touch lingers for a heartbeat longer than necessary, and I catch the slight hitch in his breathing. Thank you. My voice comes out softer than intended. I focus on the plate before me, trying to ignore how my skin tingles where his fingers touched mine. The aroma of the duck rises between us, rich and inviting, but all I can think about is the warmth of his hand. I take my first bite and close my eyes. The duck melts on my tongue, the crispy exterior giving way to tender meat that's perfectly seasoned. The cherry gastrique adds bright acidity that cuts through the richness, while the risotto provides an earthy foundation. This is incredible. I take another bite, savoring each component. The balance of flavors. It's better than the version we served on that first night. Carson leans against the bar, watching me eat with that intense focus he usually reserves for plating dishes. Your suggestion about adjusting the gastrique made the difference. I just pointed out what was already there. I drag a piece of duck through the sauce. You're the one who executed it perfectly. Kate. His voice drops lower, more serious. I should be thanking you these past few weeks, having your perspective. He runs a hand through his hair. The restaurant needed fresh eyes. I needed fresh eyes. Something in his tone makes my heart skip. I set down my fork, suddenly aware of how close we're standing, how the dim lights cast shadows across his angular features. I should head home. I grab my purse, needing space from this electricity crackling between us. Carson straightens. Let me call you a car. Don't worry, I drove. I'm already backing toward the door, confusion swirling in my chest. Thank you for dinner. The cool night air hits my face as I step outside, but it does nothing to calm my racing pulse. What is wrong with me? He's Carson Fox, my client, my mentor, Ryan's father. I shouldn't notice how his hands move when he cooks, or how his voice gets rougher when he's tired. I shouldn't feel this flutter in my stomach when he looks at me, but I do. God help me, I do.
Chapter 13. Carson. I drum my fingers on my office desk, staring at Kate's number on my phone. This is purely professional. We need to discuss her feedback on the tasting menu, and doing it over dinner just makes sense. Chefs and consultants do this all the time. I hit dial before I can overthink it. Kate Thomas speaking. It's Carson. I've been reviewing your notes on the tasting menu, and I think we should discuss them in detail. Are you free for dinner tonight? A pause on the line. Dinner? Strictly business. I clear my throat. Your new suggestions are thorough, and I had rather go through them properly, not rushed between service times at the restaurant. That sounds reasonable. Her voice carries a hint of amusement. Where did you have in mind? Let me pick you up at 7. I know a place that does justice to Mediterranean cuisine. You're driving? Unless you'd prefer to meet there. No, that works. I'm at the Marina Apartments on Harbor Drive, Unit 512. I know the building. Modern architecture, floor-to-ceiling windows, private balconies overlooking the bay. Not the kind of place most food critics can afford on a standard salary. I'll see you at 7. At 6:55, I pull up to the marina in my Range Rover. The setting sun paints the glass facade in shades of orange and gold. The doorman waves me through after I give Kate's unit number. She's waiting in the lobby, wearing a deep blue wrap dress that hugs every curve and makes my chest tight. The fabric shimmers under the lobby lights, drawing attention to her long legs. This is business. Just business. Right on time. Kate approaches each step graceful and assured. I'm impressed. Professional courtesy. I open the passenger door for her, fighting the urge to place my hand on her lower back as she moves past. Nice building. Thanks. The view makes up for the ridiculous rent. She slides into the seat, and I catch a whiff of her perfume, light and citrusy, that reminds me of Mediterranean summers and sun-warmed skin. The scent lingers in my nose as I shut her door. As I walk around to the driver's side, I adjust my jacket and remind myself again. This is strictly about the tasting menu, nothing more. But watching her check her lipstick in the visor mirror makes me wonder if I'm fooling anyone, least of all myself. The drive to the restaurant is quiet and calm, something I don't mind. Sometimes we don't need to banter. The serenity of the stillness pleases me just enough. I pull into the parking lot of Anatolia, a hidden gem tucked between towering office buildings. The restaurant's stone facade and wooden doors transport you straight to the Turkish coast. I wouldn't have pegged you for knowing about this place. Kate's eyes light up as we walk in. Found this spot after a cooking workshop left me starving, and I was desperate for anything. The host leads us to a corner table draped in crisp white linen. Copper lanterns cast intimate shadows across weathered wooden beams. Kate settles into her chair, and I catch myself watching how the light plays across her collarbones. So, about the tasting menu? She starts. Let's order first. I wave over the waiter. Trust me, I've been here enough times to know exactly what will impress. She nods, and I order in Turkish, a parade of meze followed by slow-cooked lamb and sea bass. The waiter's eyes crinkle with approval at my pronunciation. You speak Turkish? Kate leans forward, genuinely interested. Enough to order food and swear at taxi drivers. This pulls a laugh from her, the kind that makes her whole face light up. What about you? Any languages? French. Lived in Paris for a year after college. Her voice takes on a dreamy quality. Studying? Writing. She traces the rim of her water glass, lost in the memory. I had this dream of becoming the next MFK Fisher. Spent my savings on a tiny apartment in the 11th, wrote about food markets and hidden bistros. The way she talks about food with such passion and reverence stirs something in me. It's rare to find someone who gets it, who really understands what food means beyond just sustenance. What happened? Reality. Ran out of money, came back home. Started reviewing restaurants instead. She shrugs, but I catch the flicker of old disappointment. But I'm working on a cookbook now. Something different. About how food shapes memory. That's not just another cookbook. I lean forward. That's literature. What about you? The glass table can't be the endgame. I want to teach. The words slip out before I can filter them. I've never told anyone this. Not some fancy cooking school. Something real. Help kids who grew up like me. Food stamps and free lunch programs. See cooking as a way out. Why haven't you? Fear of failing. Ironic, right? I can run a Michelin kitchen, but the thought of standing in front of students... I shake my head. You'd be amazing at it. Her conviction startles me. You have that perfect mix of expertise and zero care. The conversation flows easier than the Turkish wine, and I realize we haven't mentioned the tasting menu once. The meze arrives in waves. Smoky baba ganoush, creamy hummus dotted with pine nuts, dolmas wrapped tight as tiny presents. Kate's eyes widen at each new dish, her hands moving with deliberate grace as she explores each plate. This muhammara. She closes her eyes, savoring, the way the roasted peppers play with the walnuts. And there's something else. Pomegranate molasses. Yes, she points her fork at me. That's exactly it. The sweet-tart balance just lifts everything. Her enthusiasm radiates across the table, infectious and pure. When she talks about food, her entire being transforms, hands painting pictures in the air, voice rising and falling like she's composing music instead of describing flavors. You know, most people just eat. They don't... I gesture at her animated expression. They don't see the story behind it. Food is always a story. She scoops up some baba ganoush with warm pita. Like this. Someone took the time to char these eggplants until the skin blackened. They peeled them by hand, probably burned their fingers a little. Added tahini their grandmother taught them to make just right. The candlelight catches the curve of her smile as she speaks, and I find myself tracking the movement of her lips, the way they form each word with such care. She brings the bread to her mouth, and I have to force myself to look away. You're staring, Carson. Her voice drops lower, teasing. Professional interest. Studying your analytical technique. Is that what we're calling it? She meets my gaze across the table, and the air between us shifts, charges with something electric and dangerous. I reach for my wine glass, needing something to do with my hands. Tell me more about that cookbook you're writing. Her lips quirk up at my obvious deflection, but she lets it slide. As she launches into her vision for the project, I try to focus on her words rather than the way she absently traces the stem of her wine glass, or how her tongue darts out to catch a drop of olive oil from the corner of her mouth. I'm in trouble. Deep, professional boundary-crossing trouble. After dinner, the drive back to her apartment feels different. The easy conversation from dinner has settled into a charged silence. Every red light is torture, a moment where I can't help but notice how the street lamps catch the shine in her hair, how her hands rest delicately in her lap. Thank you for dinner. Kate's voice is soft, intimate in the confined space of my Range Rover. I haven't had food that good in a long time. We never did discuss the tasting menu. No, we didn't. She turns to face me, and I catch her scent again, that citrus note that's been driving me crazy all evening. I pull up to her building, killing the engine. The parking lot is quiet, most windows dark except for a few scattered lights above. I should say goodnight, keep it professional. Instead, I find myself getting out to walk her to the door. Her heels click against the pavement as we cross to the entrance. She stops at the door, turning to face me. The security lights cast a gentle glow across her features, highlighting the curve of her cheekbones, the fullness of her lips. I had a wonderful time, Carson. My hand twitches at my side, wanting to reach for her to pull her close. The space between us crackles with possibility. Her lips part slightly, and I imagine closing that distance, tasting the lingering sweetness of the Turkish coffee we shared for dessert. But I can't. She's my consultant. This could compromise everything. Her reputation, my restaurant, our working relationship. And yet... Good night, Kate. My voice comes out rougher than intended. She hesitates for a moment, something unreadable flickering across her face before she nods. Good night. I watch her disappear into the building, my hands clenched in my pockets to keep from calling her back.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 14. Kate. I pour another cup of coffee, my third this morning, and slide back into my chair at the kitchen table. Sophie sits across from me, picking at her croissant while giving me that look, the one that says she knows something's up. You've been spacing out for the last 5 minutes. Sophie leans forward. What's going on in that head of yours? Nothing. I focus on stirring my coffee, watching the cream swirl into intricate patterns. Nonsense. You invited me over for breakfast on a Tuesday. You never do that unless you need to talk. The memory of Carson's hand brushing against mine as he passed me the wine last night floods back. The way his eyes caught mine across the table. That gravelly laugh when I told him about my disaster attempt at making soufflé back when I was alone, living in Paris. Kate. Kate. Hello, Miss Kate. Sophie waves her hand in front of my face. Oh my God, you're doing it again. Fine. I set down my spoon. I had dinner with Carson last night. Carson Fox? At the glass table? No, at a Turkish restaurant. He picked me up and drove us there. Sophie's eyes go wide. Seriously? It was just work stuff. But even as I say it, I know that's not entirely true. We talked about the menu adjustments and some of my other suggestions, that's all. Nothing serious. You're biting your lip. Sophie points her fork at me. That's your tell when you're lying. I'm not lying. I grab a piece of my croissant, needing something to do with my hands. Lying has never been my strong suit. I don't know what I'm feeling. He's my client now, and he's older than me, and he's Ryan's. I catch myself. Sophie sighs. Yes, we know. And that complicates things. I take a big bite of croissant to avoid elaborating. The last thing I need is to think about the particular complication that happened when Carson walked me to the door last night. Kate Thomas, you're a mess. Sophie reaches across the table and grabs my hand. But a good mess. I haven't seen you this worked up over anyone since. She stops herself. Well, in a long time. That's what scares me. You've got it bad for the chef. Sophie throws a piece of croissant at me. Look at you, all flustered just thinking about him. I do not. I stand up and head to my bedroom to get ready. He's just different than I expected. Sophie follows me, leaning against my doorframe while I dig through my closet. Different how? Like, oh, Daddy different, or, Sophie! I throw a sock at her. Stop it. He's professional and talented and hot, sexy, built like a brick house. I pull out my trusted black pencil skirt and cream blouse, refusing to acknowledge her taunts, but my mind drifts to the way Carson's forearms flexed when he reached across the table last night. Oh my God, You're doing it again. Sophie claps her hands. That dreamy look. I bet you're thinking about those arms of his. All that knife work must keep him in shape. I need to get dressed. I motion for her to leave my room. Some of us have actual work to do today. Yeah, work. Is that what we're calling making eyes at Carson Fox now? I close the door in her face, but her voice carries through. Don't forget to wear something low cut. Give the man something to look at while you're consulting. I hate you, but I'm laughing as I say it. You love me. I change quickly, trying not to think about Sophie's words or the flutter in my stomach when I remember I'll be seeing Carson in less than an hour. When I emerge, Sophie's waiting with my travel mug filled with fresh coffee. Here, she hands it over. You'll need the caffeine to keep up with your hot chef today. He's not my anything. I grab my bag, and I'm leaving now before you can make this worse. Tell Carson I said hi, Sophie calls after me, and that he should definitely ask you out properly next time. I shut the door on her cackling, but can't help smiling. Trust Sophie to turn my complicated feelings into a running joke, if only she knew the half of it. I drive quietly to the restaurant and take a deep breath before entering the building itself. I step into the glass table's kitchen, the familiar bustle of prep work already in full swing. Carson stands at his station, sleeves rolled up as he demonstrates proper knife technique to one of the newer line cooks. Morning, I set my bag down at my usual spot near his office. Kate. His face brightens, and he hands the knife back to his trainee. Perfect timing. Come try this. He leads me to a copper pot simmering on the stove, his hand hovering at the small of my back, but not quite touching. The gesture sends electricity down my spine. New sauce for the duck. I lean over the pot, inhaling deeply. Better. He grabs a clean spoon and dips it in. Open. The command in his voice makes my stomach flip, but I part my lips. He feeds me the sauce, his eyes fixed on my mouth. Damn. The flavors explode on my tongue, rich, complex, with just a hint of heat at the finish. That's incredible. What did you do? Added ghost pepper. His lips quirk up. Told you I'd make you eat your words about my food being too safe and timid. Damn. I judged you too soon. I know. He moves closer, reaching past me for another spoon. His chest brushes my shoulder. Admit it, Thomas. I surprised you. Maybe. I turn to face him, finding myself trapped between his body and the counter. But don't let it go to your head, chef. Too late. His voice drops lower, just for me. I live for your reactions. Someone drops a pan nearby, breaking the moment. Carson steps back, but his eyes stay locked on mine, dark with something that has nothing to do with cooking. Well, I clear my throat. Show me what else you've got planned for the menu. Unless you're scared of more of my brutal honesty. Scared? He scoffs, but his smile grows wider. Sweetheart, I'm just getting started. The pet name sends warmth spreading through my chest. This is dangerous territory, but I can't seem to stop myself from walking right into it. The morning rush eventually dies down, and most of the staff heads out for their break. I stay behind to review the new menu items with Carson, though my mind keeps drifting to how his shoulders move as he works. Here. Carson hands me a glass of water. You look warm. It's always hot in restaurant kitchens. I take a long sip, grateful for the coolness. That's not what I meant. His voice drops lower as he steps closer. The kitchen feels different now. Quieter, more intimate. The usual clanging of pots and shouting of orders, replaced by the soft hum of refrigerators and gentle bubbling of stocks on the back burners. Carson takes the glass from my hand, setting it on the counter behind me. His fingers brush mine, lingering longer than necessary, Kate. The way he says my name makes my heart skip. He moves closer, one hand coming to rest on the counter beside my hip. I've been thinking. I tilt my face up to his, caught in the intensity of his gaze. His other hand comes up to brush a curl from my cheek. The rough pad of his thumb traces along my jaw. Yes? My voice comes out barely above a whisper. He leans in, his breath warm against my lips. I close my eyes, every nerve ending alive with anticipation. Chef! The kitchen door bangs open. The fish delivery is here, and there's something wrong with the order. Carson pulls back with a muttered curse. I'll be right there. The spell breaks. He steps away, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Go deal with it, I manage to say, though my heart's still racing. We can finish our conversation later. He gives me one last heated look before heading to the delivery entrance, leaving me gripping the counter for support. My legs feel like jelly. Carson Fox almost kissed me, and I wanted him to, really wanted him to. I pressed my cold water glass to my flushed chest, trying to steady my breathing. This is exactly what I promised myself wouldn't happen. But standing here, still feeling the phantom touch of his fingers on my skin, I can't bring myself to regret it.
Chapter 15. Carson. The drive home feels longer than usual tonight. My fingers drum against the steering wheel, mine drifting back to the way Kate's eyes lit up when she suggested changes to the dessert menu. How her smile could fill a whole damn room. I slam my front door harder than necessary. The sound echoes through my empty house, a stark reminder that I live alone. That I should be alone. That I have no business thinking about a woman 20 years younger than me. The shower can't come fast enough. I strip off my chef's coat, tossing it in the hamper along with thoughts of her curls bouncing as she moved through my kitchen today. The water hits hot, scalding, just how I need it. Damn. I press my forehead against the cool tile. Steam rises around me, but it doesn't wash away the memory of Kate leaning over my shoulder, the scent of her perfume mixing with the herbs from the kitchen. The temperature dial creaks as I crank it colder. I need to focus. I need to think about the restaurant, about next week's menu, about anything except. God damn it. Her laugh still rings in my ears. Water streams down my face as I squeeze my eyes shut. This is wrong. All wrong. She's my consultant, for Christ's sake. Young enough to be my... I can't even finish that thought. But my mind betrays me, replaying every moment. Her fingers brushing mine as she passed me a spoon to taste. That knowing look when she caught me watching her. The way her dress hugged her curves as she... I slammed the water off. Standing here in the steam isn't helping. If anything, it's making it worse. With a towel wrapped around my waist, I stalk into my bedroom. The clock reads 11:42 p.m. Too late to be thinking about her, about work, about anything. But my mind keeps circling back. She's brilliant. That's all this is. Professional respect for someone who knows her stuff. The way she suggested that switch from creme anglaise to that citrus reduction. Pure genius. Our numbers are up 30% since she came on board. That's what I'm attracted to. Her talent, her eye for detail, her business sense, not her mouth when she bites her lower lip in concentration. Professional. Keep it professional. I grab a glass of water from my nightstand, but the cool liquid does nothing to quiet my thoughts. The memory ambushes me, her small hand beneath mine as I showed her the proper way to drag sauce across the plate, the way her breath caught when my chest pressed against her back, how neither of us moved away. Damn! Water sloshes over the rim as I set the glass down too hard. I'd guided her fingers, teaching her the precise pressure needed for that perfect curved line, but I didn't need to stand that close. Didn't need to let my hand linger on hers long after she'd mastered the technique. Didn't need to breathe in the scent of her hair or notice how perfectly she fit against me. The tension in her shoulders, the slight tremor in her fingers, The way she leaned back, just barely, just enough to... I scrubbed my hands over my face. This isn't admiration for her skills. This isn't professional respect. This is something else. Something dangerous. She's your consultant, I remind myself. Nothing more. But the lie tastes bitter, and the ghost of her touch burns on my skin. The shower did nothing to ease the tension coiling inside me. I towel off, the terry cloth rough against my skin. But it's not enough. Not nearly enough to distract me from the thoughts of Kate that invade my mind like a plague. I sit on the edge of my bed, water still beating on my shoulders, and let my thoughts run wild. I'm done fighting it. Done pretending I don't want her. I lean back, my breath coming faster as I imagine her here, in my room, in my bed. Those curves, damn, those curves. Perfect handfuls, her waist dipping in before flaring out to hips made for gripping. I picture her naked, that smooth, dark skin gleaming under the low light. I want to taste every inch of her, make her writhe and beg and scream my name.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
But as the high fades, reality sets in. This isn't just a fantasy. This isn't just a passing desire. This is real. This is Kate. This is a problem.
Chapter 16. Kate. I pushed through the glass table's doors early in the morning, my notebook tucked under my arm. The kitchen bustles with prep work, vegetables being chopped, sauces simmering, and in the center of it all stands Carson. He's laser-focused on plating something that looks like art, his forearms flexing as he places each element with surgical precision. My breath catches. When did he become so magnetic? The way his hands move, confident and sure. The intensity in his eyes as he examines each detail. The slight furrow in his brow that makes me want to. You gonna stand there all day, or you actually gonna work? Carson looks up, those still gray eyes locking onto mine. The intensity of his gaze hits me like a physical force, making my stomach do a slow flip. Heat crawls down my body, exploding between my legs. I was just organizing my thoughts. God, could I sound any more idiotic? But it's hard to form coherent sentences when he's looking at me like that, his hands still moving with practiced grace over the plate. Organize them over here. He gestures to the prep station beside him. Show me what you've been working on for that cookbook of yours. His voice has that commanding edge that makes my knees weak, even as I try to remind myself I'm here as a professional. I slide onto the stool, spreading my notes across the stainless steel surface. My hand brushes against his arm as I reach for my pen, and I have to suppress a shiver. It's still rough, but I'm thinking of focusing on elevated comfort foods, taking familiar dishes, and adding unexpected elements. I flip through my notebook, trying to focus on the words instead of the masculine scent of his cologne mixing with the aromas of the kitchen. Like what? He leans in close, scanning my messy handwriting. Well, take mac and cheese. Instead of regular cheddar, what about incorporating aged Gruyere and caramelized shallots? Maybe some fresh herbs? Carson's lips quirk up. Not bad, but why stop there? He grabs a pen, his shoulder brushing mine as he scribbles in my notebook. Add some lobster, a hint of truffle, make it truly special. I stare at his additions, the way his precise handwriting contrasts with my chaotic scrawl. Actually brilliant. I know. He smirks, and something flutters in my stomach. When did that cocky attitude become charming instead of infuriating? Got any other genius insights to share? I try to keep my voice steady, professional. Plenty. He taps the pen against my notebook. But first, tell me more about your vision. I want to hear everything. My vision? I pull my notebook closer, tracing the edges. I want to create something different. Not just another collection of recipes, but stories about how food connects us. Each dish would come with its history, the memories it creates. Carson's eyebrows lift. Ambitious. I know it sounds crazy, a nobody food critic thinking she can publish a cookbook. I didn't say crazy. He crosses his arms, studying me with those intense eyes. Just ambitious, and that's not a bad thing. Really? The word comes out smaller than I intend. Listen, this industry needs more people willing to take risks, to put themselves out there. He moves to a simmering pot, stirring it with practiced ease. What's the first recipe you want to include? My grandmother's sweet potato pie. She used to make it every Sunday. The memory warms me, but with a twist. Coconut cream and a ginger snap crust instead of traditional. Carson goes still. For a moment, only the bubbling of pots and distant chopping fill the kitchen. Then he turns. Something soft in his expression I've never seen before. Want to trade? He wipes his hands on his apron. I'll share my grandmother's cioppino recipe. Never told another soul how to make it. You're serious? Dead serious. He pulls out a worn leather notebook from his chef's coat. My grandmother brought it back from Italy when she visited. The secret's in the way she toasts the fennel seeds first, crush them by hand. His fingers demonstrate the motion. Then there's this specific way to layer the seafood, so everything cooks perfect. I lean forward, entranced by the way his hands move as he describes each step. This is a different Carson, not the hard-ass chef everyone knows, but someone sharing a piece of his heart through food. The whole neighborhood would show up when she made this. Even in the summer, sweating our asses off after playing outside all day. We'd crowd around that pot. He smiles at the memory. She'd smack anyone who tried to peek under the lid before it was ready. The way Carson speaks about his grandmother's recipe, with such reverence and nostalgia, creates an ache in my chest. Here's this man who strikes fear into seasoned chefs, sharing something so personal. His voice has gone soft, almost tender, as he describes each step of the cioppino preparation. I flip to a fresh page in my notebook, writing quickly to capture every detail. The timing of the seafood additions is crucial, he explains, pointing to my notes. Mussels first, then the fish, shrimp last. Each layer builds on the one before. This is incredible, Carson. My pen races across the paper. Would you let me include this in the cookbook? With full credit to you and your grandmother, of course. I'd love to share her legacy. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, neither of us speaks. Then his lips curve into a genuine smile. Not his usual smirk, but something warmer, more real. It transforms his whole face, softening the hard edges. She'd like that, he says quietly. Maria Fox's famous cioppino. She always wanted to see her name in print. I add his grandmother's name at the top of the page, drawing a little star beside it. Thank you for trusting me with this. Just don't mess it up. But there's no bite to his words, just a lingering warmth that makes my heart skip. Our shoulders brush again as Carson leans in to point at another detail in the recipe. The heat from his body radiates through his chef's coat, and my pulse quickens. His cologne mingles with the aromatic steam rising from the pots around us. Rosemary, garlic, and something distinctly male that makes my head spin. The fresh oregano goes in right at the end. His voice drops lower, almost intimate. His fingers trace the words on the page, and I can't help but imagine those same fingers trailing across my skin. And it needs to be fresh. Picked that very day. I force myself to focus on the notebook, but all I can think about is how close he is. How his breath stirs the curls by my ear. The kitchen feels 100 degrees hotter. "Chef," a line cook's voice cuts through the moment. The supplier's here with the wrong mushrooms again. Carson straightens, his jaw tightening. "For Christ's sake," he turns to me. "Give me a minute to deal with this." As he strides away, barking orders, I let out the breath that got stuck in my chest at his closeness. My eyes drift shut, and all I can think about is what would have happened if we hadn't been interrupted. How it would feel to have those strong hands cup my face, to taste the coffee on his lips, to press against that solid chest and, "Kate," one of the sous chefs calls out, "could you pass me that whisk?" My eyes snap open, reality crashing back. Right. I'm here as a consultant, professional. But the phantom sensation of Carson's warmth lingers, and my heart won't stop its wild dance.
Chapter 17. Carson. I lean against the counter, watching Kate's graceful hands as she plates our latest creation, a deconstructed seafood bouillabaisse with saffron foam. The kitchen's quiet, most of the staff gone for the afternoon break. The presentation needs something. Kate tilts her head, studying the plate with that keen eye I've come to respect. Maybe if we stack the components differently? Let me. I step closer, adjusting the prawns with practiced precision. My arm brushes against hers, and that familiar spark of electricity shoots through me, making my fingers twitch. Damn, even that slight contact sets my nerves on fire. There. Now the height draws the eye. See how it creates movement across the plate? Perfect. She grabs her phone to snap a photo, her smile lighting up her whole face. The critics will... The kitchen door slams open with enough force to rattle the steel prep tables. Ryan storms in, his face twisted in anger, looking like he's ready to put his fist through a wall. What is this? Ryan? I straighten up, instinctively stepping forward. Something about his stance puts me on edge. I haven't seen him this worked up in years. You're back early. I thought you were staying in Paris another month. The last I'd heard, he was supposed to be studying under Jean-Michel at his 3-star restaurant. He ignores me completely, his rage focused entirely on Kate. So this is where you've been hiding? Working with my father? Kate goes rigid beside me. Her mouth falls open slightly. You know each other? I look between them, noting Kate's defensive posture and Ryan's clenched fists. Oh, she didn't tell you? Ryan's laugh is bitter, cruel. Of course not. Did she mention how she tried to destroy my career before running off to work with you? That's not what happened at all. I didn't talk bad about you to anyone despite what you did, Ryan. Kate's voice is steady, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands. And your father didn't know about us when I took this job, Nonsense. Ryan steps forward. You're doing this to get back at me. Both of you, explain what's going on. I move slightly in front of Kate, something protective stirring in my chest. Now. Why don't you ask your new consultant about our 2 years together? Ryan spits out. Ask her about what happened after she caught me with... Stop! Kate's command cuts through the air like a knife. This isn't the place. I feel like I've been punched in the gut. Kate and Ryan, together? The implications start falling into place, and my confusion turns to something darker. You're pathetic. Ryan's voice drips with venom as he glares daggers into Kate. First you write that hit piece on the glass table, then worm your way in here? Real clever getting close to my father. Kate takes a step back, her shoulders tensing. That's not... What was your plan? Ryan advances, jabbing a finger in her direction. Sleep your way to the top this time. Use my father's name to build your career since you couldn't hack it on your own? That's enough. My voice cuts through the kitchen, sharp as a chef's knife. Both of them freeze. Dad, you don't understand. She's manipulating. I said enough. I move fully between them, squaring my shoulders. Kate earned her position here through talent and hard work. That review? She was right about every criticism. The restaurant's numbers are up 30% since she came on board. Ryan's mouth falls open. You're defending her? Damn right I am. I plant my feet firmly. She's got more integrity in her little finger than you've shown in years. While you've been bouncing between restaurants in Europe, she's been here every day helping rebuild this place's reputation. But when's the last time you actually worked a full shift in a kitchen, Ryan? Put in the hours? Created something new? I step closer to my son, lowering my voice. Kate's not the one trying to coast on my name. The color drains from Ryan's face. He takes a step back, his swagger crumbling. If you want to talk about manipulation, let's discuss how many strings I've had to pull to keep you employed. The words taste bitter, but they need saying. You want respect in this industry? Earn it. Behind me, I hear Kate's sharp intake of breath. Ryan's eyes dart between us, his jaw working, but no words come out. Ryan's face contorts through a range of emotions before settling on disgust. You're both delusional. He backs toward the door. She's playing you, Dad. Just like she played me. And when she's done getting what she wants... He shakes his head. I can't even look at either of you right now. The door slams behind him with enough force to rattle the steel prep tables. The kitchen falls into a heavy silence, broken only by the soft hum of the ventilation system. Kate's breathing comes in short, shallow bursts. I turn to find her bottom lip quivering, with her fingers clenching around the edge of the stainless steel. Hey! I step closer, fighting the urge to pull her into my arms. You okay? I should have told you. Her voice cracks. About Ryan and me. I couldn't figure out how. She looks up, her brown eyes swimming with unshed tears. I didn't want you to think I was using you or the restaurant. Or getting back at your family. I would never do that. Never, ever. Kate. My hand finds her shoulder, steadying her. The need to shield her from Ryan's venom burns in my chest. You've proven yourself 100 times over. Whatever happened between you and my son, that's the past. He cheated on me. The words tumble out. After 2 years together, I found them in our apartment. She swallows hard. I guess that can explain why there was an underlying bitterness to my original review, but I was still working out of a place of honesty. I promise. My jaw clenches. The urge to go after Ryan and knock some sense into him wars with my need to stay here, to make sure Kate's all right. I meant what I said. You've done more for this restaurant in a few months than he has in years. A tear escapes down her cheek. Without thinking, I brush it away with my thumb. Her skin is soft under my calloused hand, and that protective instinct surges stronger. Ryan's wrong about you, I say firmly, and I won't let him or anyone else drive you away from what you've built here. I keep my hand on her shoulder, feeling the slight tremor beneath my palm. Don't let him get to you. He doesn't know who you really are. Kate shakes her head, stepping away from my touch. Maybe he does, though. Maybe I am just... Stop right there! I move to block her path as she tries to retreat further. The Kate Thomas I know rebuilt this restaurant's entire menu from the ground up. She spotted issues I was too stubborn to see for years. She works 14-hour days without complaint and still shows up early the next morning with new ideas. But your son... My son, I growl, is speaking from a place of hurt ego and entitlement. You think I don't see how he operates? How he uses my name to open doors? I lean against the prep table, crossing my arms. The difference between you two is that you actually give a damn about the work, about the food, about doing things right. Kate's fingers trace patterns on the steel counter, her eyes fixed downward. I just don't want anyone thinking I manipulated my way into this position. Look at me. I wait until she meets my gaze, struck by the vulnerability in those deep brown eyes. She carries too much weight on those shoulders. You earned every bit of respect you have in this kitchen. The staff follows your lead because you've proven yourself. Hell, you got Jacques to change his mother's sacred coq au vin recipe. And the little bastard doesn't modify his dishes for anyone. A ghost of a smile flickers across her face. It hits me in the gut. That tentative expression makes me want to hunt down whoever put these doubts in her head. That's not manipulation, Kate. That's talent. That's dedication. And that's who you really are. I step closer, drawn by some magnetic pull I can't explain. I've worked with enough people in this industry to know the difference between someone climbing the ladder and someone who bleeds passion for what they do. You're the real deal.
Chapter 18. Kate. My hands grip the edge of the table, steadying myself as I sink into my usual corner seat at the glass table. The dining room stretches before me, empty now after a busy but successful service, moonlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. This spot has become my sanctuary these past weeks, where I review menus, plan improvements, take notes. But tonight, the familiar space offers no comfort. Ryan's face haunts me. That angry scowl when he walked in earlier, acting like he owned the place, which, given his father owns it, I suppose he technically does. 2 years of memories crash through the careful walls I've built. The constant criticism of my work, the way he'd dismiss my culinary opinions, how he'd accidentally delete my draft reviews before deadlines. You'll never make it as a food critic. His words echo in my head. Your palate isn't refined enough. You should stick to writing fluff pieces about food trucks. I pull out my laptop, trying to focus on the task at hand, reviewing tonight's service notes. The cursor blinks accusingly on the blank document. The same paralysis I felt whenever Ryan would hover over my shoulder, questioning every word I wrote. The worst part was finding him with that sommelier in our bed. "What did you expect?" he'd sneered. "You were always too busy with your little food blog to take care of me properly." My fingers shake as I try to type. 2 paragraphs in, I delete everything. The words feel wrong, inadequate, just like he always made me feel. The dining room suddenly seems too large, too exposed. What if he comes back? What if he succeeds at poisoning Carson's perception of me? The thought of losing this consulting position, this chance to prove myself, makes my stomach twist. And since when did I care so much about what Carson thought of me? God, this is all so messed up. A wine glass sits half empty before me, the Cabernet catching the dim light. I remember how Ryan would critique my wine choices, making me second-guess even the simplest decisions. "A real food critic would know better," he'd say, that condescending tone cutting deeper than any knife. Footsteps echo across the empty dining room. I know it's Carson before I look up. His steady, purposeful stride has become as familiar as my own heartbeat these past weeks. "Still here?" His deep voice carries across the space. It's almost midnight. I close my laptop, grateful for the distraction. Just reviewing some notes, Carson pulls out the chair across from me, his tall frame settling into it with casual grace. Even after a grueling dinner service, his chef's coat remains crisp, though he's rolled the sleeves up to reveal his strong forearms, the ones I always seem to be thinking about when I'm alone. "You look rattled," He reaches for the wine bottle, examining the label. Without asking, he grabs a clean glass from a nearby table and pours himself a measure. Everything okay? The genuine concern in his voice catches me off guard. It's so different from Ryan's constant judgment. The words stick in my throat. I take another sip of wine. Seeing Ryan again threw me off. Sorry, I know he kind of mentioned it briefly, but we have history. Carson's eyebrows lift slightly, but he doesn't interrupt. He used to criticize my restaurant reviews. I always had something critical to say about my writing. I traced the rim of my glass, avoiding Carson's gaze. Made me question everything I knew about food, about myself. He can be a real jerk. Arrogant as hell because of that last name he carries. Carson's blunt assessment startles a laugh out of me. Ryan has that effect on people. He might have gotten that from me. The tension in my shoulders eases. Something about Carson's steady presence, the way he sits here without demanding explanations or offering unwanted advice, helps ground me. Thank you. I gesture vaguely at the space between us. For checking on me, for not asking too many questions. Sometimes silence and good wine are better than words. He raises his glass. I clink my glass against his, warmth spreading through my chest that has nothing to do with the wine. The silence stretches between us, comfortable yet charged with something I won't name. Carson's presence across the table feels different tonight. Maybe it's the wine, or the late hour, or the way his stubble catches the moonlight. My fingers itch to trace the silver threading through his dark hair. I need to stop this. Kate. The way he says my name, low and gentle, sparks something deep in my chest. You don't have to prove anything to anyone here. Your work speaks for itself. I laugh, the sound coming out shakier than intended. Says the man who hired me after I wrote that scathing review. Because you were right. He leans forward, those intense eyes fixed on mine. And you weren't afraid to say it. That takes guts. The praise hits different coming from him. Not like Ryan's backhanded compliments or conditional approval. Carson's words wrap around me like a warm embrace, and I find myself leaning closer too. God, I'm in trouble. Here I am, falling for Carson Fox of all people. My ex's father, my employer, the man whose restaurant I nearly destroyed with my review. The complications pile up like dishes during rush hour, but my heart doesn't seem to care. I should go. I start gathering my things, needing space before I do something stupid like brush my hand against his, or worse, tell him how I feel. I should really get some sleep. Let me walk you out. No. The word comes out too sharp. I soften my voice. I'm good. You should rest. Long service tonight. His proximity is dangerous. Every time we're alone, it gets harder to remember all the reasons this can't happen. Ryan's threat looms over everything. One word from him could destroy this fragile thing building between Carson and me. But watching Carson's hands as he straightens the wine glasses, remembering how they move with such precision in the kitchen, I realize I'm fighting a losing battle. These feelings aren't going away. They're simmering, reducing, concentrating into something more potent every day. And I'm terrified of the moment they boil over. I grab my purse, ready to make my hasty escape, but Carson's already rising from his chair. His height makes the dining room feel smaller somehow, more intimate. The moonlight casts dramatic shadows across his face, highlighting the determined set of his jaw. My pulse quickens as he steps closer. Before I can retreat, his hand reaches for mine. His fingers are warm, slightly calloused from years of knife work, and they wrap around my smaller hand with surprising gentleness. The touch sends electricity racing up my arm. You're stronger than you think. His voice drops low, intense, making my stomach flutter. Never forget that. The way he says it, like it's the most important truth in the world, makes my heart stutter. I can't breathe, can't move, can't do anything but stare at where our hands connect, then up into those eyes that see right through every wall I've built. The sincerity in his gaze undoes me. No manipulation, no hidden agenda, just pure belief in me. It's been so long since anyone looked at me that way, like I'm capable of anything, like I matter. My legs carry me toward the exit on autopilot, my hands still tingling from his touch. I clutch my purse tighter, trying to ground myself in reality. The cool night air hits my face as I step outside, but it does nothing to calm the fire burning under my skin. His words echo in my head, and for the first time in months, I feel something dangerous spark inside me. Hope.
Chapter 19. Carson. I glance at my watch. Almost midnight. The kitchen's quiet, except for the hum of refrigerators and Kate's pen scratching across her notepad. We spent hours going over every detail of next week's press tasting. So, for the third course, I'm thinking we swap the duck for... Kate's words dissolve into a yawn she tries to hide behind her hand. The sight of her fighting exhaustion makes something in my chest tighten. That's the fourth time you've yawned in 10 minutes. I lean back against the steel prep counter, crossing my arms. The metal edge digs into my lower back, but I barely notice it as I watch her struggle to keep her eyes open. I'm fine. She straightens in her chair, but her eyes are heavy, and her usually sharp posture is wilting. We need to nail down these pairings. The pairings can wait until tomorrow. I start gathering the scattered papers and wine lists, my movements decisive. The sound of shuffling paper fills the quiet kitchen. You're dead on your feet. Carson, there's still so much... Kate. My tone leaves no room for arguments, the same voice I used to keep order in my kitchen during a busy service. You've been here since 7 this morning. Even I have limits, and I sure as hell won't be responsible for working her into exhaustion, no matter how much I enjoy having her here. She sighs, relenting. Fine. I'll call a ride share. Like hell you will at this hour. I grab my keys from my office. I'm driving you home. You don't have to... Non-negotiable. I help her into her coat, trying not to notice how the fabric slides across her shoulders. Consider it self-preservation. Can't have my consultant falling asleep at tomorrow's staff meeting. Always the practical one. She gathers her purse, another yawn escaping. Someone has to be. I guide her toward the back exit with a light touch at her elbow. The night air hits us, crisp and cool. Kate huddles deeper into her coat as we walk to my car. Your staff thinks you're heartless, you know. She settles into the passenger seat. If they could see you now, being all gentlemanly. Let's keep that our secret. I start the engine. I have a reputation to maintain. She laughs softly, already fighting to keep her eyes open as I pull onto the empty street. Can't have people thinking you're actually nice. The drive is quiet, broken only by Kate's steady breathing as she drifts in and out of sleep. Streetlights paint shadows across her face, and I force my attention back to the road. The last thing I need is to crash because I can't stop stealing glances at her. Kate. I keep my voice low when we arrive at her building. We're here. She stirs, blinking slowly. Already? You were out cold for most of it. I kill the engine and step out, coming around to her side before she can protest. I can walk myself up. But she accepts my offered hand, her fingers warm against mine as she stands. Humor me. The night's gotten colder, and she stays close as we climb the steps to her brownstone. Her keys jingle as she finds the right one. Thanks for the ride. She turns at her door, and the porch light catches the angles of her face, the curve of her mouth. And for making me leave before I turned into a zombie. Can't have you ruining my kitchen's aesthetic with the undead look. Her laugh hits me in the gut. Soft reel. Nothing like the polite chuckles she gives during meetings. I should say goodnight. Should turn and head back to my car. But my feet won't move. The space between us feels charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. Kate's eyes meet mine, and there's something in them. An invitation, a dare maybe, that makes my pulse kick hard against my ribs. Carson? Her voice is barely above a whisper. I hesitate, caught between what I want and what I should do. She's my consultant. Young enough to be. I shut that thought down fast because I've already mulled over that little detail 100 times over. But then she gives me this look, her lips parting slightly, and every logical argument in my head goes silent. My hand finds her waist, drawing her closer. Her breath catches, a small sound that breaks my last thread of restraint. I lean in, closing the distance between us. My lips brush against hers, soft and questioning. Testing, waiting for her response. Kate's fingers curl into my shirt. She rises on her toes, pressing into the kiss. Her mouth is warm, sweet, better than I imagined. And damn, I've imagined this more times than I should admit. I cup her face, thumb trailing along her jaw as I deepen the kiss. Slow, deliberate, like savoring the first taste of a perfectly crafted dish. Her lips part beneath mine, and the small sound she makes shoots straight through me. Time stretches, contracts. The world narrows to the feel of her pressed against me, the way she fits perfectly under my hands. The heat of her skin beneath my fingers. A car horn blares in the distance. The sound yanks me back to reality. We're still in front of the doors to her building, exposed to the whole damn neighborhood. I pull back, just enough to rest my forehead against hers. Her breath fans across my lips, quick and uneven. I've wanted to do that for weeks, she whispers. My thumb traces the curve of her cheek. That makes two of us. She leans into my touch, eyes dark and wanting. The sight of her like this, lips slightly swollen from my kiss, looking up at me with such open desire, nearly breaks my control. I want to kiss her again. Want to back her against that door and show her exactly what she does to me. Want to taste every inch of that gorgeous skin that's been tempting me for weeks. But not here. Not like this. She deserves better than a heated moment on her front apartment complex. Kate Thomas is the kind of woman who deserves candlelight and silk sheets, not some quick fumble where her neighbors might see. I force myself to step back, though every instinct screams to pull her closer. My hands actually ache from the effort of letting her go. I should get home. My voice comes out rougher than intended, raw with everything I'm holding back. But I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Kate's smile hits me like a shot of top-shelf whiskey. Warm, intoxicating, and dangerous as hell. Her fingers trail down my arm as she steps toward her door, and that simple touch sends electricity racing through my whole damn body. Christ, I'm acting like some teenager who's never been kissed before. But there's something about her that makes everything feel new. Good night, Carson. Night, Kate. I watch until she's safely inside, then head back to my car on autopilot. The driver's seat leather creaks as I sink into it, still tasting her on my lips. Sweet, with a hint of the wine we'd been drinking. My tongue darts out, chasing that lingering flavor. Damn. I grip the steering wheel, knuckles white. One kiss, and I'm already addicted. Want more of her taste, her touch, the way she melted against me. The memory of her small gasp when I pulled her close sets my blood on fire. Starting the engine, I pull away from the curb. The late-night streets blur past as I replay every second of that kiss. Every subtle shift of her body, every soft sound she made. Yeah, I definitely need more of that. Soon. My fingers drum against the wheel at a red light. 20 years running some of the most demanding kitchens in the city, and I've never lost focus like this. But Kate, she's different. Something about her gets under my skin. Makes me want things I haven't thought about in years. Something I thought died when June went 6 feet under. It's not just the physical, though damn do I want that too, but something deeper. The way her eyes light up when she talks about food. Her sharp wit. That brilliant mind that caught every damn flaw in my restaurant. Tomorrow can't come fast enough.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 20. Kate. Sunlight streams through my bedroom window, and I stretch lazily across my sheets. For a moment, everything feels normal, until the memories of last night crash over me like a tidal wave. Carson Fox kissed me. My fingers drift to my lips, still tingling from the memory. The way he'd pulled me close, his stubble rough against my skin, his hands firm on my waist. The taste of him. My God, I can't get it out of my mind. Damn. I sit up, my heart racing. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, but I ignore it. I need coffee before I can deal with reality. In my kitchen, I mechanically go through the motions of brewing a pot, but my mind keeps replaying that moment outside my building. The intensity in his eyes before he leaned in, the way his fingers had threaded through my hair, the small groan that escaped him when I kissed him back. This is insane. I pour coffee into my favorite mug, adding cream until it turns the perfect shade of caramel. He's Carson Fox, my boss, my mentor, the man whose restaurant I'd torn apart in my review just not too long ago. And now, the coffee scalds my tongue, but I barely notice. Everything feels different this morning, like the world has shifted on its axis. I'm standing on the precipice of something massive, something that could either be brilliant or catastrophic. Damn. I set down my mug with trembling hands. What happens now? Because it wasn't just a kiss. It was Carson Fox, the man who's revolutionized fine dining, who commands respect with a single look, who makes my pulse race every time he steps into a room. And I'm the consultant he hired to save his restaurant's reputation. The same consultant who used to date his son. I go through my morning routine on autopilot, spending extra time taming my curls and choosing my outfit. After 3 wardrobe changes, I settle on a sleek black pencil skirt and emerald silk blouse. Professional, polished, perfect for pretending I didn't kiss my boss senseless last night. Considering I left my car behind at the restaurant last night, I call in a rideshare to pick me up. The Uber drops me off at the glass table 15 minutes early. I take a deep sigh as I walk to the entrance, each step bringing me closer to the inevitable moment, when I'll see him again. The kitchen is already humming with prep work when I slip through the door. Sous chefs dart between stations, the morning's deliveries being sorted and stored. Everything seems normal, routine, until his voice cuts through the chaos. I need those morels cleaned properly. You're wasting half the damn mushroom. Carson's commanding tone sends a shiver down my spine. I pause at my usual spot near the pass, tablet in hand, ready to start my daily check of inventory and menu planning. But the moment Carson turns and sees me, the air changes. Electricity crackles between us, making my skin prickle. Morning. His voice drops an octave, rough around the edges. Chef, I manage to keep my voice steady, professional, but my pulse betrays me, thundering in my ears. He moves closer, ostensibly to check the plate a line cook is working on. His cologne wraps around me. Sleep well? The double meaning in his words makes my cheeks warm. Fine, thanks. You? Not a wink. His eyes lock with mine, dark and intense. A pot clatters somewhere in the kitchen, breaking the moment. Carson turns to bark orders at someone, but I catch the slight uptick at the corner of his mouth. The rest of the morning passes in a series of charged glances and brief touches that seem accidental but feel anything but. His hand brushing mine as he passes me a spoon to taste a sauce. His body heat at my back as he leans over my shoulder to look at the inventory list. Every interaction feels magnified, weighted with unspoken words and possibilities. The kitchen's usual controlled chaos now thrums with a different kind of energy, one that makes it hard to focus on anything except the magnetic pull between us. I'm updating inventory numbers on my tablet when Carson materializes beside me, peering over my shoulder. Those numbers can't be right. His breath tickles my ear. We should go through them together. The numbers are perfect. I tap the screen. I triple-checked. Still, his hand settles on the small of my back. My office? The kitchen staff bustles around us, focused on their prep work. But I feel exposed, raw, like everyone can see the way my skin heats under his touch. In his office, Carson closes the door and leans against his desk while I take the chair opposite. Show me those numbers again. I pull up the spreadsheet. See? Everything adds up. He moves behind my chair, hands resting on my shoulders. What about the wine cellar inventory? Also correct. My voice catches as his thumbs work small circles into my tense muscles. You're doing incredible work here, Kate. His fingers trail down my arm as he reaches for the tablet. But I think we should double-check the produce order for tomorrow. We went over that an hour ago. Did we? A smile plays at his lips. Must have been distracted. The way he says it, low and intimate, sends warmth pooling in my belly. Carson, I say gently, gazing at his lips more often than I should be. We should probably... A knock at the door has us springing apart. Carson straightens his chef's coat as one of the line cooks pokes their head in with questions about the day's special. Throughout the morning, Carson finds more reasons to pull me aside. Sauce tastings that require my specific opinion. Menu items that need immediate consultation. Each time his touch lingers longer. His eyes darker, with unspoken promises. By lunch service, we've reviewed every inventory list twice, discussed 3 menu items that were perfectly fine, and inspected the wine cellar together, which mostly involved him standing too close while pointing out bottles I'd already cataloged. The lunch rush dies down, and I'm reviewing menu changes in the empty dining room when Carson's footsteps approach behind me. My skin prickles with awareness before he even reaches me. These modifications look good. I tap my pen against the paper, trying to maintain professionalism. The seasonal adjustment should... His hand slides around my waist, turning me to face him. The heat in his eyes stills my breath. Kate. My name comes out like a prayer from his lips. This time when he kisses me, there's no hesitation. His mouth claims mine with a hunger that matches the ache building in my chest all morning. I arch into him, my fingers gripping his chef's coat as his tongue sweeps against mine. He tastes like the sauce he was sampling earlier, rich and complex and addictive. Carson backs me against the table, one hand tangling in my curls while the other pulls me flush against him. A small moan escapes me as his teeth graze my bottom lip. The kiss deepens, grows more desperate, and I'm drowning in sensation. The solid warmth of his chest, the slight scratch of his stubble, the way he growls low in his throat when I tug at his hair. We break apart at the sound of voices in the kitchen, both breathing hard. Carson rests his forehead against mine, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. "Damn," he whispers. "You're incredible." The tenderness in his touch undoes me. This isn't just attraction anymore. The way my heart races when he's near, how safe I feel in his arms, the flutter in my stomach when he smiles. It's all adding up to something terrifying and wonderful. I'm falling in love with Carson Fox. The realization hits me like a physical blow. I step back, smoothing my skirt with trembling hands. Everything suddenly feels too big, too real. This isn't just about crossing professional boundaries anymore. This is about risking my heart again after Ryan shattered it. About potentially destroying the career I've worked so hard to build. Carson reaches for me, concern etching his features. "Kate?" But I can't find the words to explain the panic rising in my chest. How do I tell him that he's becoming everything to me? And that's exactly what scares me most. Chapter 21. Kate. The Ferry Building's Grand Hall buzzes with San Francisco's culinary elite. As a food critic for the Chronicle, these wine and food pairing events are part of my job, but tonight feels different. I'm here representing both the paper and the glass table, a delicate balance I'm still learning to navigate. I sample a Cabernet from a Napa Valley vintner, making notes on my phone about its compatibility with the charcuterie board they've paired it with, when a familiar voice cuts through the crowd. Well, if it isn't Kate Thomas. Ryan's tone drips with false warmth. Moving up in the world, aren't you? I turn to find him in an expensive suit, holding a wine glass like a weapon. The sight of him still twists my stomach, but not from longing, from anger. "Ryan," I keep my voice neutral, professional. "I didn't expect to see you here." "Why not?" "I represent one of the best restaurants in the Bay Area right now." He steps closer, lowering his voice. "Sounds like you're pretty interested in restaurants these days as well. Specifically, my father's." "I'm just doing my job. I've only ever been focused on doing my job." "Are you now?" His smile doesn't reach his eyes. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're trying to get back at me by cozying up to dear old Dad." Heat rises in my chest. "You really think everything revolves around you, don't you?" "Come on, Kate. First that scathing review, now you're his personal consultant." He takes another step closer, wine sloshing in his glass. "It's a bit obvious, don't you think? The scorned ex-girlfriend seeking revenge through Daddy?" "You need to back off." My fingers tighten around my wine glass. "Your father hired me because I'm good at what I do. Not everything is about our failed relationship." "Right," he scoffs. "And I'm sure you batted those pretty eyes at him just like you did with me. Tell me, does he know about the time you—" "That's enough." I cut him off, my voice sharp. "You lost the right to comment on my life when you cheated on me with your sommelier." His face darkens, and he leans in close enough that I catch the sour note of too much wine on his breath. "You know what? Maybe I should let everyone know exactly how you operate. I'm sure the Chronicle would love to hear how their star food critic sleeps her way to the top." My hands go cold, but I force them steady. "You wouldn't dare." "Wouldn't I?" Ryan's lips curl into a cruel smile. "Picture the headline. Local food critics' calculated climb, from dating the son to manipulating the father. That'd make quite the story, don't you think?" The wine in my glass trembles slightly. I set it down on a nearby table before he can notice. "You're drunk, Ryan, and desperate." I square my shoulders, though my heart hammers against my ribs. "Go ahead. Tell whatever lies you want. Your father already knows about our history," I told him myself. "Oh, but does the public know?" He pulls out his phone, waving it between us. One call to your boss Mark at the Chronicle, or better yet, a few choice posts on social media. How long do you think your reputation would last? I feel the stares of nearby guests, their whispered conversations. My throat tightens, but I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me crack. You really haven't changed. I meet his gaze, steady and cold. Still the same spoiled brat who thinks he can bully people into submission. But here's the thing. I'm not that girl anymore. The one who believed your lies and took your abuse. Careful, Kate. He grabs my wrist, his fingers digging in. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Let go. Each word is ice. Or I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of. Starting with a scene that'll have all these nice people wondering why Carson Fox's son is manhandling women at industry events. Ryan's fingers release my wrist, and I yank my hand away as if he just burned my skin. I grab my purse and weave through the crowd, desperate for fresh air. The ferry building's grand archway can't come fast enough. Outside, the San Francisco Bay stretches dark and endless. A ferry horn blares in the distance as I lean against a pillar, letting the cool night air wash over my heated skin. My wrist throbs where Ryan grabbed me. Damn. I press my palms against my eyes, willing away the burning sensation of tears. Not because of him. I'm done crying over Ryan Fox, but his threats. The thought of Carson finding out about Ryan's accusations makes my stomach churn. Even if they're lies, mud sticks. And Carson's reputation means everything to him. Would he believe I'm using him to get back at Ryan? That I'm manipulating him? The waterfront breeze carries the salt of the bay, and as calming as it is, it does nothing to clear my head. Every moment with Carson flashes through my mind. The late nights reviewing menu items, our shared laughter over dinner, the electricity when our hands brush. It's all been real, genuine. But Ryan could destroy it all with a few choice words. He knows exactly how to twist our past into something ugly, something that would make Carson question everything about me, about us. My phone buzzes. A text from Carson telling me the time I should stop by the restaurant tomorrow to taste the new menu items. Such a simple message, but it makes my chest ache. How long before Ryan poisons this too? I slide down the pillar until I'm sitting on the concrete, watching the bay's dark waters ripple under the moonlight. Everything I've built, my career, my reputation, this tentative something with Carson, feels like it's balanced on a knife's edge, and Ryan's holding the blade. The drive home from the ferry building is a blur. San Francisco's lights streak past my windows, but I barely notice them through the storm in my head. Ryan's threats echo with every turn of my wheels. My apartment feels empty when I finally walk in. I drop my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door. The one Carson complimented last week when he dropped off those sample menus and surprised me with a gentle kiss as he made his way out the door. The memory makes my chest tight. I kick off my heels and sink into my couch, pulling up my messages with Carson. His latest text still waits for a response. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., new menu tasting. Don't be late. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Everything in me wants to reply with our usual banter, but Ryan's words slice through my thoughts. One social media post, one phone call. That's all it would take to destroy everything Carson's built. I type out a response. Something's come up. Need to reschedule. Delete. Can't make it tomorrow. Delete. I think we should take a step back from the consultation. My thumb hovers over send. The thought of pushing Carson away makes my stomach knot, but the alternative, watching Ryan tear down his reputation because of me, that's worse. I hit send before I can change my mind. 3 dots appear immediately. I hold my breath. Everything okay? Carson's response is quick, concerned. Just need some space to focus on other projects. My hands shake as I type, my stomach churning with each word. I'll send you my final recommendations by email. God, it sounds so cold, so professional. Everything we're not. The 3 dots appear and disappear several times, like Carson struggling to find the right words. Each pause makes my heart clench tighter. Finally, Kate, what's going on? I turn off my phone and toss it across the couch like it's burning me. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I've cried enough over men to last a lifetime. This is the right thing to do. Carson's reputation, his restaurant, they're his whole life. 25 years of blood, sweat, and sacrifice. I won't let Ryan use me to destroy that. To tear down everything his father's built just because he can't stand seeing me happy. Even if it means walking away from the first person who's made me feel alive since ever. The only man who's looked at me and seen more than just a pretty face or a stepping stone. The way Carson watches me when he thinks I'm not looking, like I'm something precious and rare. I'll miss that most of all.
Chapter 22. Carson. My footsteps echo across the hardwood floor of my office as I pace back and forth, her email burning a hole in my mind. Her final email keeps replaying. I believe our consulting arrangement has run its course. No explanation, no warning. Just a clean break that leaves me with more questions than answers. I stop at the window overlooking the bay, but the view does nothing to settle the unease in my gut. The past few weeks with Kate have transformed the glass table, her insight, her passion, that spark in her eyes when she talks about food. And now she wants to walk away? Screw this. I grab my phone and dial her number before I can talk myself out of it. 1 ring. 2 rings. My fingers drum against the desk. Carson. Her voice comes through soft, hesitant. What the hell, Kate? You're just going to email me that you're done? After everything we've accomplished? A pause stretches between us. I've done what I came to do. The restaurant's numbers are up. The reviews are positive. Nonsense. I run a hand through my hair. Something happened. You've been different these past few days. Distant. Did I do something wrong? No, it's not. She takes a shaky breath. It's complicated. Then uncomplicate it for me. You owe me that much. I don't owe you anything. Her words have an edge now. This was a business arrangement, nothing more. Is that what you're telling yourself? My voice drops lower, because we both know that's not true. The silence that follows feels heavy with everything unsaid. I hear her breathing on the other end, can almost picture her biting her lower lip the way she does when she's wrestling with something. Look, Mr. Fox. The formality in her voice cuts deeper than any knife. The restaurant is back on track. My work here is done. Mr. Fox. I grip the phone tighter, my knuckles going white. Since when did we go back to that? Since now. I think it's better if we maintain proper boundaries. Proper boundaries. The words taste bitter in my mouth, and I fight back a curse. You mean like when you stayed late, helping me test new recipes? Or when we shared wine and stories in the kitchen after closing? What about last week, when we kissed outside of your apartment? What was all that, then? Those were lapses in judgment. Her voice wavers, and I can hear the lie in it. I need to focus on my career right now. The cookbook deal dash. Don't hide behind work, Kate. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window, watching the San Francisco fog roll in. My reflection stares back at me, jaw clenched tight. Talk to me. What changed? Because a week ago, you were looking at me like... I stopped myself, not ready to name what I saw in her eyes that night. Nothing changed. I'm just being realistic. Realistic about what? The frustration builds in my chest. You can't even give me a straight answer. There's nothing more to discuss. Her tone turns professional, distant. A wall I can't break through. Look, would you like a final report? I can gift you that much, but after that I'm done. I'll reach out by the end of the week. Kate. Goodbye, Mr. Fox. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, fighting the urge to throw it across the room. What the hell just happened? Last week we were laughing over failed experiments in the kitchen, and now she won't even call me by my first name. My mind races through our recent interactions, searching for any sign I might have missed. Did I push too hard? Say something wrong? The uncertainty gnaws at me, made worse by her obvious deflection of every question. I drop into my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. The restaurant feels emptier already, knowing she won't be walking through those doors with her bright ideas and infectious enthusiasm. Somehow, in the span of a few weeks, she became more than just a consultant. And now she's cutting me out like none of it mattered. I storm into the kitchen, tying my apron with more force than necessary. The familiar chaos of prep time surrounds me. The rhythmic chopping, sizzling pans, calls of, "Yes, chef." But today, it grates on my nerves. "Where's the mise en place for the halibut?" I bark at one of the line cooks. "Right here, chef." He gestures to his station. I inspect the setup, finding fault with everything. These herbs are chopped too coarse. And what's with these uneven portions? Do it again. The cook's eyes widen, but he knows better than to argue. Usually Kate would be here by now, tasting new combinations, suggesting tweaks to the menu. The empty space where she should be feels like a raw nerve. "Chef, the new sauce for the..." "Not now." I cut off my sous chef mid-sentence, focusing on the stack of invoices I've been avoiding. The numbers blur together, and I realize I've read the same line 3 times. A crash from the prep area sends me spinning around. What was that? "Sorry, chef. The bowl just slipped." Just slipped. This isn't amateur hour. I grab a towel and throw it on the floor. Clean it up. And someone check those scallops before they overcook. The kitchen falls silent, except for the essential calls and the hum of equipment. My staff exchanges glances when they think I'm not looking. They're used to my standards, but not this edge in my voice. I try to focus on plating a dish, but my hands won't cooperate. The sauce drips where it shouldn't. The garnish sits wrong. With a growl of frustration, I shove the plate aside. "Start over," I mutter, more to myself than anyone else. But starting over won't fix what's really bothering me. Won't bring back her smile as she leans over a pot. Won't restore the easy rhythm we had in this kitchen. The ticket machine chirps, snapping me back to reality. Orders are piling up, and I'm standing here like some lovesick teenager. I grab my knife, but even the familiar weight feels wrong in my hand. "Fire 2 duck, 1 halibut," I call out, trying to lose myself in the familiar dance of service. But every time the kitchen doors swing open, I catch myself looking up, expecting to see her walk through them. The dinner rush passes in a blur of tickets and curses. My staff keeps their distance, speaking only when necessary. Good. I'm in no mood for small talk. After the last customer leaves, I send everyone home early. The silence of the empty kitchen wraps around me as I sit at the steel prep table, a glass of whiskey my only company. The bottle stands nearby, a tempting promise of numbness. My fingers trace the edge where Kate used to sit, sampling dishes and offering suggestions. The ghost of her perfume still lingers. Or maybe that's just my mind playing tricks. "You're losing it, old man." I take another sip, letting the burn chase away the tightness in my throat. The kitchen feels different without her energy filling the spaces between equipment. How did she do that? Slide past my defenses and make herself at home in my world? For decades I've run this place, never letting anyone close enough to matter. Then she walks in with her sharp wit and fearless critiques, and suddenly I'm looking forward to mornings, planning dishes just to see her face light up, finding excuses to brush against her when we work side by side. The whiskey glass hits the table harder than intended. Damn! My head drops into my hands. What was I thinking? She's half my age, my son's ex of all people. I had no business letting things get personal, no business kissing her that night, even if she kissed me back with an intensity that still haunts my dreams. The refrigerator hums in the background, its steady drone matching the ache in my chest. I've built my reputation on control. In the kitchen, in my life. But one smile from her and all that discipline crumbles like overworked pastry. Maybe she's right to walk away. Better to end it now before... Before what? Before I fall completely? Too late for that, if I'm being honest with myself. I stare at my reflection in the polished steel surface. When did I become this guy? The one sitting alone in his kitchen, pining after a woman who clearly wants nothing to do with him.
Chapter 23. Kate. The security gate of Carson's mansion slides open as I pull up in my car. My heart hammers against my chest, knowing what I have to do. The winding driveway stretches ahead, each curve bringing me closer to the inevitable. I park and take a deep breath, smoothing my hands over my skirt as I make my way over to the entrance. The front door opens before I can knock. Carson stands there in a black Henley and jeans, his dark hair slightly tousled. Kate. His voice wraps around my name like a caress. We need to talk. I step inside, keeping my distance. The familiar scent of his cologne threatens to weaken my resolve. Carson's eyes search mine, dark and intense in a way that makes my stomach flutter. Let's sit down. His voice has that commanding edge I've come to know so well. I follow him to his living room, but remain standing, needing the height to maintain my composure. My fingers fidget with the hem of my skirt. I've been thinking about us. Have you? His jaw tightens, and a muscle there ticks. The way he's looking at me, like he can see straight through my defenses, makes this so much harder. This thing between us, it's too complicated. The restaurant, your son, our professional relationship. My voice catches on the words I've rehearsed a dozen times in my car. We need to end it. Carson goes still, impossibly so, like a predator before the strike. The light in his eyes dims, replaced by something raw and wounded that cuts straight to my core. I see. The words come out clipped, controlled. You were only supposed to be my client. And Ryan, his name tastes bitter on my tongue, a reminder of all the ways this could go wrong. The ghost of my failed relationship with his son stands between us like an invisible wall. Don't. He runs a hand through his hair. You don't have to explain. I think it's better if we keep things strictly professional. Carson nods slowly, his shoulders rigid. Though he towers over me, he's never looked more vulnerable. If that's what you want, it's what needs to happen. I wrap my arms around myself, fighting the urge to close the distance between us. I stare at the polished hardwood floor, unable to meet his gaze any longer. I should go. The words catch in my throat. But first, I need you to know how grateful I am. For everything. Grateful? His voice drops an octave. You could have blacklisted me after that review. Instead, you gave me a chance. Brought me on as your consultant. My fingers twist together. It means more than you know. Your critique was valid. Still, most chefs would have destroyed my career. But you, I look up, finding his eyes locked on mine. You listened. You adapted. You're not like anyone I've ever met. Carson takes a step closer. Is that right? Heat courses through my body. The way you run your kitchen. How you're always pushing for perfection, but still manage to inspire loyalty in your staff. How you can take criticism and turn it into something better. The words tumble out before I can stop them. The way you look at me sometimes, like right now, makes it hard to breathe. I clamp my mouth shut, mortified. Kate. His voice roughens. Another step closer. I should move back, should maintain that professional distance I just insisted on, but my feet stay rooted to the spot as he approaches. His presence magnetic. Tell me more about how I look at you. His fingers brush my cheek, and electricity skitters across my skin. Like you want to devour me. The confession slips out in a whisper. Carson's thumb traces my bottom lip. Because I do. My breath hitches. All my carefully constructed arguments about keeping things professional crumble under the heat of his gaze. When he slides his hand to cup the back of my neck, I lean into his touch instead of pulling away. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. The room is filled with the sound of our breathing, the scent of our lovemaking. It's intense, satisfying, a moment of pure connection that goes beyond words. Carson lifts his head, his eyes meeting mine. There's a softness in his gaze, a vulnerability that makes my heart ache. He kisses me, slow and gentle this time, a lingering touch that says more than words ever could. And in that moment, everything is perfect. Chapter 24. Kate. Carson's heartbeat thuds against my ear as I rest my head on his chest. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, and the cashmere throw blanket draped over us is soft against my skin. The warmth of his body and the steady rhythm of his breathing should be soothing, but reality crashes over me like ice water. Oh, God! I bolt upright, clutching the blanket to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. What did we just do? Kate. Carson reaches for me, his fingers grazing my arm, but I'm already scrambling off the couch, nearly tripping in my panic. This was a mistake. My hands shake as I search for my clothes scattered across his living room floor, the evidence of our moment of weakness strewn everywhere. I can't. Stop! His voice carries that commanding tone that usually makes my knees weak, the same one he uses in the kitchen when directing his staff, but I force myself to keep moving. I can't let him affect me. Not now. I yank my skirt over my legs, trying to ignore how his scent still clings to my skin. Everything we've built, we just complicated all of it. The restaurant, the consultation, everything. Look at me. The leather couch creaks as he stands. No. I hunt for my shoes, my movements frantic. One heel lies under the coffee table, the other near the fireplace. Because if I look at you, I might. My throat tightens around the words I can't say. We have to end this. Whatever this is. The leather couch creaks as Carson stands. From my peripheral vision, I see him pulling on his pants. You're running away. I'm being practical. I grab my purse from the entryway table. This crosses every professional line. That's nonsense and you know it. My hand freezes on the door handle. It's the truth. I have to go. I wrench open the door and hurry down the path to my car, ignoring his calls behind me. The gravel crunches under my heels as I fumble with my keys, desperate to escape before I change my mind. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ache, willing the tears not to fall. My chest aches with each breath as I navigate through the streets of San Francisco. The city lights blur together, and I blink hard to clear my vision. I need to talk to someone before I lose my mind. With trembling fingers, I press the button on my steering wheel. Call Sophie, I command, and the car's system beeps in response. She picks up on the second ring. Hey, babe, what's up? The sound of her voice breaks something inside me. I messed up, Soph. I really messed up. Kate? What happened? The background noise on her end quiets, like she's moving to somewhere private. I hear a door close and the muffled sounds of what must be the Chronicle's newsroom fade away. Carson and I, my voice cracks. We had sex and then I left. I just walked out. Wait, hold up. You and Carson finally hooked up? There's hints of shock and excitement in her voice that makes my stomach twist even harder. Yes, no, God, it doesn't matter because I ended it. A car honks behind me, and I realize I've been sitting at a green light. I press the gas, my hands shaking. I had to. My chest feels like it's being crushed in a vice. The memory of Carson's face when I pulled away from him, the hurt in his eyes, it's all too much. I take a sharp left turn, not even sure where I'm heading anymore. Had to? Or convinced yourself you had to? Sophie's voice softens. Talk to me, honey. What's really going on? Everything was perfect, Sophie. The way he held me, how he made me feel. I swallow hard. But we can't. The restaurant, my career, I can't risk everything I've worked for. That's your head talking. What does your heart say? My heart. I laugh, but it comes out more like a sob. My heart is currently trying to jump out of my chest and run back to his house. Then why aren't you letting it? Because. The words catch in my throat. Because I'm terrified. What if this ruins everything? What if it's the best thing that could happen to you and you're running away because you're scared to be happy? Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Sophie, you don't sound like someone who made the right choice. You sound like someone who's breaking their own heart. I'm not running away. My fingers grip the steering wheel tighter. I'm being smart. Professional. Professional? Sophie scoffs. Since when has being professional made anyone happy? And don't give me that crap about your career. You're one of the best food critics in San Francisco. That's exactly why I can't do this. I turn onto Market Street, the familiar buildings a blur through my tears. People already whisper about favoritism because I consult for him. If they find out we're sleeping together? Sophie? What? That's what happened, right? And from the way your voice catches every time you say his name, it wasn't just sex. My chest constricts. It doesn't matter what it was. The hell it doesn't. Papers rustle on her end. Remember what you told me after Ryan? That you'd never let another man make you feel small. This isn't about Ryan. No, it's about Carson making you feel big, important, valued, and that scares the hell out of you. Stop. The word comes out sharper than I intend. You're so afraid of getting hurt again that you're hurting yourself first. Classic Kate Thomas defense mechanism. I pull into a parking spot, killing the engine. I'm hanging up now. Fine, but answer me this. When was the last time you felt about anyone the way you feel about Carson? My throat tightens. I have to go. Kate. I end the call, dropping my head against the steering wheel. Sophie's words echo in my mind, mixing with memories of Carson's touch, his taste, the way he looked at me like I was everything. Damn it! I slam my palm against the wheel, the sting doing nothing to dull the ache in my chest. I jam my key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life. The streets pass in a blur as I navigate through familiar routes to my apartment complex, my mind replaying every moment with Carson. His hands on my skin, the way his eyes darkened when I said his name, how safe I felt in his arms. The parking garage is quiet when I pull in. My heels echo against concrete as I make my way to the elevator, each step feeling heavier than the last. Inside my apartment, I drop my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door. The silence hits me like a physical force. No Carson's heartbeat under my ear. No warmth of his body against mine. Just emptiness. My legs give out, and I slide down the wall, my purse falling beside me. A sob tears from my throat, raw and painful. What did I do? The words come out broken, barely a whisper. With Ryan, everything was a performance, a constant need to be perfect, to meet his impossible standards. But Carson, he saw me, really saw me. When I rambled about flavor profiles or got excited about a new recipe idea, he didn't dismiss me. He engaged, challenged me, made me better. Another sob racks my body. I wrap my arms around my knees, trying to hold myself together as everything I've been fighting crashes over me. I've never felt this complete with someone before, this understood, this alive. Even at our most heated arguments about the restaurant, there was always this underlying current of respect, of trust, and I just threw it away. My phone buzzes in my purse. Probably Sophie checking on me, but I can't bring myself to move. Can't do anything except sit here on my floor, crying over what I've lost, what I pushed away because I was too scared to hold on to it. The truth I've been running from hits me with devastating clarity. I'm in love with Carson Fox.
Chapter 25. Carson. The kitchen's a war zone tonight, exactly how I need it. Pans clatter, flames roar, and my crew moves with military precision. Every dish has to be perfect, more perfect than usual, if that's even possible. That sea base isn't seared enough. Do it again. I toss the plate into the sink with a crash. The young new line cook's eyes widen, but he nods and starts over. Yes, chef. The rhythm of service drowns out everything else. Almost. Kate's words from yesterday still echo. Everything we've built, we just complicated all of it. The restaurant, the consultation, everything. Table 4's on tray. Now. I bark, channeling the anger into authority. The plates line up, each a masterpiece of presentation. But tonight the artistry feels hollow. Behind you, chef. One of my sous chefs slides past with a tray of fresh herbs. I grab a sprig of thyme, crush it between my fingers. The aroma grounds me, pulls me back to the present, back to what I do best, what I've always done best. This risotto's perfect, I announce, tasting a spoonful from the latest batch. That's the standard we maintain. Every single time. The kitchen staff straightens, pride intermingling with determination on their faces. They know what it means to work at the glass table, what it means to work for me. A server pushes through the swinging doors. Chef, table 12 wants to compliment you personally. Not tonight. I turn back to the pass, examining each plate with laser focus. The vacant seat at the dining room's corner table, the one Kate used to occupy, stares back at me. Tell them thank you and comp their dessert. Hours blur together. I lose myself in the details. The precise angle of a protein, the delicate balance of a sauce, the temperature of each plate. It's easier than thinking about her smile, her passion for food, the way she... Fire table 7! My voice cuts through the kitchen's chaos. The work is what matters. But even as service winds down and the kitchen gleams from post-shift cleaning, I know it's nonsense. 20 years of building this restaurant, and for the first time, excellence alone isn't enough. When the dinner service ends, the kitchen's finally quiet. Most of the crew's gone home, leaving only the soft hum of refrigerators and the occasional clink of stored pots. I'm reviewing tomorrow's inventory when Jacques clears his throat behind me. Chef, got a minute? I glance up from the clipboard. Jacques stands there, still in his whites, arms crossed. Kid's one of my best. Started as a line cook 4 years ago. Worked his way up to sous chef faster than anyone I've seen. Make it quick. He shifts his weight. With respect, you've been off your game lately. What are you talking about? My grip tightens on the clipboard. Come on, chef. That sea base you tossed earlier? It was perfect. And you've been checking your phone between services like it might explode. I set the clipboard down harder than necessary. You got something to say it. It's about Kate, isn't it? His voice drops lower. Look, we all saw how you two were together. The way you'd light up when she'd taste test new dishes. How she'd challenge your ideas and you'd actually listen. This isn't your business, Jacques. Maybe not. But I watched my old man let the love of his life walk away because he was too proud to admit he needed her. Don't be that guy, Chef. The memory of Kate's laugh echoes through the kitchen, the way she'd lean over steaming pots, suggesting tweaks to recipes that were brilliant. She's young enough to be my nonsense excuse, and you know it. Jacques straightens his spine. You're Carson Fox. Since when do you let anything stand in your way? You always go after what you want. That's why I was so desperate to work here when I started out. I wanted to train under a guy like you. I run a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly. Jacques, look. It's complicated. No, a 7-course tasting menu is complicated. This? He gestures around the empty kitchen. This is you being scared. My jaw clenches. Jacques tenses up as I make my way over, but then I clap him on the shoulder and he relaxes. You're a good kid, Jacques. Get out of here. Go home to that fiancée of yours. He nods, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Night, Chef. After he leaves, the silence in the kitchen grows heavier. I find myself walking to my office, to the old filing cabinet, where I keep the recipes that built this place. The metal drawer scrapes open, and my fingers brush past folders until I find what I'm looking for. A weathered, leather-bound book. The spine cracks as I open it, releasing the faint scent of vanilla and aged paper. June's handwriting flows across the pages, elegant and precise. Her coconut cream pie recipe, the one that won her the county fair 3 years running before cancer took her. I sink into my chair, tracing the ingredients list with my finger. She'd insisted I keep cooking after she got sick. The kitchen is where you come alive, she'd said. Don't you dare lose that fire. The pages turn to our collaborative efforts, dishes we created together in our tiny apartment kitchen before the glass table was even a dream. Back when cooking meant joy, not just excellence. Kate has that same spark, that same way of looking at food like it's magic waiting to happen. When she suggested adding preserved lemon to the scallop dish last month, it was like Juniper was there in the kitchen again, challenging me to think beyond my comfort zone. My chest tightens. With June, every day felt like a new recipe waiting to be discovered. And with Kate, damn. With Kate, I'm starting to remember what that feels like. I close the book, running my palm over its worn cover. June would have liked Kate, would have appreciated her sharp wit and fearless creativity, would have told me I'm an idiot for letting 20 years age difference stand in the way of something real. The question isn't whether I'm ready to feel that again. The question is whether I'm brave enough to admit I already do. I set June's recipe book back in the drawer, but her presence lingers. My fingers drum against the metal filing cabinet. You've already lost her once. Don't lose her again. The words slip out before I can stop them, echoing in my empty office. And they're true. Letting Kate walk away from the consultation gig was a mistake. One I repeated when I let her my mansion in a hurry after we had sex. My phone sits on the desk, Kate's number right there in my contacts. But a text message isn't enough. Not for this. Not for her. I grab my keys and jacket, switching off the office light. The kitchen's still gleaming from tonight's cleanup, but for once I don't do a final inspection. Some things matter more than perfect mise en place. Kate deserves better than texts or phone calls. She deserves someone who isn't afraid to show up, to fight for what matters. God knows I've never backed down from a fight before. Why start now?
Chapter 26. Kate. I stare at my laptop screen, the cursor blinking against the empty document. My cookbook proposal sits unfinished, mocking me with its blank pages. The working title, Modern Soul Food Reimagined, feels hollow right now. "Focus, Kate," I mutter, dragging my fingers across my keyboard. But as I type out the first recipe, my grandmother's cornbread, with a contemporary twist, my mind drifts to Carson. The way he'd suggested adding brown butter to enhance the richness. How his hands had moved with such precision as he showed me the technique. I delete the entire paragraph and start over. The next recipe is for braised short ribs, but that's even worse. Carson's voice echoes in my head, explaining the importance of getting a proper sear, the exact temperature needed for the perfect braise. Pushing away from my desk, I pace my apartment kitchen. The kitchen is a complicated place because no matter where I look, everything reminds me of him. My phone buzzes. For a split second, I hope it's him, but it's just my editor checking on my latest proposal's progress. "Nothing yet," I text back, guilt gnawing at my stomach. I return to my laptop and open my recipe testing notes. Pages of scribbles, measurements, and modifications fill the screen. Half of them have Carson's suggestions in the margins, little nuggets of culinary wisdom I'd normally treasure. Now they're just distractions, reminders of everything I can't have. The truth hits hard. Every recipe I've developed over the past few weeks has been influenced by him, his techniques, his flavor combinations, his expertise. Even when I try to write something completely new, I find myself wondering what Carson would think, how he'd improve it. "This is ridiculous," I say to my empty apartment. I need these recipes to be mine, not a reflection of my feelings for a man I shouldn't want. I close my laptop with more force than necessary. The cookbook can wait. Right now, I need to figure out how to cook without thinking about Carson Fox. Desperate for inspiration untainted by Carson, I dig through my old recipe box, hidden in my bedroom closet, a weathered wooden thing Dad gave me when I first started cooking. Inside, beneath stained index cards and torn magazine clippings, a photograph slips free. My breath catches. Dad stands in his chef whites, younger and healthier, that bright smile I miss so much lighting up his face. He's in a professional kitchen, arms slung around another chef's shoulders. "Wait." I lean closer, squinting at the other man. Dark hair without the distinguished gray, clean-shaven instead of stubbled. But that commanding presence, those intense eyes. "Damn!" The photo trembles in my hands. It's Carson. A younger Carson, but unmistakably him. The date scrawled on the back reads, 1998. Dad's working at Chez Maurice then, his first executive chef position. And Carson, he would have been, early 20s? Had they worked together when Carson was only starting out? I traced Dad's face with my finger. He never mentioned knowing Carson Fox. Then again, there's so much we never got to discuss before cancer took him. All those conversations about food and cooking that died with him. The two of them look close in the photo. Sharing some inside joke I'll never know. Their chef coats are splattered with sauce, exhaustion clear on their faces. But they're grinning like they've discovered the secret to happiness in that kitchen. "You knew him," I whispered to Dad's image. "You worked with the man I'm falling for." The irony hits me hard. Dad would have loved knowing I was involved with another chef. He always said kitchen people needed to stick together, that we spoke our own language. But he's not here to give advice or share stories about young Carson. And Carson, does he remember this? Remember my father? The questions pile up like dirty dishes during a dinner rush. But I'm not sure I'm ready for answers. I carefully tuck the photo into my wallet instead of returning it to the recipe box. Then I start searching for my car keys, a mission in my mind. I pull up to my childhood home in the Sunset District, the fog rolling in from Ocean Beach, casting everything in a familiar gray haze. Mom moved to Florida after Dad died, but she keeps the house, unable to let go of 30 years of memories. The spare key still hides behind the loose brick in the garden. The house smells musty, unlived in. Dust particles dance in the afternoon light, streaming through the bay windows. I head straight for Dad's office, my footsteps echoing through empty rooms. His desk remains untouched, a shrine to the life he left behind. Stacks of cookbooks, old menus, and vendor invoices cover every surface. I start opening drawers, searching. In the bottom drawer, beneath a pile of old culinary magazines, I find it. Dad's leather-bound journal. The pages are worn, stained with grease and sauce splatters. His handwriting fills every page, ideas flowing into recipes, techniques, dreams. Fox's suggestion for the demi-glace was spot on. One entry reads, "Kids got natural talent. Reminds me of myself at that age." My fingers trace Dad's words. More entries mention Carson. Late-night recipe testing with Carson. His take on classical French technique is revolutionary. We talked about opening our own place someday. Carson's moving on to bigger things. Can't blame him. He's destined for greatness in this industry. We'll miss our kitchen experiments, though. I sink into Dad's old office chair, the leather creaking. These weren't just casual coworkers. They were friends, dreamers sharing ideas in late-night kitchens. Carson wasn't just some hotshot chef Dad knew. He was Dad's protege, maybe even his chosen successor. Pages of collaborative recipe ideas filled the journal. Dad's traditional techniques merged with Carson's innovative twists. Notes in the margins show their back and forth, building on each other's creativity. They'd planned a whole menu together, dishes that never made it to any plate. "You knew him so well," I whispered to the empty room. "You saw his potential before anyone else." The journal reveals a younger Carson, hungry to learn, eager to push boundaries. Dad had believed in him, mentored him. And now, 25 years later, here I am, falling for the same man who once shared my father's dreams. Sinking deeper into Dad's chair, I clutch his journal to my chest. The weight of it grounds me, like his arms around my shoulders used to do. Maybe I was never meant to walk away. The words slip out, soft but certain in the quiet room. All these connections, these threads weaving through time, they can't be coincidence. Dad saw something special in Carson decades ago, the same fire and dedication I see in him now. And Carson, he carries pieces of Dad's teaching in every dish he creates, probably without even realizing it. The universe has a twisted sense of humor, leading me right back to the glass table, to Carson, through paths I never knew existed. I'd stepped away from consulting to protect both our reputations, to keep things professional. But Dad's journal tells a different story, one of mentorship, friendship, and passing down knowledge through generations of chefs. The leather binding creaks as I open the journal again, studying the detailed notes they'd made together. Dad's elegant cursive flows into Carson's sharp, decisive strokes. Two minds working in harmony, building something greater than themselves. I trace their handwriting with my fingertip, feeling the indentations in the paper. These weren't just recipes. They were conversations, dreams put to paper, a legacy waiting to be continued. Maybe this is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 27. Carson. The morning sun streams through my office window at the glass table as I scan through the day's news on my tablet. My coffee grows cold, forgotten, as a headline from the Bay Area food scene blog stops my breath. Michelin-starred chef in scandalous affair with former restaurant consultant. My jaw clenches. The photo beneath shows Kate and me leaving the restaurant a while ago, her hand on my arm as we shared a private joke. The article's text makes my blood boil. Sources close to the glass table reveal that celebrated chef Carson Fox has been carrying on a relationship with former consultant Kate Thomas, who previously dated his son, Ryan Fox. Industry insiders suggest Thomas orchestrated the entire consultation as revenge against the younger Fox, using her position to seduce the father and secure connections in San Francisco's elite culinary circle. Damn. I slam the tablet down. The words swim before my eyes. Gold digger, calculated move, questionable ethics. They've twisted everything, painting Kate as some manipulative climber rather than the talented, genuine woman she is. My phone buzzes. 3 missed calls from my PR team, 2 from the restaurant's investors, a text from Ryan. Hope it was worth it. That little jerk, the source close to the glass table. It has to be him. He's the only one who'd have both the knowledge and the motivation to spin this toxic narrative. The article goes on to question Kate's credentials, implying she traded on her looks rather than her expertise. It even digs up her previous restaurant reviews, suggesting she's been building toward this career coup for months. I grab my phone, fingers hovering over Kate's number. But what can I say? That my son just torpedoed both our reputations? That the entire Bay Area food scene is probably reading this hit piece right now? My office door bursts open. Carson, we've got 3 cancellations already this morning. My PR manager's face is ashen, and the Post just picked up the story. This is ridiculous. My fists clench and unclench. I need to fix this. Take this by the horns before Ryan can destroy my reputation even further. Call up our journalist contacts. Tell them I'm having a press conference outside of the restaurant. Get everyone here by 2. I pace my office, jaw set. And make sure the major networks get wind of this. I want cameras. My PR manager nods, already typing furiously on her phone. Are you absolutely sure? Maybe we should wait. No, I'm not letting them drag her name through the mud for one more second. The next few hours pass in a blur of phone calls and preparations. By 1:30, a crowd has gathered outside the glass table. Reporters, cameras, even some of our regular patrons curious about the commotion. I straighten my chef's coat, running through what I need to say. The truth, simple and direct. At 2 sharp, I step out onto the restaurant's front steps. Cameras flash, microphones thrust forward. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. My voice carries across the crowd. I'm here to address the allegations made this morning about Kate Thomas and myself. These claims are not just false, they're malicious. Questions erupt. I raise my hand, silencing them. Kate Thomas is one of the most brilliant culinary minds I've ever encountered. Her work with the glass table transformed our menu and operations. She has an extraordinary palate, innovative ideas, and a work ethic that puts most chefs to shame. Anyone suggesting she achieved her position through anything other than pure talent is not just wrong. They're revealing their own prejudices and insecurities. More cameras flash. I lean into the microphone. I've worked with the best in this industry for 25 years. I don't suffer fools, and I don't give praise lightly. Kate Thomas earned every accolade she's received. Her reviews are honest, her expertise is real, and her integrity is beyond question. That's all I have to say on the matter. The reporters surge forward, their voices overlapping. Chef Fox, are the rumors about a romantic relationship true? Did your relationship with Miss Thomas begin during her consultation period? I grip the podium, squaring my shoulders. Might as well face this head on. Yes, Kate and I developed feelings for each other. And you know what? That's the most natural thing in the world when 2 people share the same passions, the same drive for excellence. A reporter from the Chronicle pushes to the front, but given her history with your son, let me stop you right there. My voice cuts through the murmur. Kate and I connected over our dedication to the culinary arts. Anyone who's seen her analyze a dish, break down flavors, or craft a review knows her devotion to food isn't an act. We spent hours discussing technique, debating traditions, challenging each other's perspectives. That's where our connection began. What about the allegations that she planned this from the start? That's nonsense. The crude word slips out, but I don't regret it. Kate walked away from her consulting position the moment we realized our feelings were becoming personal. She put her professional integrity ahead of everything else. Does that sound like someone trying to manipulate a situation? More hands shoot up, more questions fly. Our relationship grew organically through shared experiences and mutual respect. Anyone suggesting otherwise clearly hasn't spent 5 minutes in a kitchen with Kate Thomas. When you work alongside someone who matches your passion, who challenges you to be better, who sees food the way you do, that connection is inevitable. It's genuine. And I won't stand here while anyone tries to cheapen it with these ridiculous accusations. I step closer to the microphones, my voice dropping to a dangerous edge as I stare at as many of these damned reporters as I possibly can. Let me be crystal clear. This smear campaign, it stops now. Kate Thomas didn't orchestrate anything. She didn't scheme or plot. She came to the glass table, did her job brilliantly, and left when things got complicated. That's called integrity. The reporters lean in, hungry for more drama. But I'm done playing games. You want a story? Here's your story. I'm standing right here telling you that Kate Thomas is the real deal. She's changed how I think about food, changed how I run my kitchen. Hell, changed how I see everything. And I'm not going to let anyone tear her down with these pathetic accusations. A reporter from the Chronicle pipes up. Sources say. Your sources are wrong. I grip the podium tighter. Open your eyes. Be honest about what's really happening here. Someone's trying to destroy Kate's reputation because they can't handle her success. They can't stand that she earned everything through pure talent and hard work. The crowd shifts, cameras clicking rapidly. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to keep running my restaurant. Kate's going to keep writing her brilliant reviews and working on her cookbook. And anyone who has a problem with that can come talk to me directly instead of hiding behind anonymous quotes. I straighten my chef's coat, squaring my shoulders. I stand by Kate Thomas completely, without reservation. If that costs me business, fine. If it pisses off investors, they can pull out. I've built this restaurant from nothing before, and I'll do it again if I have to. The reporters explode with questions, but I raise my hand. That's all. Print whatever you want. But know this. I'm not backing down. Not from Kate. Not from these accusations. Not from any of it. I stride back through the glass table's doors, leaving the media circus behind. The familiar sense of my kitchen, herbs, spices, the lingering aroma of this morning's prep work, settle my racing pulse. That was something else, chef. Jacques stands at attention near the pass. The rest of my kitchen staff has stopped their prep work, all eyes on me. Back to work, everyone. We've still got service tonight. But I can't keep the satisfied edge from my voice. The weight that's been crushing my chest since reading that article is lifted. My phone vibrates. Probably more reporters or my PR team, but I ignore it as I head toward my office. The gleaming steel and polished surfaces of my kitchen reflect my determined expression. Defending Kate felt right, natural, like plating the perfect dish or nailing a challenging technique. In my office, I loosen my chef's coat and drop into my chair. The tablet still displays that nonsense article, but it doesn't have the same power over me now. I've taken control of the narrative. Let Ryan stew in his bitterness. Let the critics whisper. I meant every word I said out there. Kate deserves someone in her corner fighting for her reputation as fiercely as she fights for her own dreams. My PR manager appears in the doorway. Social media is blowing up. Your speech is trending. She shakes her head, but there's a hint of admiration in her expression. You really went all in. Damn right I did. I lean back, a smile tugging at my lips. And I'd do it again.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand,
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 28. Kate. My hands shake as I scroll through my social media feed for the 100th time tonight. The video plays again. Carson standing outside the glass table, his commanding presence drawing every eye as camera flashes light up the night. Kate and I connected over our dedication to the culinary arts. Anyone who's seen her analyze a dish, break down flavors, or craft a review knows her devotion to food isn't an act. His deep voice resonates through my phone's speakers. We spent hours discussing technique, debating traditions, challenging each other's perspectives. That's where our connection began. I sink deeper into my couch, pulling my knees to my chest, the confidence in his stance, the fire in his eyes as he addresses the reporters. It's overwhelming. Kate walked away from her consulting position the moment we realized our feelings were becoming personal. She put her professional integrity ahead of everything else. Does that sound like someone trying to manipulate a situation? Tears blur my vision. After Ryan's constant belittling, after years of second-guessing myself, hearing Carson defend my professional reputation in front of the entire Bay Area press corps. My phone buzzes with another notification, more reactions pouring in. The culinary community is rallying behind Carson's words. Respected chefs and critics are sharing the video, adding their own testimonials about my work. Damn. I wipe my eyes, but the tears won't stop. He didn't have to do this. He could have stayed quiet, let the storm blow over. Instead, he put his own reputation on the line to protect mine. The video ends with Carson's statement. You want a story? Here's your story. I'm standing right here telling you that Kate Thomas is the real deal. She's changed how I think about food, changed how I run my kitchen. Hell, changed how I see everything. And I'm not going to let anyone tear her down with these pathetic accusations. I replay it again, watching his face, the intensity in his expression. My heart feels like it might burst. No one has ever stood up for me like this. No one has ever believed in me so completely, so publicly. My fingers hover over his contact information. It's late, past midnight, but I need to tell him. The emotions are too much. I press my face into a throw pillow and let out a sound between a laugh and a sob. I grab my car keys, my heart thundering against my ribs. The need to see him, to talk to him face to face, overwhelms any rational thought about the late hour. The streets of San Francisco stretch empty before me as I navigate through the city. My hands grip the steering wheel tightly as I drive the dark, solitary streets. The radio stays off. My thoughts are loud enough company. Streetlights blur past as I press down on the accelerator. Without the usual traffic, the drive to the glass table takes half the time. I park, spotting Carson's Range Rover still there. The entrance light glows softly. The front door pulls open gently and I make my way inside. The dining room remains immaculate, clean from the busy dinner service that happened only hours ago. My attention rests on the kitchen, and my legs guide me there without hesitation. The kitchen, usually bustling with energy and noise, stands eerily quiet. Moonlight streams through the high windows, casting long shadows across the stainless steel surfaces. My footsteps echo as I move deeper into the space, and there he is. Carson leans against the center island, his chef's jacket discarded, leaving him in a black t-shirt that stretches across his broad shoulders. His arms are crossed, but not in his usual commanding stance. There's something different about him, something raw and exposed. He looks up at my approach. The shadows under his eyes speak of exhaustion, but his gaze locks onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. Kate. My name falls from his lips like a prayer. I stop a few feet away, suddenly unsure what to do with my hands, my feet, my racing thoughts. The man who stood so confidently before the press just hours ago now looks like he's fighting his own internal battle. The silence between us crackles with electricity. All the carefully constructed walls, all the professional distance we'd maintained, it feels paper thin now. How did you know I'd still be here? Carson's voice carries across the moonlit kitchen, rough with emotion. I take a shaky breath, my heart pounding against my ribs. I just knew. In here. My palm presses against my chest. The same way I know when a dish needs more acid, or when flavors aren't balanced. Some things you just feel. My feet move before my brain catches up. Each step toward him feels inevitable, like gravity pulling me where I belong. No more second guessing, no more what ifs. I'm done running, Carson. The words tumble out, carried on a wave of certainty I've never felt before. Done pretending this is just about food, or careers, or professional respect. The distance between us vanishes. I stop right in front of him, close enough to catch the faint scent of herbs and spices that always clings to his skin. The familiar mix of rosemary and black pepper makes my head swim, reminding me of late nights in his kitchen. I've spent so long trying to prove myself, trying to be taken seriously, and then you go and do that. I gesture vaguely toward the direction of the parking lot where he made his statement. You put everything on the line. For me. My voice cracks on the last words, the weight of what he's done hitting me all over again. Carson unfolds his arms, his hands flexing at his sides like he's fighting to keep them there. The moonlight catches the silver in his hair, highlighting the tension in his jaw. His dark eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. I've seen that look before, when he's perfecting a dish, when he's absolutely certain about something. I meant every word. His voice drops lower, sending shivers down my spine. Every damn word, Kate. The way he says my name, rough and possessive, makes my knees weak. His fingers twitch again, and I wonder if he's struggling as much as I am with the need to reach out and touch. My fingers trail down his arm, finding his hand. The contact sends electricity through my skin. His breath catches, and I lace my fingers through his, savoring the warmth of his calloused palm against mine. Kate. His voice comes out strained, desperate. I reach for his other hand, drawing both up between us. His fingers curl around mine, strong and sure, like everything about him. Carson releases one hand to cut my face. His touch is gentle, reverent. His thumb brushing across my cheekbone. The tenderness in his gesture makes my heart stutter. "You've never had to prove yourself to me," he whispers, his dark eyes searching mine. "You were always the best, the one who gave me a reason to get up in the mornings again." The last thread of my resistance snaps. I surge forward as he pulls me in, our lips meeting in a kiss that steals my breath. His mouth moves against mine with the same precise confidence he shows in the kitchen, but there's nothing controlled about the way his fingers thread through my hair or how his other hand releases mine to wrap around my waist. I press closer, my hands sliding up his chest to grip his shoulders. He tastes like wine and possibility, and I lose myself in the heat of his kiss. His stubble grazes my skin as he changes angles, deepening the kiss until I'm dizzy with want. Weeks of tension, of fighting this attraction, of maintaining professional distance, it all dissolves in this moment. Every brush of his lips, every strong beat of his heart under my palm feels like coming home.
Chapter 29. Carson. Kate breaks the kiss, her hand still resting on my chest. The kitchen's dim lighting casts shadows across her face, making her dark eyes gleam. "We should probably talk about this," she whispers. I don't want to talk. Not now. Not when she's here, pressed against the stainless steel counter, looking up at me with those full lips slightly parted. My hands slide down to her waist, and I capture her mouth again. The press conference, the accusations, Ryan's nonsense, none of it matters. What matters is how perfectly she fits against me, how her fingers curl into my shirt. Her body softens, melting into mine as if she belongs here. "Talking," she murmurs against my lips. "Hmm?" I respond, not bothering to stop kissing her. I sweep her off her feet, literally, and carry her out of the kitchen. She lets out a surprised gasp, her arms wrapping around my neck. The restaurant is quiet, the staff long gone. The only sound is the faint hum of the city outside and the soft patter of my footsteps on the polished floor. I kick open my office door, slamming it shut behind us with a satisfying thud. I set her down on my desk, the surface suddenly clear as I swipe off the clutter with one swift motion. Papers flutter to the floor, a cup of pens clatters down, but I couldn't care less. All that matters is Kate, right here, right now.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code Save 40. You'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She looks up at me, her eyes soft, a small smile playing on her lips. Well, that was... She starts, her voice barely above a whisper. I chuckle, my chest rumbling against hers. Yeah, it was, I agree, my thumb brushing against her cheek. There's a moment of silence, filled only with the sound of our breaths. Then Kate laughs, a soft, husky sound that sends shivers down my spine. We made quite a mess, she says, gesturing to the scattered papers and pens on the floor. I grin, not bothering to look away from her. Worth it, I say, capturing her mouth in another kiss. And it is, every damn second of it. Kate sighs against my lips as she brings me in for a gentle kiss. I hold her in my arms, relishing in the feel of her. Her body is soft, pliant, fitting perfectly against mine. The chaos of the past few days fades away, leaving only this moment, this woman. She pulls back slightly, her eyes meeting mine. They're warm, inviting, a soft smile playing on her lips. We should probably clean up, she says. I chuckle, my arms tightening around her. In a minute, I murmur, capturing her mouth again. She melts into the kiss, her hands sliding up my chest, fingers tangling in the hair at the nape of my neck. A soft moan escapes her, vibrating against my lips. It's a sound I could get used to, a sound I want to hear again and again. But for now, I reluctantly pull away, resting my forehead against hers. All right, I concede, a smirk tugging at my lips. Let's clean up. I help her down from the desk, her legs slightly wobbly as she finds her footing. She grins at me, a playful light in her eyes as she begins to gather the scattered papers. I watch her for a moment, enjoying the sight of her, disheveled and completely at ease. Bending down, I start picking up the pens, tossing them back into the cup. Kate shuffles the papers into a neat stack, placing them on the corner of the desk. She looks up, catching me watching her. What? She asks, a teasing lilt to her voice. I shrug, a grin spreading across my face. Just admiring the view. She rolls her eyes, laughing softly. Of course you are. I stand, stepping closer to her. And you love it, I say, tugging her into my arms. She comes willingly, her laughter turning into a soft sigh as our bodies press together. I do, she admits, her voice soft. Her eyes meet mine, and there's a depth of emotion there that sends a jolt through me. It's more than just physical attraction, more than just the heat of the moment. It's something real, something raw. I brush a stray curl from her face, tucking it behind her ear. I'm glad you're here, Kate, I say, my voice gruff with emotion. Her smile softens, her eyes warm. Me too, Carson. Chapter 30. Carson. I lead Kate to one of the corner tables in the dining room, the city lights twinkling through the windows. The restaurant feels different at this hour, peaceful, intimate. My hand rests on the small of her back as she slides into the booth. Water? I ask, already heading to the service station. Please. I return with 2 glasses, setting one in front of her before taking my seat. Kate's fingers trace patterns on the condensation, her eyes fixed on the glass. I want to apologize for Ryan's behavior, I say, breaking the silence. I never thought he'd be capable of doing something like this. He's become a little prick ever since his mom died. Kate looks up. It wasn't your fault. Ryan's always been good at manipulating situations. Still, you deserve better than that circus. I take a drink, ice clinking against glass. Truth is, I've been protecting him too long. Making excuses, cleaning up his messes. Because he's your son. Yeah. The word comes out heavy, but that stops now. What he did to you. My jaw clenches. I won't let him hurt you again. Kate reaches across the table, her hand covering mine. Carson, I'm not worried about Ryan anymore. I'm worried about us. She pauses, drawing in a breath. This thing between us, it's complicated. The age difference, your position, my career. You think I give a damn about any of that? Maybe you should. Her voice is soft but firm. The press will have a field day, especially after the press conference you gave earlier. I can't even look at my social media right now. The videos are all over the place, and some outlets are already putting their own spins on what happened. Screw what they say. I lean forward, catching her gaze. Kate, I've spent 20 years building this restaurant, making a name for myself. You think I don't know how this looks? But for the first time in my life, I don't care about appearances. Her fingers tighten around mine. I'm scared, she admits. Not of you, but of how much I want this. How much I want you. Me too. The confession slips out before I can stop it. Haven't felt this way in a long time. Scares the hell out of me. I run a hand through my hair, memories of June hitting me like a physical blow. After I lost June, I threw myself into work. Seemed easier than dealing with the emptiness at home. The words scratched my throat. Ryan was already in college. The restaurant became everything. Kate's thumb traces circles on my palm. You loved her very much. Still do, in a way. Always will. I've kept a necklace with our wedding ring on it on my person. I carry it around with me, either on my neck or in one of my pockets. I meet Kate's eyes. But that's not why I've stayed alone. Truth is, I've been a coward. Easier to hide behind these walls than risk feeling that kind of loss again. Carson, let me finish. I shift closer, my free hand covering hers. Meeting you, it's woken something in me I thought died with June. And it terrifies me because I know I could fall hard for you, Kate. Already am. Her breath catches. But I'm done being afraid. My voice comes out rough. Done letting fear of what might happen keep me from what's right in front of me. I don't want to lose you because I'm too scared to take a chance. Kate's eyes glisten in the dim light. I'm not going anywhere. Good. I squeeze her hand. Because I'm all in. Whatever storm comes our way, the press, Ryan, this whole age gap nonsense, we'll handle it. Together. The smile that breaks across her face makes my chest tight. Not with grief this time, but with possibility. Hope. A future I never thought I'd want again. Kate's fingers slip from mine as she leans back, wrapping her arms around herself. The shift in her posture hits me in the gut. I recognize that defensive stance. Ryan, she swallows hard. He made me feel so small. Every time I had an idea for an article or a recipe, he'd pick it apart. Tell me I wasn't good enough, that no one would take me seriously. My hands clench into fists under the table. At first, it was subtle. He'd suggest changes to my writing, saying he knew better because he grew up in the industry. Kate's voice cracks. Then it got worse. He'd mock my cooking in front of his friends, tell them I was just playing at being a food critic. What a jerk, I mutter. The cheating. She draws in a shaky breath. I found out he was sleeping around. I think I might have mentioned the sommelier story to you already. When I first confronted him, he laughed, said I should have expected it, that I wasn't enough to keep his interest. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. My son, my own son, did this to her. I stopped writing for months after that. Couldn't even look at a kitchen without hearing his voice in my head, telling me I was worthless. Kate's fingers grip her water glass. Everything I'd worked for, all my dreams, they seemed ridiculous. Like I'd been fooling myself thinking I belonged in this world. Kate. I used to love experimenting with recipes. creating new things. But after Ryan, she shakes her head. I second-guessed every decision. Started playing it safe. Boring. The exact opposite of what food writing should be. The pain in her voice cuts deep. I want to hunt Ryan down, make him pay for what he's done. But right now, Kate needs me here. He took that joy from me, she whispers. Made me doubt everything about myself. And the worst part, for a long time I believed him. Kate meets my gaze, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Then, you came into my life. A soft smile plays at her lips. I wrote that scathing review of your restaurant, and since meeting you, she shakes her head, wonder in her expression. My joy and love for food has grown exponentially. That spark, that passion I thought Ryan killed, it came roaring back. My chest tightens at her words. You challenged me, pushed back, made me defend my opinions and stand up for what I believe in. Her fingers drum against the table. That first day in your kitchen, God, I was terrified, even if I didn't act like it at first. But over time I saw how you listened to me, really listened. And that's what I've been wanting, all along. I reach for her hand again, unable to stop myself from touching her. My past self has finally come back to me, all thanks to you, Carson. Her voice breaks with emotion. Thanks to you, I found myself again. The person I used to be before Ryan tried to destroy her. I run my thumb across her knuckles, my heart pounding against my ribs. Let's start over. Clean slate. What do you mean? No more ghosts between us? No Ryan, no June, just you and me moving forward. I lean closer, drawn to her like a magnet. I want to build something real with you, Kate. Something honest. Her dark eyes search mine. I'd like that. Then trust me. Let me show you who you really are. This brilliant, fierce woman who calls me on my nonsense and makes my blood sing. My voice drops lower. And I'll trust you with all of me. The good, the bad, the messed up parts I've kept locked away. I trust you, Carson. Kate shifts forward, closing the distance between us. More than I've trusted anyone in a long time. The air crackles with electricity. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs stroking her cheeks. Her breath hitches as I press my lips to hers, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. She tastes like promises and new beginnings, like hope breaking through storm clouds. Kate's fingers tangle in my hair as she deepens the kiss, matching my intensity. My hands slide down to her waist, pulling her closer until she's practically in my lap. A soft moan escapes her throat, setting my blood on fire. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Kate's lips are swollen, her eyes dark with desire. I press my forehead against hers, still holding her close. You're mine now, I murmur against her mouth, and I protect what's mine.
Chapter 31. Kate. Sunlight streams through my bedroom window, casting a warm glow across Carson's sleeping form beside me. His chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm, his features softened in sleep. After we came home from the glass table, we fell into bed together. The events of last night replay in my mind. The tender kisses, his gentle touch, the way he held me close after. I slip out of bed, padding to my dresser, where I keep my father's old leather-bound journal. My fingers trace the worn edges as I carry it back to bed. The mattress dips as I sit, and Carson stirs. Morning. His voice is gravelly with sleep as he props himself up on one elbow. I have something to show you. I pull my legs under me, crossing them as I settle the journal in my lap. It belonged to my father. Carson sits up fully now, the sheet pooling at his waist. Your father? I open the journal carefully, revealing pages filled with my father's precise handwriting, recipes, notes, sketches of table layouts and kitchen designs. James Thomas. You knew him. Carson goes completely still beside me, his eyes fixed on the journal, then move to my face, studying it with new intensity. James? You're James's daughter? I nod, turning to a particular page where my father had sketched out his dream restaurant layout. I found an old photograph of you two together a while back. You were friends, weren't you? Kate. His voice catches. He reaches for the journal with trembling fingers, touching the page reverently. James was one of my closest friends, my mentor. We had plans to open a restaurant together, but then I left to follow other ambitions of mine. The emotion in his voice makes my throat tight. I watch as he traces my father's handwriting, his expression a mix of wonder and grief. All this time, Carson shakes his head, looking at me with new understanding. You're his little girl. I can't believe I didn't see it before. You have his passion, his talent. His hand finds mine, squeezing it. He would have been so proud of who you've become. I watch as Carson's fingers trace each page with reverence. His breath catches as he turns to a section filled with notes about their planned restaurant venture. Your father. Carson's voice breaks. He clears his throat, but I catch the glimmer of tears in his eyes. He wrote about me here. Look at this. I lean closer, reading my father's elegant script. Carson has the spark, raw talent unlike anyone I've seen. When he creates, it's pure magic. Together, we'll create something extraordinary. I had no idea he believed in me this much. Carson's thumb brushes over the words. A tear falls onto the page, and he quickly wipes it away. James saw something in me when I was just a cocky kid with big dreams. He took me under his wing, taught me everything. The journal trembles in his hands as he turns another page, revealing detailed sketches of kitchen layouts with notes in the margins. Carson's station needs to be central. His creativity deserves to be showcased. God, Kate. Carson's voice is thick with emotion. We spent countless nights planning this restaurant. Your father would stay up until dawn, sketching and dreaming. He had this vision of creating not just a restaurant, but a legacy. I rest my hand on his arm, feeling the slight shake in his muscles. Tell me more. What was he like in the kitchen when you worked with him? Brilliant, patient. He could see potential in anyone. Carson lets out a shuddering breath. But mostly, he was kind. Even when I told him I was leaving to pursue other opportunities, he supported me. Said sometimes we need to forge our own paths to find our way back home. The words hit deep. I think about my own path, the twists and turns that led me here, to this moment with Carson. I see so much of him in you, Kate. His passion, his integrity, even that little furrow between your brows when you're concentrating, that's all James. I wipe away my own tears, taking the journal back and flipping through its pages. There are so many recipes here I've never tried. Look at this one. His take on coq au vin with Asian influences. Carson leans closer, his chest pressing against my shoulder as he reads. The use of Shaoxing wine instead of traditional red. Brilliant. And these spice combinations. His finger traces down the ingredient list. Your father was ahead of his time. What if... I pause, an idea forming. What if we created a tasting menu using these recipes? Not just his, but combining them with yours. A celebration of both our culinary histories. Carson's eyes light up. He shifts to face me fully, taking my hands in his. We could modernize some techniques, keep the soul of his dishes, but bring them into the present, make them our own. The Glass Table's next seasonal menu? More than that. Carson reaches for the journal again, carefully turning to a blank page at the back. Let's plan it right now. Your father's coq au vin as the main, but we'll start with my butter-poached lobster. We could fusion them together, create something entirely new. I grab a pen from my nightstand, and we begin sketching out ideas. Carson's creativity flows as he suggests combinations I'd never considered, while I add touches that would make my father proud. Look at this. Carson points to one of my father's seafood recipes. We could incorporate elements of this into my signature black cod dish. The flavors would complement each other perfectly. As we work, the menu takes shape, a perfect blend of both our styles, both our histories. Each dish tells a story, bridges a gap between past and present. Carson sets down the pen and cups my face in his hands. This isn't just my dream anymore. It's ours. His words settle deep in my chest, warm and right. We're creating something bigger than ourselves, honoring my father's memory while building our own future. I watch Carson's face as he studies another recipe, his expression intent and focused. The morning light catches the silver in his hair, and something warm unfurls in my chest. This moment feels perfect. The two of us creating together, building on my father's legacy while forging our own path. What about this sauce? Carson points to a notation. Your father's technique here is? I lean in and press my lips to his, cutting off his words. He makes a surprised sound before his hand slides into my hair, drawing me closer. The kiss deepens, tender yet passionate, filled with promise and understanding. When we break apart, his forehead rests against mine. What was that for? For being you. For understanding how much this means to me. My fingers trace the line of his jaw. I never thought I'd find someone who gets both sides of me, the food critic and the daughter who misses her father every day. Carson's thumb brushes across my cheek. You belong here, Kate, with me, in the kitchen, creating something extraordinary. His eyes hold mine, intense and sincere. I want to build this with you, not just the menu, but everything. My heart swells at his words. After years of doubt, of Ryan's constant criticism making me question my place in the culinary world, I finally feel centered, whole. I capture Carson's lips again, pouring all my emotion into the kiss. The journal slides forgotten to the side as he pulls me closer, one hand tangling in my hair while the other traces patterns on my bare shoulder. I love you, I whisper against his mouth. His breath catches. He pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his own dark with emotion. I love you too, Kate, more than I thought possible. The words settle around us like a warm blanket, perfect and right. I've found my place, not just in the kitchen, but here in Carson's arms, building something beautiful together.
Chapter 32. Carson. I stand in the bustling kitchen of the Glass Table, watching my team execute the new tasting menu with precision. The combination of Kate's father's soul food influences with my contemporary techniques has created something unique, a fusion that honors tradition while pushing boundaries. Table 4 can't stop raving about the braised short ribs with the bourbon peach glaze, Emmanuel, one of my waiters, calls out. And the cornbread soufflé? I ask, plating the next course. A delicate crab cake infused with Creole spices, another recipe inspired by Kate's father's collection. Flying out of the kitchen. Critics at table 7 ordered seconds. The dining room buzzes with energy. Through the kitchen window, I spot Kate moving between tables, her professional critic's eye taking in every detail of our collaborative vision. She stops to chat with the fellow food writer from the Chronicle, her hands animated as she explains the inspiration behind our menu. My phone vibrates. Another notification from Eater SF, their third article about us this week. The headline reads, Glass Table's new menu redefines California cuisine. Chef, reservations are booked solid for the next 3 months. My hostess pokes her head in. The waiting list keeps growing. I nod, focusing on the plate before me. The fusion of Kate's father's Carolina shrimp and grits with my molecular gastronomy twist has become our most photographed dish. Social media can't get enough of the dramatic presentation. The grits transformed into perfect spheres that burst with flavor. The shrimp glazed in a sauce that took us weeks to perfect. New York Times just dropped their review, Jacques says, holding up his phone. 5 stars. They're calling it a masterful blend of soul and sophistication. The kitchen erupts in cheers, but I keep working. This success isn't just about ratings or packed reservations. It's about honoring a legacy, both Kate's father's traditional recipes and my own culinary journey, and creating something entirely new. Each dish tells a story of collaboration, of bridging different culinary worlds. I wipe my hands on my apron as service winds down, stepping out of the kitchen to join Kate for our scheduled interview. She's already seated at one of the window tables, dressed in a deep burgundy dress that catches the last rays of sunset streaming through the glass. The Bay Area Times reporter, Kylie Mulligan, sits across from us with her recorder ready. Chef Fox, Ms. Thomas, your collaboration has created quite the buzz, Kylie starts. What inspired this unique fusion? Kate glances at me before answering. Carson recognized the value in my father's recipes. He saw beyond just the traditional elements. Kate's bringing soul back to fine dining, I cut in, settling into my chair. Too many chefs forget that food needs heart, not just technique. The critics are calling it revolutionary, Kylie says, checking her notes, especially that shrimp and grits dish. How did that come about? Tell her about the first test run. Kate nudges my arm, laughing. When the spherification went completely wrong. Stuff went everywhere. Looked like something from a sci-fi movie. I shake my head. But Kate insisted we keep trying. She has this way of pushing boundaries while respecting the original flavors. And working with your ex's father hasn't created any tension? Kate stiffens beside me. I lean forward, my voice firm. Ryan's choices have nothing to do with what we've created here. Kate's talent stands on its own merit. Absolutely, Kate adds, her shoulders relaxing as she settles more comfortably in her chair. Carson's given me complete creative freedom. It's a true partnership. He actually listens to my ideas, even the crazy ones. That's evident in every dish, Kylie notes, scribbling in her notepad. Your combined perspectives have transformed the glass table's identity. What's next for this culinary duo? We're just getting started, I say, meeting Kate's eyes. The warmth in her gaze makes my chest tighten. There are countless stories still to tell through food. Kate's got this amazing way of seeing flavors I never would have considered. The interview continues as the dining room empties, our responses flowing naturally between us. Each time Kate speaks, her passion for the project shines through, and I find myself watching her more than our interviewer. The way she talks with her hands, the spark in her eyes when she describes our latest experiments. It's mesmerizing. The door chimes just as Kylie gathers her things and heads out. I'm still sitting with Kate at the window table when Ryan walks in, hands shoved in his pockets. His shoulders slump, a far cry from his usual cocky stance. Dad! Kate! He shifts his weight between feet. Can we talk? Kate starts to rise, but I touch her arm. Stay. Whatever needs to be said can be said in front of both of us. Ryan drags a chair over, the legs scraping against the floor. I messed up. Bad. He runs a hand through his hair. Seeing you two working together, the success you're having. I got jealous, angry. I wanted that kind of recognition, but I wasn't willing to put in the work like you both do. The press conference stunt was low, Kate says, her voice steady. I know, trying to paint you as some gold digger. That was nonsense. You've earned everything you've achieved. Ryan's gaze drops to the table. And Dad, I'm sorry for trying to sabotage what you've built here. I was being a spoiled jerk. I study my son's face, seeing past the entitled young man to the kid who used to follow me around the kitchen, begging to help prep vegetables. It's time we all move forward. The past is done. Everyone deserves a second chance, Kate says, her voice soft but firm. Just make it count, Ryan. I will. Ryan stands, shoulders straighter than when he walked in. I've been staging at a restaurant in Portland. Learning from the ground up, like you did, Dad. No shortcuts this time. I nod, seeing a glimpse of maturity in his eyes that's been missing for years. That's the only way to earn respect in this industry. Thank you both. Ryan backs away from the table. I'll let you get back to your evening. After he leaves, Kate and I sit in comfortable silence. The dining room is empty now, the last of the staff gone home. Only the kitchen lights remain on, casting a warm glow through the window. Want to help me test a new dish? I ask, standing and offering my hand. Kate's fingers slide into mine. Always. In the kitchen, I pull out ingredients while Kate ties on an apron. The familiar rhythm of chopping and searing fills the space between us. She moves around me like we've been cooking together for years, anticipating each need before I voice it. Pass me the thyme? I reach out without looking. Already grabbed it. She places the herbs in my palm, her fingers lingering against my skin. The kitchen feels different tonight, charged with possibility. Kate tastes the sauce I'm reducing, her lips wrapping around the spoon in a way that makes my breath catch. It needs... She pauses, considering. I step closer, one hand settling on her waist. What does it need? She turns, and suddenly we're chest to chest. Her eyes meet mine, dark and wanting. This. The word comes out as barely more than a breath, but it hits me like a shot of aged whiskey, smooth and burning all at once. When our lips meet, it tastes like coming home. Like every perfect dish I've ever created, every flavor combination I've been searching for. Kate's hands slide up my chest, and I pull her closer, deepening the kiss until we're both breathless. Her body fits against mine like she was made for me, soft curves meeting hard angles. She pulls back just enough to whisper against my lips. I've been waiting for that. Her fingers trace the stubble along my jaw, sending electricity down my spine. Worth the wait, I ask, threading my fingers through her curls. The silk of her hair against my skin makes me want to lose myself in her completely. Her answer is another kiss, slow and sure, like we have all the time in the world. I back her against the counter, my hands finding her hips. The sauce is forgotten, the kitchen fading away until there's nothing but the taste of her lips and the soft sound she makes when I pull her even closer.
Chapter 33. Kate. My fingers grip the podium's edges as camera flashes burst across the dining room of the glass table. The usual elegant space feels foreign, with press packed between the empty tables, their eager faces and recording devices trained on me. My prepared statement sits in front of me, but the words swim before my eyes. Miss Thomas, is it true you used your position as a food critic to gain access to Carson Fox's restaurant? Were you trying to sabotage the glass table's reputation? The questions hit like rapid fire. I open my mouth to speak, but my throat constricts. Even though Ryan apologized for this mess, it still has some ramifications that we're still trying to clean up in the aftermath. A familiar presence materializes beside me, and the scent of spices and citrus fills my senses. Carson. His tall frame commands attention as he steps up to the podium, his shoulder brushing mine. The press erupts in excited murmurs and more camera flashes. My heart pounds against my ribs. I didn't expect him here. He's supposed to be at a supplier meeting across town. His jaw is set in that determined way I've come to recognize, and his presence alone seems to push back the wall of reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, Carson's voice cuts through the chaos. I believe I can address your concerns about Miss Thomas's professional integrity. His warm hand finds mine beneath the podium, hidden from view. His fingers intertwine with mine, steady and strong, and he leans close. The touch sends electricity racing up my arm, and I have to force myself to keep breathing normally. "You don't have to do this alone," he whispers, his breath tickling my ear. The spicy scent of his cologne mingles with the natural warmth of his skin, making my head spin. The room falls silent as Carson speaks, his voice carrying that quiet authority that makes even the most aggressive reporters pause. I've seen him command entire kitchens with that same tone, watch seasoned chefs snap to attention at his word. Kate Thomas came to the glass table as any other critic would. What I didn't expect was how she would transform not just my restaurant, but my entire approach to cooking. His thumb brushes over my knuckles in a subtle caress, and the gesture steadies me more than any words could. The same hands that craft Michelin-starred dishes are now anchoring me through this storm, and damn if that doesn't make my heart race even faster. This isn't what we discussed for the press conference, but I'm curious to see where he takes this. Her perspective challenged my methods I've clung to for 20 years. Carson's thumb traces circles on my hand. She showed me that innovation doesn't mean abandoning tradition, it means building upon it. Thanks to her influence, we've created dishes that honor classic techniques while embracing bold new directions. A reporter raises her hand. "Are you saying Miss Thomas consulted for the glass table?" She did more than consult. She reminded me why I fell in love with cooking in the first place. Carson's grip tightens slightly. Under her guidance, we've revamped our menu to include dishes that tell stories, that connect with our guests on a deeper level. Our satisfaction ratings have never been higher. My eyes sting with unshed tears. I've never heard him speak about my impact like this. "The truth is," Carson continues, "Kate Thomas has changed everything for the better. She brought fresh energy to our kitchen, challenged our complacency, and pushed us to exceed our own expectations. Anyone questioning her professional integrity clearly hasn't experienced her dedication to elevating culinary arts." The press corps scribbles frantically, and I spot several nodding heads. Carson's words have shifted the energy in the room from hostile to intrigued. So to answer your earlier questions, yes, Kate Thomas gained access to the glass table as a critic. And thank God she did, because she's made us better than we've ever been. The room erupts in applause, and my vision blurs as tears threaten to spill. Carson's words echo in my mind, his unwavering belief in me hitting deeper than any praise I've ever received. His hand remains steady in mine, an anchor keeping me grounded as the press's tone shifts dramatically. What inspired the new spring menu collaboration? A reporter from the Bay Area Times leans forward, her previous skepticism replaced with genuine interest. I find my voice stronger now. We wanted to create dishes that honor both traditional French techniques and diverse cultural influences. Our new tasting menu includes a duck confit with Szechuan peppercorns and a mole-inspired sauce. And we're introducing a series of community cooking workshops. Carson adds, his enthusiasm infectious. Starting next month, we'll host weekly classes where home cooks can learn professional techniques. Another reporter raises his hand. Will these workshops be part of the Glass Table's new outreach program? Yes, I say, warming to the topic. We're partnering with local culinary schools to offer internships and mentorship opportunities. Carson and I believe in making fine dining more accessible and inclusive. The Glass Table is evolving. Carson's voice carries pride that makes my heart swell. We're planning monthly events that showcase Bay Area producers and artisans. Kate's vision for connecting our restaurant with the community has opened up possibilities I never considered. The questions keep flowing, but they're focused on our plans, our collaboration, our future vision. Not a single mention of the previous accusations. Carson's defense has completely changed the narrative. Will you be featuring more of Miss Thomas's innovative fusion dishes on the regular menu? Absolutely, Carson says. In fact, her California Korean short rib dish has become one of our most requested items. We're exploring more ways to blend classical French cuisine with contemporary influences. Eventually, the press conference winds down. Reporters filing out with satisfied smiles instead of the suspicion they arrived with. My shoulders drop as tension melts away. I gather my notes, still processing Carson's unexpected defense. That went better than expected. I shuffle the papers into my bag, still amazed at how smoothly the press conference played out. And it's all thanks to Carson's intervention. You were worried? Carson's eyes crinkle at the corners, his confidence radiating through that knowing smirk. I told you, nobody messes with what's mine. The last of the cameras disappear through the double doors. Afternoon sun streams through the glass table's windows, casting long shadows across the polished floors. The space feels different now. Lighter somehow, like a weight has lifted. The tension that's been hanging over us since Ryan's smear campaign has evaporated. Yours? I smile, my heart doing a little flip at his possessive tone. Is that what I am? You know damn well you've been mine for a while now. His fingers brush my arm, sending electricity through my skin. The touch is subtle, but loaded with promise. Come on, let's get out of here. I think we both deserve a drink after dealing with this circus. We walk through the restaurant, our footsteps echoing off the floors. The host stand sits empty. Carson gave the staff the day off for the press conference. As we reach the entrance, he holds the door and San Francisco's cool breeze hits my face. I've barely taken 2 steps onto the sidewalk when Carson's hand catches my wrist. He spins me toward him, and before I can process what's happening, his lips find mine. The kiss is gentle at first, a whisper of contact that makes my breath catch. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheek as he deepens the kiss. Time stops. The world narrows to this moment. The warmth of his mouth, the solid press of his body, the way his other hand splays across my lower back, pulling me closer. When we finally break apart, his forehead rests against mine. His eyes hold something I've never seen before. Certainty, possession, promise. The look steals what little breath I have left. You're something else, he murmurs against my lips. Something special.
Chapter 34. Carson. The kitchen gleams under the industrial lights, spotless after tonight's service. My team outdid themselves, every dish perfect, every plate a work of art. But as I wipe down my station one last time, my mind drifts to Kate. The restaurant sits silent now, tables cleared, chairs up. Through the window wall, San Francisco's lights twinkle against the dark sky. Usually this is my favorite time, when I can breathe in the lingering aromas of tonight's creations and plan tomorrow's menu. But tonight, the quiet feels different. Empty. I pull out my phone, scroll through our text messages from this morning. Earlier that day, she told me how she's reviewing some new fusion place downtown. Part of me wants to text her, ask how it went. Another part knows I should let her work. For decades, I've run this kitchen, created countless dishes, earned every star. But none of it compares to watching Kate dissect a plate, breaking down flavors with that sharp mind of hers, or the way she challenges my techniques, never backing down just because of who I am. I lean against the prep station, close my eyes. The memory of her laughter echoes through the empty kitchen. The way she tastes everything with her whole body, eyes closed, head tilted, those small sounds of pleasure she makes. Christ, I've got it bad. The Chronicle's lucky to have her back full-time. Her reviews are brilliant, honest, insightful, never cruel for cruelty's sake. But selfishly, I miss having her here, bringing life to my kitchen in ways I never knew it needed. My fingers trace the edge of the steel counter. June made this kitchen a home when we first opened, bringing fresh flowers every morning, leaving little notes in my jacket pocket. She knew exactly how to soften my edges. And now there's Kate. Different, yet just as extraordinary in her own way. The guilt used to eat at me, feeling this alive again, wanting someone new. But June always said life was for living. "Carson," she'd tell me, "you've got too much love to keep it locked away." She was right. Loving Kate doesn't diminish what June and I had. If anything, it makes those memories sweeter, knowing I can carry them forward into something new. I pull out my phone, type quickly. "Come to the restaurant. I've got something for you." Her response comes fast. "Now?" It's almost midnight. "Trust me." While waiting, I get to work. The kitchen may be cleaned for tomorrow, but I've got other plans. I pull out the dry-aged ribeye I've been saving, Kate's favorite cut, fresh herbs from this morning's delivery, that bottle of Bordeaux she mentioned last week. The flames leap as I fire up the grill, every movement precise, practiced, just like I've done a million times before. The meat sears perfectly, filling the kitchen with rich aromas that remind me why I fell in love with cooking in the first place. I plate it with the roasted fingerling potatoes, adding a drizzle of the red wine reduction, making sure each element is placed just right. The dining room stays dark, but I transform a corner of the kitchen. White tablecloth draped over the prep table, smoothing out every wrinkle with my hands. Candles casting warm light across polished steel, making the workspace feel intimate instead of industrial. A single rose in a slim vase, not too much. Just enough. I'm not trying to overwhelm her. Just show her I give a damn. I hear the back door open, her heels clicking on the tile. The sound echoes through the empty restaurant and my heart rate picks up. "Carson?" Her voice carries through the kitchen, soft and curious. "What's going?" She rounds the corner, stops, takes in the candlelit table, the plated food, the open wine breathing in crystal glasses. The look on her face makes every minute of preparation worth it, her brown eyes wide with surprise, those full lips parted slightly. "Come here." I gesture to the chair I've pulled out, watching as she moves closer, the candlelight dancing across her face. The black dress she's wearing hugs every curve, and I have to remind myself to focus on being a gentleman. "This is..." Kate shakes her head, a smile tugging at her lips. "You did all this after service?" "Of course I did." "You hungry?" I lean forward, already knowing the answer. "Starved. That fusion place was..." She wrinkles her nose, her expression making me want to laugh. "Let's just say, I won't be giving them any stars." I slide into the seat across from her, pouring us each a glass of the Bordeaux. The way she studies the plate, taking in every detail, it makes my chest tight. She's not just looking at food, she's analyzing my work with those keen eyes of hers. There's something intimate about watching a critic dissect your dish, especially when that critic is Kate. She cuts into the ribeye and I watch her take that first bite, holding my breath without meaning to. "Damn, Carson." She closes her eyes, savoring the bite with an expression that makes my whole body tense. The aging on this is perfect. My hand finds hers across the table, our fingers intertwining. Her skin is soft against my calloused palm, and she squeezes gently. The simple touch sends electricity through my arm, reminding me how long it's been since I felt this connected to someone. "You know," I say, thumb tracing circles on her wrist, watching the way her breath catches at the contact. "Before you came along, I thought this was it for me. The restaurant, the kitchen, that was enough." I pause, making sure I get the words right. The wine has loosened my tongue just enough to be honest. "You've made me believe in love again." Her fork stops halfway to her mouth, those dark eyes meeting mine. In them, I see everything I want to say reflected back at me. The vulnerability there matches my own, And for once in my life, I'm not afraid to show it. The moment stretches between us, heavy with possibility, and I find myself leaning forward, drawn to her like a magnet. Her lips meet mine, soft and sweet, tasting of wine and possibility. "I love you," Kate whispers against my mouth, and something inside me breaks open. All those careful walls I built after June, all the reasons I told myself this might not work, they crumble away like sugar glass. I cup her face in my hands, studying those beautiful features. The way her eyes sparkle in the candlelight, how her smile reaches all the way up to crinkle the corners. She's here. She's real. And she loves me. "You sure about that?" I stroke my thumb along her jawline. "I'm not exactly an easy man to love. Please." She rolls her eyes, reaching for her wine. "When have I ever wanted easy? Besides, someone needs to keep that ego of yours in check." I laugh, the sound echoing through the empty kitchen. "Is that what you're doing? And here I thought you just enjoyed criticizing my plating techniques. Speaking of which..." She takes another bite of the ribeye, making that small sound of pleasure that drives me crazy. "The presentation tonight is exceptional, though maybe I'm biased by the company." We fall into easy conversation as we eat, discussing everything and nothing. She tells me about the disaster at the fusion restaurant. Apparently they tried to combine Korean barbecue with molecular gastronomy. I share stories from tonight's service, including how my new sous chef nearly had a meltdown over perfectly cooking quail eggs. The food disappears slowly as we talk and laugh, neither of us wanting the night to end. Kate's foot brushes against mine under the table, and she smirks when I almost choke on my wine. "You did that on purpose." I narrow my eyes at her. "Did what?" She bats those long eyelashes, the picture of innocence. "I'm just enjoying this incredible meal you prepared." I reach across the table, catching her hand in mine again. "I love you, Kate Thomas, even when you're being a pain in my ass." "Especially then." She squeezes my fingers, her smile soft and genuine. "And I love you, Carson Fox, even when you're being impossibly stubborn."
Chapter 35. Kate. The late afternoon sun glints off my dashboard as I navigate the winding roads leading to Carson's place in the hills. My phone buzzes with an incoming email, and I glance at it briefly before returning my eyes to the road. The subject line makes my heart skip. Cookbook deal, final offer. My hands shake as I pull into a scenic overlook. Unable to wait another second, the email loads, and I scan the contents, my breath catching. The advance, the publishing schedule, the marketing commitment. It's all there. Everything I dreamed of. Oh, hell. I grip the steering wheel. My first instinct is to call someone. My mom, Sophie, anyone. But no. There's only one person I want to share this with first. Carson needs to hear this in person. He's the one who pushed me to submit the proposal, who spent hours helping me refine my recipes, who believed in me when I'd stopped believing in myself. I pressed down on the gas pedal, perhaps a bit harder than necessary. The curves of the road wind past pristine mansions and manicured gardens. My mind races with all the possibilities. My own cookbook, my recipes, my voice. Carson's gate comes into view, and I punch in the code with trembling fingers. As I park in the circular driveway, I notice his Range Rover is already here. Perfect. The urge to sprint to his door battles with my desire to look somewhat composed when I tell him. I smooth my hair, check my reflection in the rearview mirror, and grab my bag. I burst through Carson's front door, not even bothering to knock. The sound of pots clanking and the rich aroma of garlic and herbs draws me straight to his kitchen. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. "Carson," my voice echoes through the house. I round the corner into his gleaming chef's kitchen, and there he is, sleeves rolled up, tea towel slung over his shoulder, moving between 3 different pans with the fluid grace of a conductor leading an orchestra. The sight of him, so in his element, makes my chest tight. He turns at the sound of my footsteps, and his face transforms. The focused chef expression melts away, replaced by a smile that crinkles the corners of his eyes and lights up his whole face. Something inside me shifts, clicks into place. Kate. He sets down his wooden spoon and takes a step toward me. I wasn't expecting. The realization hits me like a physical force. Standing here in his kitchen, watching him cook, seeing that smile that's only ever for me, this is it. This is home. Not my apartment, not my childhood house, not any physical place. Just him. The knowledge settles deep in my bones, as natural as breathing. Every path I've taken, every hardship I've faced, has led me here. To his kitchen. To him. I have news. My voice comes out breathless, caught between wanting to tell him everything and wanting to hold on to this perfect moment. I got it. The cookbook deal. They're offering everything I asked for. Creative control, a proper marketing budget. The advance we discussed, Carson's eyes widen. They went for it, all of it. I pull out my phone, hands still shaking. The email just came through. Look. But before I can show him, Carson closes the distance between us in 2 long strides. His strong arms wrap around my waist, and suddenly my feet leave the ground. The kitchen spins as he twirls me, and my squeal of surprise turns into laughter. His chest rumbles against mine with his own deep laugh. I knew it. His voice is rough with emotion. I knew they'd be idiots to pass this up. You're too damn talented. The world keeps spinning, and I clutch his shoulders, breathing in the mingled scents of his cologne and whatever amazing thing he's cooking. Some kind of herbed sauce that's making my mouth water. My hair whips around us, and I can feel the solid strength of his arms holding me secure against him. The heat of his body seeps through my clothes, and I'm struck by how natural this feels, being in his arms. Carson, I laugh again as he does another spin, my fingers digging into the firm muscles of his shoulders. The stove. Screw the stove. But he sets me down gently, keeping his arms around me. His eyes are bright with pride, and something else that makes my breath catch. One of his hands slides up to cup my face, his thumb brushing my cheek. This is your moment, Kate. You earned every bit of this, every single bit of it. And anyone who ever doubted you can eat their words. I want to tell him he's wrong, that we earned it, that I wouldn't be here without him, but the intensity of his gaze steals my words. His hands are warm on my waist, and I'm acutely aware of how close we're standing, how his thumb is drawing small circles against my hip. Let me see this email. His voice has gone soft, intimate. Show me everything. I pull up the email on my phone, and Carson guides me to one of the kitchen stools. His hand stays at the small of my back as he leans in close to read over my shoulder. The warmth of his body against mine makes it hard to focus on the screen. Look at these numbers. I scroll through the details. They're offering a $50,000 advance, split into 3 payments. Carson's eyes narrow. What about the royalty structure? 15% on hardcovers, 8 on paperbacks, and 25 on digital. I bite my lip. Is that good? For a first cookbook? That's solid. His fingers tap thoughtfully against the counter. What about creative control? Recipe ownership? I scroll further. Full creative control over recipe selection and photography direction. I retain rights to my original recipes. They just get exclusive publishing rights for 5 years. Smart. He nods approvingly. And marketing? $20,000 dedicated to promotion, including a 5-city tour. My voice rises with excitement. Plus, they'll handle all the social media coordination. Carson straightens up, crossing his arms. They're not trying to mess you over. These are good terms. A grin spreads across his face. You should take it. Yeah? Hell yeah. Get your laptop out and draft that acceptance email right now. He moves back to the stove, stirring one of his pans. Want me to look it over before you send it? I'm already pulling out my laptop, fingers flying over the keys. God, yes please. I don't want to sound too eager. You earned this, Kate. Don't downplay it. He tastes something from one of his sauces, adds a pinch of seasoning. But we'll make sure you sound professional. My heart swells at his use of we. I type out my response, trying to channel his confidence into my words. I polish the final sentences of my acceptance email, reading them aloud while Carson works his magic at the stove. The aromas have intensified. Garlic, herbs, and something rich that makes my stomach growl. How's this sound? I clear my throat. I'm thrilled to accept your offer and look forward to bringing this vision to life. Please send over the contract at your earliest convenience. Perfect. Carson adjusts the heat under one of his pans. Professional but enthusiastic. Send it. My finger hovers over the touchpad. Here goes nothing. I click send and let out a long breath. Damn, it's really happening. Damn right it is. Carson wipes his hands on his towel and turns from the stove. Before I can react, he's in front of me, one hand tangling in my hair while the other pulls me close. His lips crash into mine, hungry and demanding. The kiss steals my breath, sends electricity racing down my spine. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, tasting, claiming. I melt against him, my hands fisting in his shirt. When he finally pulls back, his eyes are dark with desire and something deeper. I've never been prouder of anyone. The raw honesty in his voice makes my heart stutter. I can still taste him on my lips, feel the ghost of his touch on my skin, and I love it.
Chapter 36. Carson. I adjust the heat under the cast iron skillet, watching the butter foam and brown. Kate's father's journal lies open on my granite counter, its pages worn and marked with grease stains from years of use. The recipe for his famous blackened redfish stares up at me, his handwriting precise yet personal. The spice mix comes together exactly as James detailed: paprika, oregano, and that secret touch of ground coffee that Kate mentioned he'd add when no one was looking. My fingers work the seasoning into the fish. I can't help but smile, thinking of how she'll react when she tastes it. This better be perfect, I mutter to myself, laying the fish in the sizzling pan. The kitchen fills with an intoxicating aroma that takes me back to Kate's stories about Sunday dinners with her dad. Before him, cooking was just about precision and acclaim. Now, preparing these dishes from his journal, I'm reminded of what drew me to the kitchen in the first place. The way food connects people, creates memories. I move to the next dish, his signature dirty rice. The chicken livers need to be chopped fine, just as he specified. My knife moves steadily across the cutting board while my mind drifts to Kate's laugh, the way her eyes light up when she talks about food, how she's brought that same warmth into my life. Damn. I catch myself grinning like an idiot while dicing the vegetables. Before Kate, my kitchen was just a workspace. Now it's alive again. She stripped away years of cynicism I'd built up, replaced it with something I hadn't felt in decades. The rice starts to absorb the rich stock, and I add James's special blend of seasonings. Each step feels like I'm getting to know the man through his recipes, understanding the love he poured into feeding his family. It's the same feeling I get when I cook for Kate. This need to pour everything I am into each dish. I check his cornbread recipe one more time, though I've memorized it by now. The cast iron skillet needs to be smoking hot before the batter goes in. That's what gives it that perfect crust he was famous for. Kate told me once how that crispy bottom was her favorite part. A solid hour or two passes. I can't even tell. The cooking encapsulates me, bringing me into a world of my own as I finish these dishes for Kate to enjoy. The cornbread comes out perfect. Dark golden crust crackling as I turn it onto the cutting board. I plate everything with the care these recipes deserve. The blackened redfish taking center stage, dirty rice shaped into a perfect mound, and wedges of cornbread arranged just so. The front door opens just as I'm finishing the plating. Something smells incredible. Kate walks into the kitchen, her work bag sliding off her shoulder. Your timing is perfect. I pull out her chair, watching her face as she recognizes the dishes. Her fingers trace the edge of her father's journal. You made his recipes. Every last one, even tracked down that coffee he used in the blackening spice. We sit, and I watch as she takes her first bite of the fish. Her eyes close, and for a moment I see her transported back to those Sunday dinners she's told me about. Carson, this is... She shakes her head, emotion catching in her voice. The ring box feels heavy in my pocket as we share this meal, talking about her father's notes in the margins, the stories behind each dish. The weight of the moment settles over us. Not just dinner, but heritage, memory, future. When she takes her last bite of cornbread, dragging it through the sauce on her plate, I know it's time. My heart pounds as I stand, then kneel beside her chair. Her eyes widen as I pull out the ring. Platinum band, single diamond, clean lines that remind me of her own elegant style. This isn't just a ring. It's a promise that I'll love you for the rest of my life. Yes. Kate's voice breaks, tears spilling down her cheeks. Yes, of course, yes. Her hands shake as I slide the ring onto her finger. She launches herself into my arms, nearly knocking us both to the kitchen floor. Her lips find mine, and the kiss ignites something primal inside me. I pull her closer, one hand tangling in her curls while the other presses against the small of her back.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She turns her head, her eyes meeting mine. There's a softness in her gaze, a joy that's infectious. I lean down, capturing her lips in a searing kiss. Our bodies are still joined, our breaths mingling, our hearts beating as one. This is our future, our promise, and I can't wait to make it official.